will the mountain choose today? This is the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
The sun is just starting to peek out of the Pacific Ocean over towards the east. It's good morning from Australia to the world. Mount Panorama Bathurst is the location. The campsites, they've been spending a very cool night here up on the mountain as we get set for a giant day of racing action. In the dark is where it starts. And there is just nothing like it watching sports cars race in these conditions. And we are set for what is going to be an exciting day where we have absolutely no idea what lies ahead. So exciting down here on the grid. Chad Naylor, joined by renowned morning person Mark Beretta and reigning Bathurst 1000 champion Garth Tander. Guys, good morning. Brett's nothing like being at the mountain in the dark.
Chad, best morning of the year, and Garth is like a cat on a hot tin roof today. You just want to be out there. It is something special, to be standing at this time of the morning in the dark in front of this lineup of cars is just remarkable. The sun just trying to peek over the horizon, and the crowds here, we've never seen anything like this before for a grid walk GT. I mean, that is an incredible turnout, great crowd, and that sort of sets the scene for this weekend. I mean, we had big crowds yesterday, looks like even bigger today, and this event is just going from strength to strength. It is well and truly back.
Oh, it's well and truly back. Perfect words, Mark, because yesterday we had a great crowd here for the Pirelli shootout. That session itself was fantastic, and we've been coming to this race for a long time now, and I've never seen so many people on the grid at Mark Beretta happy hour, 5:30 in the morning.
Best time of the day, GT.
There is so many people here. The atmosphere is absolutely fantastic, and the start of this race, starting in the dark, as a driver, it is seriously hard to do. As a spectator, it's really cool to watch.
Yeah. The big challenge was yesterday, Pirelli shootout, trying to get that one lap speed, and it culminated in a really exciting, probably 5 laps, real squabble between Brock Feeney, Chaz Mostert, and the star of the show, Maro Engel, and they were absolutely attacking the timing screen with an axe yesterday, Garth. We saw the quickest ever lap here yesterday.
Yeah, a very different shootout to what we're used to seeing here at Bathurst, where it's a 15-minute session. These cars take 3 or 4 laps to get the tyre into the right operating window, but once they were in that operating window, wow, did we get a show. Brock Feeney, I thought, was an absolute star. He was throwing it right up to the AMG factory drivers who put that super cheap AMG on the front row. But Maro Engel, he delivered in qualifying itself, laid down the fastest lap time we've ever seen, a 2:01 flat. And we all questioned whether to go under 2:01, was that possible? And he delivered right at the last moment of the shootout, a 2:00.8. The fastest ever GT3 lap we've ever seen around Mount Panorama. That was seriously impressive to watch. That session always finishes on a high, and man, did it finish on a high yesterday.
Yeah, they were blistering times, weren't they? Just say the timing screen was just smoking yesterday. It was burning up. And Brock Feeney, remarkable from him. I mean, there's a guy this is only his 5th time in one of those cars, and he produces a result like that against some of the best drivers in the world.
Oh, his teammate, Shane Van Gisbergen, they chose to actually qualify Brock in that car. Coming into yesterday, Shane had the quickest lap ever in a GT3 car, so huge call, and he puts it on the front row. He's just 20 years of age, star of the future. Hey, this first session in the race, the first stint here, Garth, is going to be not just difficult because of the light that we've got here right now, but it's so cold. New Pirelli tyre, no one knows how it's going to behave in this first stint. Could be really sketchy, skatey conditions.
Yeah, well, we've been seeing in practice and qualifying that tyre warm-up is taking 3 or 4, sometimes 5 laps when the sun's out and the track's got some warmth in it. No sun right now. It's the coldest the cars are ever going to run on the track this weekend. They've changed some tyre pressure rulings around how cold it is to help the teams get the tyre up to temperature. But watching the first 10 laps of this race, watching how the tyres come in, making sure you don't make any mistakes as a driver, that's going to be a real challenge.
Oh, we love it. That's what we love about it, GT. And be at turn 1, because that's where you see those brake discs burning red hot. It is an incredible sight. Hey, we know this race is back in a big way when we've got 2 of our great international friends here. John Hindhaugh up in the commentary box and Shea Adam back in pit lane. Shea, welcome back. It's been too long.
Thanks, Brett. Couldn't agree more. And Maro Engel would agree with that statement as well. Back at the mountain, it feels like coming home again. You've won so many great races across the world. This one, a 2nd place finish, is the best result. How badly would you like to add that to your resume?
Yeah, it's obviously one I and we would have liked to have won many years ago, but it's a tough race and you can't plan it. We'll give it a best shot today and hopefully it's good enough.
How many times did you redrive that pole lap in your dreams last night?
I was pretty tired, so I watched the onboard once or twice, and yeah, it was a great lap and obviously great qualifying yesterday, but now the focus is on the race.
In terms of starting this race, pure darkness, we haven't practiced in these conditions at all. How difficult is it to go out there and not know where the track goes?
Well, it's pretty cold. It's really slippery, so it's going to be a challenge to get tire temp at the beginning. But yeah, only I think about 15 minutes darkness, so hopefully we can get through that well.
Thanks, Mauro. Enjoy the start. I know you will.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, Thomas Preening here, just about to jump in the Porsche after a great job by Matt Campbell in qualifying yesterday. Thomas, a big ask today. This is a tough circuit. You're feeling good, ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. A bit early. Still have 1 hour to wake up until the end of the stint. It's quite cold. It will be difficult to get the tires into the temperature window, but I think we have a great car. Matt did a phenomenal job yesterday to get us a good position on the grid, and I'm excited.
Thomas, thoughts on this circuit? What do you like about Mount Panorama?
Honestly, the top part is really scary, which is cool. We don't really have anything even remotely close to this in Europe, so it's always cool to come back.
Okay, we'll let you get to work. Have a great day today. Good luck.
Valentino Rossi has his very first start here at Bathurst for the Bathurst 12 Hour. Valentino, great start to the weekend, fastest in practice too. How are your expectations ahead of today's race?
Everything is new, you know, but it's a great feeling. We are quite competitive, quite strong. We have a good position for the start. Will be a very long race, very demanding. We will see. We will see our speed in the race, because usually in the race everything is different.
How have you found the circuit here? We love it here in Australia. What do you think about our Bathurst?
It's a fantastic place. It's a unique track, very fast, very technical. You have to stay always concentrate, because especially in the mountains, all the walls are very close. But it's very funny when you drive.
Thanks for coming down. Enjoy the race. Good luck today.
Grazie. Thank you. Ciao a tutti.
How cool is that to have a guy like the Dr. Valentino Rossi here this weekend to race at Bathurst for the very first time. He's been here at Phillip Island many times, but never here at Bathurst. Okay, Pirelli Pit Bunker is where we're going to really break down the strategies across the course of the day, talk about the rules of the race. Very different to anything that we're used to seeing here in Australia. So let's get into it. We'll give you the race facts and a bit of an idea what might be coming up across the course of the day. Now, what we know is it's going to be running over 12 hours, so we're not exactly sure what lap number we're going to get to, but last year might give us a bit of a form guide. 291 laps around here is grueling. 1,800 kilometres. We're hoping to maybe even get to the first time ever, 2,000 kilometres of the race. That'll be about 320 laps. It's all going to finish at 5:45 p.m. Now, that's actually 30 minutes later than last year's race, so we're not going to get quite as much nighttime running before the sun comes up. The biggest change, though, for this year is no compulsory pit stops. Now, last year they had to get 8 or 9 stops out with a certain amount of pit stop time. That has gone this year, so it is a straight-up strategy race. Think about cutting it any way you want to get to the checkered flag. You could have 3 or 4 drivers per car. The fuel window, a full tank of fuel will get you between 30 to 40 laps. Now, when we talk about the rules of this race, the most important thing you need to be thinking about, and the teams will be managing this across the course of the day, is your driving time. Now, we have pro drivers and we have amateur drivers all racing in the field together. The pros cannot exceed 5 hours and 40 minutes of the race. So you can't just stick Shane Van Gisbergen in and go, good luck, mate, we'll see you when you get back tonight, and race for 12 hours. For the bronze drivers or the AM drivers, they have to do a minimum of 3 hours of driving in the race. So you can't just tell them to go out there, do 1 lap and park it up. What that means by the end of the race is you also have to see them driving at least 1 hour after the halfway mark. Now, the other thing to think about is fatigue. So there is a couple of rules around that. The drivers can't go for a certain amount of time within the car before making a pit stop. For the pro drivers, that's 150 minutes, which is 2 stints. And for the bronze drivers, 80 minutes. They cannot exceed that time. We saw that last year. And for Brad Schumacher in particular, that's what cost them a chance at the win. Got to have at least a 1 hour break in between it. So we'll be able to use this to talk about exactly all that driving time and the pit stop strategies across the course of the day. But the big thing to think about at the moment is just be there at the end of the race to have any chance of staying on the lead lap, competing for a win here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
Thanks, Chad. Good analysis of how this race plays out, and it has every potential to be unrelentingly rapid today with the depth of the field and the quality of performance that we've got. Good morning, everyone. Richard Craill with you in the commentary box today. Warmer up here, Garth Tander. Good morning to you and to John Hindhaugh.
John was just saying he should have worn shorts this morning. It's proper cold outside, and that's going to be a real talking point for the first hour or two of this race, because we've been seeing in practice and qualifying, it's taken a while for the tyre to get in the operating temperature, and that's with the sun out and a fair bit of temperature in the racetrack. So this morning with no sun, It's going to be an interesting start to this race.
And there's been some ruminating among race control as well about that. So we'll bring you up to speed with what the discussion is with race management. Here's where we are, just under 300 k's inland from the city of Sydney in the central west, the tablelands of New South Wales, over the Blue Mountains, the famous racetrack, 6.213 kilometres. Yesterday's pole lap, an average lap speed of 187 kilometres an hour for the pole lap, 170 more 4 metres top to bottom. It's a 1 in 6 gradient coming out of the cutting. There's 23 turns. We'll name them all by their famous names across it, and so much action in this race has unfolded over the journey. Turn 2, Griffin's Bend. Such a critical place, and it's single file across the top, and sometimes it goes badly wrong.
Well, they often try not to go single file across the top of the mountain, and it can go pear-shaped. Down into Forest Elbow is a popular passing opportunity, and Matt Campbell got the can opener and opened that one up nicely to take the lead and go on to win that race. Passing down at the Chase is a popular spot, and we'll see plenty of that over the course of the next 12 hours.
And there'll be plenty of battling Mercs like that battle in 2020. Sun not far away from poking up over the Blue Mountains. Here's how they'll start. The 999, the fastest ever qualifying day in Bathurst history yesterday, delivered them pole position. And Maro Engel, his second Alan Simonson pole award. 888 alongside. Remarkably, Brock Feeney did the job. SVG didn't even drive the car in qualifying. Matt Campbell, the Porsche, goes from third. The colours on the numbers delineates the class. Blue is Pro-Am. Yellow is silver. The Wall Racing Lambo goes just outside the top 10 in this race. Local legend Brad Schumacher off of 12. Jamie Winkup and Richie Stanaway way back down in the 8th row of the grid in 15th position, but they'll be playing the long game there in the Pro-Am battle with Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in that car. A quiet day for the Hallmark car, which has Bathurst winner of 2 years ago, Lee Holdsworth, behind the wheel. They start right down the back of the field. This race has only ever been won from lower than 7th on one occasion. And today, Garth, is going to be a flat-out sprint race.
The pace we have seen so far in practice and qualifying has been record-breaking to this point. We are looking to try and break the 2,000 kilometre mark over the course of the next 12 hours. And based on what we've seen lap time-wise, in qualifying especially, we are a very good chance to get that done. So it's going to be a very interesting race. You don't go fast for free. You've got to burn fuel and you've got to wear tyres out. So that will change how the strategy plays out. I'm really keen to see how that happens.
Their distance record here, 314 laps, 1,950 kilometres. To get the 2,000, you'll have to do the quickest ever Bathurst 1,000 twice in a day to get that done. It's going to be massive. Time to get the ceremonies underway and kick this race off on a beautiful Sunday morning. It's time for the Australian National Anthem. Wonderful rendition from saxophonist Ryan Livings. That has to be the earliest a saxophone will have played at this place, surely, before 5:45 a.m.
It depends
on a Sunday
if you're
morning.
coming out or coming in, doesn't it, really? If the party's still going on, a nice little bit of tenor sax there, I can take a little bit of that. That was lovely. And the atmosphere, perfect for the atmosphere. So many people streaming in. When we were coming up to the LIQUI MOLY comms box here, the back of the pit lane here looked like it was a Thursday afternoon, Garth. It's quite extraordinary. People are wanting to be part of Bathurst being back. Chilly out there, though, as you've said. And a lot of people who are out the backsides are all rugged up, as you see it down here, and they're ready for the big day.
Yes, certainly the coolest conditions that these cars will have run in and will run in, because we are expecting a very warm day here. I'm expecting 28 to 30 degrees once the sun creeps over the horizon. Just looking in the background, how good a shot is that? Cars warming up, sun coming to life. Crystal clear day here at Mount Panorama. Good day to go racing.
Beautiful sight, and this is one of the best hours of Australian motor racing you're about to see. Now, race control working hard, and based on feedback from the drivers from the installation lap out of pit lane onto the grid, they've elected to start this race behind the Mercedes-AMG safety car. So the race is now officially commenced, and it does this every year. It starts behind the safety car. They'd ordinarily grid up 2 by 2 at the end of this lap and go racing. They're going to give them an extra lap just to start generating and building some tyre temperature. And Garth, this is properly cold. This is October spec Sunday morning cold. So tyre warm-up with this Pirelli has been a big talking point throughout the lead up to this race and how you get the tyre in. And a lot of drivers saying if you go too hard on the tyre too early, it can damage the compound and damage the beat of the tyre itself. So this is a safety matter, and they've taken into account the driver's feedback from the outlap, and they're the best ones to judge how it's performing.
Yeah, certainly, and as you mentioned, Rich, the tyre warm-up of this new construction Pirelli DHF compound that we're using for the very first time here in Australia has taken 3, 4, 5 laps sometimes in the course of qualifying. So you tend to run a higher start but tyre pressure in qualifying to switch the tyre on to make the tyre perform earlier in its performance window. You don't do that in the race stint. You want the tyre to be nice and consistent over a full tank of fuel. So you'll always start the tyre pressure a little bit lower. But the problem with that is it takes longer to come up to temperature. With no track temperature, clearly, with the sun not being out, it's going to take a while. And I can tell you from experience, starting this race on a cold tyre in the dark, it is proper hard work. So those that have done it a lot more than me have said after the installation lap, hey, we need more time to get this tyre right.
We got some fantastic experience though at the front of the field, guys. Tomorrow Engel starting the ball seating car, Maxi Coates alongside in the second the AMG GTs. Then Thomas Pine and Lucas Stoltz, Liam Talbot right up there in the Audi R8. Augusto Farfus for the number 46 WRT. Julian Pagliacci in 7th position in the 44 Mercedes. Philip Ellis, who I couldn't believe when he told me he hadn't been here before. I just assumed he's been everywhere, to be quite honest. He's very, very good, particularly in Nürburgring. Dries Vanthoor for the second of the WRT cars. That's the Shell Helix coloured car. And then Christopher Haase in 10th position, a little bit further back, I think, than that number 74 car and the rest of the team would have liked. And then after that, the car you can't miss, the Lamborghini Huracan, just outside the top 10 at 11, and the second of the silver class cars with David Ward. So we've got plenty of experience here, Creelsey, that should be able to get this going. And with a slightly smaller field, and by the way, the Twitter's already lit up with you two talking about distance records before we've even got a green flag. Apologies. Curse of the commentators early on. Then we hopefully we will get some long green flag runs and be able to see the relative performance of these cars.
That's how cool it is here this morning, that the campers have had.
That's just out the back of our commentary box right here.
That's in the press room, yeah. Everybody's clustered around it.
Who's got the marshmallows? The interesting thing about that list of drivers you just rattled off, JH and Garth Tander, is that all the Australian drivers have gone, no, you Euros who do the Nürburgring 24-hour in Spa, you can start this thing.
My very first Bathurst 12-hour, they said, Garth, you can start. I thought, oh, yeah, OK, no problems. I did it once. I was like, righto, you factory boys, you're in the car. You do this at Spa, you do this at Nürburgring, you do this at Daytona, and you are. If you have a factory driver in your driver roster, they are in the car right now. And that's from the list that John called. That's exactly what has taken place. So getting through this first 45 minutes, it sounds easy, and I tell you that the in-car shots that we're seeing right now, the cameras always light up the track. It is still proper dark out there. So when we take the onboard shots, it looks like, oh, the sun's coming up. What are these guys are talking about? No, it's still dark.
Officially, sunup is around about 25 minutes past the next hour, past 6 o'clock. Beautiful full moon earlier on as well. So it's going to start getting a little bit light in around about 20 minutes, but it's still not going to be full light by then. Huge, huge crowd. Bathurst and the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours is back. Appointment to view racing here, whether you're here at the track or around the world. And there were 4,500 people waiting for the World Feed stream to come up at 5:30 this morning. That will be added to massively by the time we get into the heat of competition in the heat of the day. What you seeing on the dashboard there,
Just looking on the dash of the BMW, you look down to the bottom right corner of that dash, you see 4 red boxes. That, to me, now I'm not intimately fully knowledge of the BMW dash, but I would say that's tyre pressure.
Yes.
Because usually when the dash is red like that, certainly on the Audi, when the tyre is not up above the operating temperature, the readout will show red. And that's what we were talking about as far as getting the tyre up to temperature. This extra lap that we're on right now is an extra warm-up lap. Also have a quick look behind the window net there. You see there is a rear vision mirror, but there's also a camera looking out the back, and it's got a radar. You can actually see the triangles pointing out where the car is. And I can tell you, looking out the back of the car where the headlights are flashing in the rear vision mirror, you cannot see a thing. And you do play a lot of games moving the car in and out of the rear vision mirrors when the headlights are on, trying to trick the car in front to not really know exactly where you are by blinding them with the headlights.
The lights will go out on the Mercedes-AMG safety car this lap, and we'll go racing a proper.
That is a signal for all weaving and exams braving to cease. We will repeat when the lights are out on the safety car.
And that's an important rule to note, because it's a rule that's tripped up some of the international drivers that come here in the past, because the racing regulations differ slightly from country to country. We run to the Supercars Motorsport Operations rulebook under this race, which means the moment the lights go out on the safety car, all of this weaving, the left to right, and the accelerating and braking that generates the brake temperature, which feeds into the wheel rim and the tyre, has to stop. And we've seen teams lose this race or lose a chance to win this race in the past because they haven't got that rule. Yeah,
we spend a lot of time when I was doing this race with the international drivers coming down, going through the Australia-specific rules, particularly around the restart. I remember Raffaello Macchiello got caught out with this very late in the race one year. They were leading the race and got caught out weaving after the lights had gone out under the safety car. Had to do a drive-through penalty, took them out of the lead of the race. So getting those rules right, and they're mainly around the safety car restart procedure, making sure that there's full understanding from all the driver roster is critically important.
Guys, we've been coming here for many years, and I have never seen anything like this. It is, what, about 10 minutes to 6 in the morning on the East Coast. Have a look at the crowd up on the hill at Turn 1. That is absolutely phenomenal, who have turned out here this morning. Give us a wave, you legends. How about that? Brilliant. One of the greatest things you'll ever see, and that's what makes this race so special. Yeah, the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour is back in a big way, guys.
And not just here at the circuit either, televised across the region, and over 30,000 people tuned in to the world feed as well. This is Bathurst at its best. One of the unique features of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours, this start in the dark. The only man in Australia that up at this time in the morning is Mark Beretta.
We'll talk about the tyre being in the operating window. Mark Beretta's in the operating window right now. This is his sweet spot.
This is his normal period of operation. Though, let's be honest, he's the only one who's used to getting up at this time. Been a long time since I did the breakfast shift. Right, one thing here, Krillsy, is, and Garth, will be starting single file because it's coming off the back of a safety car rather than going to the green flag.
And do you know who that might be a relief for? Is Liam Talbot, who's starting the 65 car, so an AM driver against the pros. The first Bathurst 12 Hour was held in 1991. This is the 20th edition of a 12-hour endurance race at Mount Panorama. And after a tough couple of years, the world is back. And the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour fires into life on a stunning Sunday morning at Mount Panorama.
A lot of that going on over the next 10 to 15 minutes when these cars' brake rotors start to light up. You'll see the cars bottoming out as the tyre pressures come up to temperature. The car ride height is very, very low. You look, they're weaving as they make their way up Mountain Straight, continuing to try and build tyre temperature before they have their first run across the top of the mountain.
You're going to see the guys in the late teens and the early 20s coming across the line off the back of the safety car 10, 15, 20 seconds quicker on that second safety car lap than the guys at the front of the field. So they're working their Pirelli rubber really hard early on. The guys at the front already heading up to the cutting for the first time. That's art, isn't it? That is motor racing as art at the Audi Cutting.
I swear this is the best hour of motorsport Australia gets over the course of a year. BP Ultimate Repark. And then in front of a massive crowd to the top as they head towards McPhillamy and Brock Skyline.
Right here as a driver, you don't know what you've got. The first time you're seeing your car across the top of the mountain with low tyre pressure, low tyre temp, low grip from the circuit in these cool conditions, you have no idea what you have. So you have to play super conservatively. You can see no one really stepping out of line, everyone following line astern as the tyre temperature builds. And after we get this lap in the books, second, third lap, then those that have qualified out of position will start to tighten the belts and start to go forward. Use any opportunity that comes their way. But the experience of Maro Engel, Maxi Goetz, Thomas Preining, Lucas Stoltz, all these guys more than comfortable in these conditions.
I think it's interesting you mentioned that, Garth. I mean, the teams will have had a word with their drivers, and there's absolutely no sense in doing a do-or-die manoeuvre at this stage when you've got 11 hours and 50 minutes still to go. But racing drivers are racing drivers, aren't they? And we keep seeing that these long-distance races now are a series of sprint races separated by pit stops.
Well, it's all well and good to say we'll take it easy in the calm light of day before you've had your race helmet on, before you've done your seatbelts up. But race drivers, we tend to forget those sorts of things once the green light comes on and you get going. Oh, I don't remember us having that chat. I don't remember any of that taking place. On board here with Thomas Preining, still trying to get tyre temperature into the Mante Racing Porsche. And we'll talk about those sparks as speed comes up. The ride heights are still low, tyre pressures are low, so the tyre, as the pressures come up, the temperatures come up, they tend to grow and the ride height will come back up again. So enjoy for the next couple of laps the sparks of the cars as they bottom out, particularly the AMG Mercedes. They run those cars very low, they're always bottoming. So you'll see a lot of sparks, especially as we drop down into Reed Park.
So Maro Engel leads the field up the hill. Maxi Goetz next. He's in the Triple 8 Racing Super Cheap car, chasing the Grupper M Racing AMG. So Merckx 1 and 2. The Porsche still running in third place. Car number 912 from Manti EMA. 30 qualifying yesterday. Great job by Matt Campbell there. Lucas Stoll's fourth. He's in the 75. That's the Sun Energy Racing car. That's the car that won last year. And he's got two-time race winner, Gilles Gounon, alongside him with a local hero, Kenny Habul, who lives on Conrod Straight. They're all staying on Conrod Straight. Their commute was the shortest this morning. Augusto Farfus up a couple of spots. He's up to fifth behind the wheel of car 46, Valentino Rossi, BMW M4 GT3. It's the first time we've seen those cars here. Then it's the Sportsbet Audi. Liam Talbot's just settled into sixth place in that car. That's a Pro-Am entry in the Bozell Watches Pro-Am Cup. Liam a little bit out of position relative to some of the superstars around him, but doing a great job early on. Philip Ellis in his first attempt at Mount Panorama in seventh. Devash and Padiachi, a lot of local experience there for the Sydney sider. He started the silver class number 44 car. He's eighth. Dries Van Toren, the second BMW in ninth. And Chris Haase, who's been here before. Very, very fast young German behind the wheel of the Works Audi, rounding out the top 10. Another racing lap done. Lap times will continue to tumble. 2:12 was the first lap now. They're in the eights. A 6 a little bit further back for Farfus in the BMW, just showing how these cars start to build tyre temperature and pressure differently.
It's not entirely different from what we saw in qualifying yesterday, really. The cars are a lot heavier because they've got their full complement of fuel on board. But what we saw was drivers bringing the temperatures up even in the heat of the day yesterday. They'll be having to work a little bit harder. What's the car going to feel like? What's the difference? Because we talk about tyre temperature, but it's also about pressure, and that's going to affect ride height and the handling characteristics, guys.
Well, the big thing is that what you mentioned right there, John, the difference from qualifying to race is the fuel load. And that makes these cars really feel quite lazy for the first sort of 10 laps as you burn that initial first heavy part of the fuel load off. So cars feel lazy, they feel not responsive, and then with the tyre pressure down, you need to make sure you're building that tyre pressure up as the fuel load burns off.
This is Liam Talbot with a freight train of cars and huge amounts of endurance racing experience locked up behind him in the Sportsbet Audi. He's got Philip Ellis right behind for Craft Bamboo Racing, then Devash and Padiachi, then Dries Van Toren. He won the DTM Championship in Germany last year and has come across from Audi to BMW with Team WRT. Won this race in 2018 in dramatic circumstances. Then Chris Haase and Fred Vervisch, who's behind the wheel of the Fuchs entry with Schumacher Motorsport. Premier High Racing making their debut in GT3 racing. And then David Wall, I think, is at the back of that queue, and Dylan O'Keefe. So it's a bit of a freight train here. And these can be those cork in a bottle moments that cause some angst early in a 12-hour enduro.
So you mentioned Talbot, a bit of a cork in the bottle. Liam is a silver-rated driver, and he is up against factory GT3 drivers, gold and platinum-rated drivers with international experience. And why, you ask, well, why would they put Liam in this situation and put him up against all these guys right at the start, the most difficult conditions that they'll probably experience over the course of the next 12 hours? Well, it's all about strategy. It's all about getting driving time done for the silver-rated drivers in that 65 Audi. Liam Talbot and Fraser Ross, very handy steerers in their own right, but they have Chaz Mossett as their gun, and they'll be saving driving time for Chaz for the back part of this race. So they're wanting to use up some of this driving time for Liam, and I dare say Fraser will probably get in pretty early in this car as well, get some of their driving time done early. That'll allow some strategy, some clever strategy in the back part of this race to get Chaz towards the front, give him a crack at an outright win. We know Chaz is more than fast enough to go outright head-to-head with any factory driver in any car on any circuit in the world. They just need to strategise their way over the next 11 hours and 43 minutes to get themselves in the right spot to do that at the end of the day.
My question to you, does 10 kilos make a noticeable difference to a car? And the reason I ask that, Garth, is because SRO, who are the governing body basically of GT3 racing, and set the balance of performance, which are the equalisation measures that allow a mid-mounted Audi V10 go head-to-head with a front-engine V8 Mercedes-AMG, a flat-six Porsche, and a turbocharged BMW, and allow them to all lap within a few tenths of a second. So overnight, after qualifying, they adjust the weights and regulations of the cars. The Mercedes cars have copped 10 kilos. The Porsches copped 5. The BMW and the Audis have lost 10 kilos in weight overnight. Sign me up to that program. Very, very good. But will that be noticeable to, let's say, Maro Engel, who's leading this race now in a Mercedes-AMG?
Oh, adding 10 kilos to the car by itself, you won't really feel too much as a driver. But then when you think about the comparison Mercedes versus Audi or Mercedes versus BMW, it's a 20 kilo swing, effectively, if you like, adding 10 kilos to the Mercs and taking 10 kilos off the Audi and BMW. You will start to notice 20 kilos as far as car performance goes.
Yeah. And don't forget, they won't have had a chance to reset the cars because that was put on overnight, so you don't get a chance to practice with that extra weight on the car. So the guys will have had to use their experience from the mechanical, the engineering side of things to make sure that they still had the balance of the car.
What a stunning morning. Not far away from sun up. There's probably 25,000 people here at the moment that are pretty keen for a little bit of UV, as much as the drivers are. This is young Ricardo Fella, who made his debut here last year, just sticking the nose up the inside of the Superbarn car at David Russell behind the wheel. A lot of Bathurst experience. That's Griffin's Bend. Visit New South Wales corner.
Oh, it's only sort of there. It's been a bit...
Well, that's another move. That's the Grove Porsche, yeah.
That's the Grove car that was up on the curb there.
Brenton Grove on Alex Davison. Brenton Grove driving the number 4 Porsche, and Alex Davison in the 222 AMG Mercedes that he'll share with Jeff Emery, Scott Taylor, and a bloke called Craig Lowndes who's done a lap or two around Mount Panorama.
There's a lot of experience between those two at this place to be doing that this early.
Yeah, yeah. So they both feel like they qualified out of position. So looking to try and go forwards in the early part of the race. But you're right, Rich, probably don't need to be playing those games just under 20 minutes into a 12-hour race.
And that move from Ricardo Fella, so that was on David Russell, who's been on the podium in the great race here. He's sharing with the Honduras boys and Jonathan Webb, a former 12-hour winner back in 2016 in that McLaren with Shane Van Gisbergen, and that was another just sort of got the nose up the inside at 10-2.
Yeah, it was like it was an after you type moment. You go, no, you go, you don't go, and eventually Ricardo Fella, righto, I'm going. And got the job done at 2, so sometimes those situations where you're being overly courteous can turn into these sort of awkward confrontations where you end up in the wall because you're too busy trying to be too nice. Sometimes it's better just to send it and get the job done.
This is Augusto Farfus, the Brazilian behind the wheel. He's been a BMW driver for a long, long time. Raced in the World Touring Car Championship for this team, a long time in DTM, part of their sports car program, and now part of their GTP program with Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing in insert competition. One of the 14 drivers that made the trek from the Daytona 24-hour Florida to Bathurst. Is not a short trip, as my co-commentator will tell you, Garth. He's done the same thing early this week.
I think there's at least two that have done Dubai, the Raw, Daytona, and down here. All right, more overtaking now as people begin to get the confidence in the tyres. This one down at the chase, and that was nice and clean that time around. Audi on Audi action.
Ricardo Fella going forwards again, this time over Dylan O'Keefe in the New Zealand entered Audi. Had a chat with Chris Riker on the grid before this one started, and he feels like the BOP changes overnight will bring Audi back into the game. He basically said to me, there's no point us turning up yesterday. We didn't really have the tool to do the job, but he feels much more confident with the changes made overnight that the Audis will go forward. And what we've seen so far from Ricardo Fella, they are making their way forwards. The early part of this one.
Fella up to 13th position now in what is a Pro-Am car. He's just got by David Russell and Dylan Creek to the silver cars, silver class cars, as we documented for you. Down into the 204s now at the front of the field. Top 5 all down into the 2 minutes 4. 2 minutes 6 after that for Liam Talbot, with Philip Ellis right behind him. It's the Audi number 65 of the 77 Mercedes. Phil Ellis for the moment biding his time, but he won't want to let any gaps open up. And now down under 204, 203 for the leader, Mauro Engel, who's just carved himself. I wouldn't say it was a cushion, but it's a nice little pillow. It's a little throw, isn't it, that he's got there. 1.2 seconds that he's managed to pull away.
A little duvet of a margin.
Yeah, yes, just enough there.
And there are a few little battle packs evolving now, and we're watching one of them. So Thomas Pointing in the Porsche, he did just set the fastest up the race last time by. He's dropped off the back of the two Mercs. He's got Lucas Stolz behind him, and then Augusto Farfus, and then there's quite a big gap. So 17 seconds already behind the leader now, this battle pack. And in a race that we think is going to be very, very flat out, lots of long stints. We've reset the longest green flag period 3 times in the last 3 years. So this is going to be a flat out race. Track position is going to be so critical over the course of the day, and we'll reference that for you. 17 seconds behind, 8 laps into a 12-hour race is a big, big margin. And I wonder if there might be starting to be a little bit of angst amongst the likes of Craft Bamboo and the 77, the 32 BMW as well, that they're going to have to get a move on at some point now to get after these leaders.
And the other thing that's changed is that there are no mandatory numbers of pit stops this year. So for those of you who only watch once a year one of these races, that is a little bit of a change. So again, plenty of talent behind the wheel, but the big brains on the pit stands are going to have to work as well.
And what I love about that, gents, is that at the end of the day, there's going to be someone in contention for this race that puts fuel in and doesn't quite have enough to get to the end. So you're going to get that strategic battle, and as you said, John, the geniuses up and down the lane twirling the keyboards and working out fuel economy and fuel burn and tyre life and things like that are all going to be calculating that and trying to roll the dice later to get some track position, but make sure you've got enough BP Ultimate fuel in the tank to get to the line. This is Ricardo Fella. We're on board the 777 Audi at Ben Motorsport Park. Slices down the inside of David Wall at Murray's. Oh, that is cool.
Wow, that is a cool shot.
Sorry, did somebody just put Gran Turismo on there on my screen? That is awesome. Can we clip that one, please, as a screen grab? Alan Prosser will be on that. He's the king of the screen grabs. That is unbelievable.
I want to know, where'd they find a cameraman small enough to put in the side of the Audi there to get this shot for us? Pretty cool.
Bit of extra downforce. Here it is from the outside. So textbook stuff. He's made some good moves. Ricardo, early in this race, as I said, made his debut here last year.
Very clean. All of his moves have been decisive and clean. Just what you were saying, Garth. No messing about. He shows his headlights, gets down the inside well before the apex. All right, needed a little bit of help and respect there, but that's exactly what you want to see in your mirrors.
Yeah, David Wall, a vastly experienced competitor in this race, and he knows that's not his battle. So let's Fella go back to the lead of the race, and that gap has opened a bit more. Maro Engel over Maxi Goetz, Thomas Preining and Lucas Stoltz onto the back of the super cheap AMG Mercedes, and I feel like there's just a bit of just feeling each other out, these top 5 cars. They're not really racing. Let's just see what you've got, particularly the Porsche and the BMW, just seeing where the Mercedes are at, seeing what they have performance-wise. There's a massive gap behind Farfus back to Liam Talbot, and then that big queue of cars that are battling from 6th down to 12th or 13th.
It's a bit like a heavyweight boxing match, isn't it? These are the very opening moments. There's a little bit of jabbing and bobbing and weaving, finding what you've got. That gap is now 17 seconds, 17 seconds from Farfus back to the 6th place car, the Audi of Liam Talbot. No panic required at this point, but what we have got, appropriate enough for round here, which has got such a railway heritage, we've got a freight train of cars behind Liam Talbot, who is doing exactly the right thing. He's hitting his marks, he's turning in, and he's getting things done exactly as he should do, trying not to let himself get flustered about what's going on. Nice move by Vantor in the WRT machine.
And the flash is on, trying to move Devarshan Padiachi out the way. This from Ricardo Fella. So that's a position gain from Vantor. He's up to 8th. Fella will be looking to follow him through. So Padiachi a little bit out of position here as well, relative to the professional strength of the drivers around him. But he is a very, very experienced racer. Spent his time in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia and runs in the top half a dozen in that very competitive category. So that's a move. The BMW climbs up, and it now runs in 8th position. And at the top, just little fluctuating battles here, and Thomas Preining in the Porsche is catching Maxi Goetz in the AMG, and he's dragging Lucas Stolz, who we ride on board with now, along with him. So Mercedes 1, 2, 4 in this race. Porsche in 3rd, BMW next, the first Audi in 6th. But Liam Talbot has got an enormous group of cars. So Liam Talbot's 22 seconds off the lead, down to David Reynolds in 17th. There's only 27 seconds off the lead. So there's 5 seconds covering 6th to 17th position in this race. And it's got boiling point written all over it.
It's important. Philip Ellis, Dries Vantor, Devarshan Padiachi, Christopher Haas, the first 4 cars in that queue behind Liam Talbot. Patience is the key word right here. The opportunity will come. Just have to wait and pick your moment and make sure you get it right. Here we go. Talbot's actually got himself a little gap now as Vantor continues his move forward up the inside of Philip Ellis. So I felt like the BMWs had good speed. Just watching Augusto Farfus in that front pack, that looked like it was a very strong car. And Dries Vantor in the sister WRT BMW going forward in this pack as well. There's a bit going on in the background here, though.
Vavish on Haasa, looking down the inside. The 2 Audis touching paint going into turn 1. Too early for that, boys. And Ricardo Fella looking into this as well.
3 Audis involved in a bit of paint trading there. Oh my goodness. Well, the gloves are off now, aren't they? I mean, that's... We're starting to swing the haymakers, and we're barely half an hour into this race.
Oh, Fella around the outside of Haas, he gets it done as well. You can get away with going too wide around the outside at turn 2 early in the day when there's not a lot of marbles on the racetrack, but you do not want to be on the outside at turn 2 from about the 3-hour mark going forwards. Here's the replay of Dries Vantor. Nice on the brakes.
Let's just remind ourselves, gentlemen, WRT, this is their 2nd competitive outing with the BMW M4 GT3. They had a run out the 24 hours at Dubai, and there'll be Chris Ranke, who's here from Audi Sport Christmas Racing, will have been turning away from the screen at that moment there.
Audi have got a fascinating, I'll say, track record at this place for being in good positions to claim a victory and perhaps not capitalising on it, and 9 months ago when we ran this race in the depths of winter in May last year was the ultimate example. How good is GT3 racing, by the way? Isn't it sensational that we can putting on this kind of a show this early in the race between such a variety of cars and drivers from all the way around the world, and we've now got a battle on for third because Thomas Pryning is feeling some serious pressure from Lucas Stolz, and Farfus has caught them as well.
Guys, have you just noticed that the intensity level has raised a little bit in the last 2 or 3 minutes? Do you reckon it might have anything to do with the natural light that's starting to take effect, and they can see where they're going and know what they're up to? Van Thor are now having a look at Liam Talbot.
And have a look at this battle pack, Garth. They're all chopping and changing. It's like a sprint.
Yeah, there has definitely been a change in intensity now that the sun, the natural light, starting to take effect. We're through that phase of the race where it's, righto, just survive, just get this first phase of the race done. We're done with that, we're through that. And the intensity level going up. So, Haas past Padiacci, continuing to go forward. Saw that intense battle between Vivish, Fella and Haas, 3 Audis. Oh! There was one backwards into the wall at 2. It's one of the Audis. It's Haas.
That's the pro car.
Yes.
Oh, Christopher Haas.
What has happened here? Because he does not drop it by himself regularly.
He was offline going in to Griffin Bend, but he was backwards very quickly, and the right rear has made contact with the wall. Did he jump or was he pushed? Oh,
we get it late.
There was the multicoloured machine up the inside, the AMG.
Well, this one will tell us.
Ding.
Oh, big contact.
That's right rear suspension damage from the hit, I'd say there, Garth.
Oh yeah, here we go, on board with Haas. Oh, heavy contact. So, big damage to the rear of that car. That'll take that car out of the event. As you said, John, big left rear suspension damage. The rear wing's gone. The rear wing end plates are all bent over.
Wow, they're at 90 degrees to where they should be. Torn that wing off. Meanwhile, the racing continues. Fred Vivish gets down the inside of one and just gets it stopped before he crashes into the back of Liam Talbot. So all of that has teed off because there was this massive freight train caught up behind that sports bet Audi, and at no point did Talbot need to get out of the way.
No.
He is in the same car race as everybody else. It was up to the quicker drivers, if they were quicker, to go through. And Dries Vanthoor did that with surgical precision, but it was messy behind, and some drivers have been caught out in all that scrapping.
So I reckon that was the 44. Padiacci,
it was
AMG, which seems, and sometimes the gods of racing don't seem to play very fair, seems to have got away with that contact.
Another one at 2. That's Vivish looking up the inside of Liam Talbot. Talbot gives him room. You can already see the marbles and the junk offline starting to form there. That'll be something we'll need to keep an eye on. Oh, Vivish now having a look at the cutting. So I mentioned the word patience. That's gone out the window. We've used all that up. We're 35 minutes into it. Patience is up, is gone.
He said the gloves were off. The only reason they were on was because it was so cold this morning. But from a racing point of view, they've thrown them away. I wonder if there would be any sense in Adam de Borre, who's engineering that 65 car. He works with Chaz Mostert in supercars. He's getting on the radio and going, mate, we're going to end up in the fence with all these fast, experienced Europeans carving us up. Maybe just let them go.
Well, yes and no. I mean, this is not a new experience for the platinum drivers or the factory drivers racing against a silver-rated driver. That happens every weekend for these guys. They know it. It's not something that they should be getting impatient with. It's 11 and a half hours to go in the race. There will be safety cars. You will get back into the game. So yes and no. Yes, you could say jump out of the way if you're running the 65 car, but you don't have to.
No,
car race.
no,
Liam Talbot's not doing anything wrong. He's not blocking heavily. He gave room at turn 2 if he needed it. So here's Haas has got the 74 Audi back to pit lane. You can see wheel off the rim. Big bodywork damage to the back of that car.
The thing that concerns me most about this car being back at the pits, guys, look at the rear wing struts. They are completely bent in the wrong direction, and normally those are not easy to change. They're going to worry about the gearbox, the suspension, of course, after a big hit. But this is Audi. They do not give up, and Christopher Haase staying behind the wheel, sitting in the car a bit solemnly. This race has not been kind to Chris. He's done it several times. Best finish of 9th. Patrick Niederhauser and Matteo Drudi both already staring at the car, realizing that their hopes of winning the Bathurst 12 Hours are gone for this year.
And Shay, part of the other problem, Audi had a spare car here. Now, they do have a large spare parts cache in the trucks behind, but they did a deal with the Vantage Motorsport team to lease it to them after the KTM broke in practice. So a bit of their spare parts resources disappeared from the back of the paddock. They'll dive into the truck, hopefully get that car at least roadworthy and back on the circuit and circulate around and get those drivers some more track time here, but they'll be right out of contention in this one. We mentioned an opportunity to get a lap back that exists in this race from the commencement of the 3rd hour, end of the 2nd, right up to hour 11, literally up to the 11th hour of the race.
Where the rule's just there, so we can say that.
To the 11th hour. We'll roll that out a few times today. So that under a safety car, if you are one or more than one lap behind, you will have an opportunity to drive past the safety car and get a lap or your lap if you are down back. So dropping a lap behind the leader in this race is not the worst thing that could happen to you today. What happened to the 74 Audi is about the worst thing that could happen to you today. So there is an opportunity to get back into the race should the safety cars flow a little bit later on. 15 laps in the books at Mount Panorama, the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. And it's being led by Maro Engel, 2.1 seconds back to Maxi Goetz in the 888 entry. Thomas Preuning in the Porsches 5 seconds behind the leaders. He's got Lucas Stoll locked up behind his rear wing of the Porsche. Augusto Farfus is just dropping off the back of them at the moment in the first of the 2 BMWs. He is being caught, however, by his own teammate, Dries Vanthoor, former winner of this race. Very fast Belgian. We had his brother Lawrence here for a long time, putting on a great show, and he's running in 6th.
Race control did have a look at that contact of Griffiths. No further action to be taken.
Yeah, the word was that Haas was on the full left and then looking to take the racing line. And I felt that Pagliacci was far enough in there and had the right to at least get his nose in there, and Haas should have given him some room. So deemed as a racing incident. Had a bit of a look at the timing screen whilst all that was going on with the Audi Cup, and they were all racing, trying to find some track position over each other. And the lap time that Maro Engel has just laid down, a 2:02.3, has sort of snuck up on us. So he's going very quick, as is Fred Vervish, who's punched out a 2:02.7, and Ricardo Fella. So the Audis have good race pace, correlates with what the head of Audi Customer Racing, Chris Riker, was saying. He felt like they would have strong race cars. Their pace now matching, all but matching the leader, Maro Engel, who we know that car has got speed to burn. He proved that yesterday in the Pirelli shootout. On board here with David Wall in the Lamborghini Huracan. Has done a huge amount of racing here in Mount Panorama. GT cars, Carrera Cup cars, supercar, vastly experienced. His own race team run this car and do a great job with it.
I wonder if Grant Denyer is going to be driving next.
No, Grant just sits there with his helmet on in his seat.
He spends most of his life like that.
He's not due the car till 11.
I caught up with Grant the other night. He's having a great time. They finished 6th in this race last year. It was the best performance by a Lamborghini in Bathurst 12-hour history, and they had a really, really solid day.
Lap traffic now, one of the GT4 competitors.
He's just such a cool person to talk to about racing here, and a bit like me sitting in the commentary box, he still can't quite believe that he gets to do it at this place. Grant Denyer?
He does not give himself enough credit
as a very good
race car driver, does Grant. He has a lot of fun, and he does joke about it, but takes it very seriously and doesn't give himself credit. He is a very good racing car driver. Easy to forget that he was really a racing car driver first and then a TV personality second.
He's won Super 2 races. Yep. Like, he's very competitive. And last year, Bathurst had denied him plenty of times. And last year they got a podium in their class, and he was actually able to stand on that podium and wave at his friends and family who all live in the area. He said yesterday they've all come out to watch, but not him. They've all come to watch Valentino Rossi, but not Grant Denyer. We're looking forward to seeing how the Lamborghini goes in this year's Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour.
Well, once again, Mercedes has delivered in the form of safety cars and the chase car. Here with James Taylor, the race director for this weekend's Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. How important is it to have a car that's not only reliable, but fast to lead the field when everything goes wrong?
It's really critical, especially for the safety car process here, where we have to vary the speeds if we have to. So you need a car that's got good drive, good power. The E63 is perfect for us because it's got four-wheel drive, great motor, great power, stability and handling. You know the officials that have the overview to drive the cars, they've got the best machinery around and performance to go with it, so it's really critical.
And in terms of comfort as well, it's not a bad place to spend 12 hours.
12 hours, air conditioned, safe, seats are perfect for it. You couldn't ask for better, and we're really happy Mercedes is coming on board and continuing to surface with us.
In terms of the rules, we've seen a couple of changes coming into this year's edition of the race, including the lucky dog coming into effect. How is that going to be played out for the safety car?
With the car, it's critical, like with the drive and the handling, because we actually reduce the speed of the car. So the cars that are lap down get the avenue to gain a lap again. But right at the end, as the last car passes a safety car, this car's got to have the ability and the power to keep up with the last car to come back in, because we're about to restart. So that's where the Mercedes and the E63 is perfect for that. We know they're safe, we know it can do it, and it's fit for task, so it's a perfect choice.
In terms of safety car, you need something that's fast enough to keep ahead of the roaring pack. Having a big V8 engine, that's got to be a great start.
Power, you can't fault the power, but it's not just the power, you also want the handling. But the power is great for us. We don't go that, it doesn't go that fast like it, but it's got to be able to perform and reduce in speed and accelerate when we require it. So it is perfect for that option for us.
We'll have two people behind the wheel of this car all race long waiting, and then we've also got the race control cars. This is a new addition to this year for the Mercedes family.
And there's another one we haven't got here at the moment. Mercedes has actually been able to provide us a medical car as well. So there'll be a medical car, another Mercedes that'll chase the field on the start, and you also see it at various times if we need it. So Mercedes has stepped up again. They've been with us since 2015, and we're glad they keep coming back. There's not a lot of performance marks want to come back and assist, but Mercedes is very proactive, and the machinery is perfect. So this year, two course cars, race control 1 and 2. Then we have a spare safety car, so we can alternate them if we have to refuel 12 hours. If it does a lot of laps, we just swap a car while one's being refueled. And then now the provider come in again and lifted it again by them, and they'll provide us a medical car. So Mercedes keeps lifting the game and assisting this event with their support's phenomenal. We can't ask more.
That is a good point. It's very rare to have the same mark back with the same series year on year, let alone for the last, 8 years. In terms of a race director, peace of mind in the back of your mind when you have to scramble the safety car?
It's a comfort level. You know the cars there, you know the people. Like this weekend we've got Jason and Brad driving the car in alternate shifts. You know they're safe, you know they're comfortable, you know the car's perfect. You know it's not going to fault. You don't have to worry about it breaking down or if it's under too much press. It's designed for what it wants to do, and it's perfect to have a mark of that performance or look like that for us.
It's great to know that Mercedes is here. No matter what time of year we're going to be having the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour winter, spring, summer, or fall, these cars will be reliable.
Yep, and yeah, in an Australian climate type thing, it's going to be quite warm. So we know the car's reliable for heat as well, not just for cold. So it's a perfect thing for us. They can sit in the car comfortably and run the air conditioning all day. There's never going to fault.
Thank you, James.
Well, here's a place that needs a little introduction. That's Barangaroo, and that is Sydney Harbour, one of the world's most beautiful natural harbours. It's got it all, sparkling blue waters, the tourist attractions, of course, the Opera House, the bridge, but there's also some natural gems as well. The water, of course, the bushland and everything else. It's one of the must-do visits. I know our international commentary team are going to spend some time there, Gartander, after this year's race to check out the sights and sounds of New South Wales. Caught you in the middle of breakfast there. That's the view in Motorsport Australia Race Control. You're watching the 2023 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. We're working our way through with Maro Engel leading the car race. 18 laps in the books in this one with 11 hours and 15 minutes. That's all to go in this. Maxi got to second. Mercedes AMG at 1 and 2, having swept the podium here last time we raced, with Thomas Pointing in the Porsche in third place. Back to Lucas Stolz. He is fourth. Augusto Farfus fifth in the first of the BMWs, some 9 seconds behind the leader. Dries Van Tor, Fred Verveesch, Ricardo Fella, Liam Talbot and Philip Ellis rounding out the top 10. Lots of car racing still to come your way today as the sun, Shay Adam, pokes its head over the hills, the central west of New South Wales.
And unfortunately, guys, we are already down a car. The number 74 Audi will be a retirement. I'm with Chris Franke, the head of Audi Sport Customer Racing Worldwide. Chris, this is not the way that Audi wanted to start this race with your pro car going out so early. What was your view on the contact?
No, for sure not. That was not what we came for. Half an hour into an endurance race. We saw the sun coming up over Mount Panorama, and obviously driver talent came down on one of the competitors. Completely disillusioned for the moment. Deeply disappointed. It was a clean move before. The driver let us by because he wasn't as quick. And then a few corners later just punts us out. With Christoph Haase, no chance to catch the car, but hits a barrier in a way that we have structural damage on the car and we have to retire.
How difficult is it to regroup, reassess, and remember that you have so many other strong cars in the race?
Well, for the moment, obviously, the car has a focus car by car, and now we will use every chance there is for every other car. Doesn't mean that the main pro car has been punted out and lost out on the race result.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
So that's a pretty frustrated representative from Audi, and their only professional fully pro car for outright contention in this race taken out of the mix. There are other cars in the field that could contend at the end of the day, including the one driven by Chaz Mostert a little bit later on. But frustrating. I'm interested in your thoughts and feedback on that move, Garth. And race controller has deemed it no penalty. So Craig Baird, the driver standards chief for this race and the Supercars Championship all year, has looked at that and decided racing incident. Fair bump, move on. Unfortunately then for the Audi, of course.
Well, no surprise that the Audi camp see it, that there was some fault to be laid at the other competitor. Look, it's not for us to decide who was or wasn't at fault. I thought the important point that Chris Riker made in that interview, and you backed up, was that that was their only full pro car. So this car on screen being driven right now by Ricardo Fella will be shared by Christopher Mies, but also AM driver Yasser Shaheen. So they are in the Pro-Am class, not the full outright class now. Yasser is regarded as one of the best AM drivers in this part of the world, so he will hold up his end. But ultimately, if it comes down to a strategy race in the last 3 or 4 hours, you want to have a full pro combination just to make sure you get the right track position for the run home. So Audi have lost one of their main strike weapons in the first half an hour of this race. So you can certainly understand the frustration coming out of the Audi camp.
And ultimately, the reason we talk about it like that, Garth, is because at some point, Yasser Shaheen will be on the racetrack against Jules Gounon, two-time champion of this race, or Maro Engel. And while Yasser, as you say, is a very, very fast damn driver, it's not his day job. He's got a business to run during the week. He drives a lot, but he's not a fully professional works driver, and he'd be the first to put his hand up and suggest that. So that's the difference between the Pro and the Pro-Am cars in this race. For at least 180 minutes, which is the minimum cumulative driver time for an AM driver in this field, they're going to be up against some of the best GT drivers, some of the best supercar drivers in the world, and that is racing with one arm behind their back. And you can get that lap back, as we touched on. Just on the classes, by the way, you can see the leaderboard below the ticking clock in the top left corner of your screen. The numbers with the white background are the professional class cars, the outright pro cars, fully professional driver lineups. Blue is Pro-Am that we've just been talking about. The yellow is the silver class cars, so they're predominantly amateur driver lineups. And then the green cars, a little bit further down the leaderboard, are the invitational class entries.
Should make the point as well that there aren't any restrictions about when the AM drivers can get in the car. You can start an AM driver if you wanted to.
The only restriction is they have to do 60 minutes behind the wheel, at least in the second half of the race, after the start into the 7th hour. Right. So they have to contribute to the performance of the car the second half of the race. So you can't just burn Yasser Shaheen's 3 hours up in the first 3 hours and then alternate between Ricardo Fella and Chris Mies for the end of the race. He has to play a role at the end of the day at some point.
Hashtag B12HR, by the way, if you're on the socials, and plenty of you are at the moment. That was Lockie Hines who was asking the questions about the AM tire. And that's part of the strategy as well, of course, Garth. as much as when you double stint tyres, if you take short fuel, is getting that AM time done and dusted so that your gun drivers can run to the end. You can't do more than 150 minutes consecutively either. So that's all got to be balanced with rest periods, etc.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about GT racing all around the globe, not only here at the Bathurst 12 Hour, is that there's multi-classes, multi-different ways you can go about doing this race. So that obviously the full pro cars are generally the factory-supported race teams, and with fully supported factory drivers, and then the silver or the pro-ams. We have a couple of those, like you use the 777 car, Ricardo Feller at the wheel now, with Christopher Mees, both factory Audi drivers, sharing the car with an amateur driver in Yasser Shaheen. So, you know, various different classes, you're racing against, you know, different cars, different driver combinations, different driver skill. Replay across the top of the mountain, lots of curb there for Mauro Engel, and even more, just take the shortcut for Maxi Goetz. You can't do that too many times. Race control tend to they don't turn a blind eye to it. They don't like it if you continue to do it. Many years ago, there wasn't that tarmac there, and if you got it wrong and went straight ahead at Skyline, there was a massive gravel trap waiting for you, and you would spray that gravel out onto the racetrack, and it made the run through the S's down to the dipper really, really treacherous.
I thought he was stopping for his photo there, actually. When you do drive around here, and this is a public road for the rest of the year, of course, it's two-way traffic, it's 60 Ks. You can't do 60 Ks down there in a road car. You absolutely can't, it would be dangerous. But that's where everybody pulls off. And when you do that, because you have to when you come here, it's actually the law. You can't get out of the area of Bathurst without doing it. You look out over the top and you know why it's called Mount Panorama. It's stunning.
I got 4 laps into my rental car laps on Monday at the speed limit, just sort of traditional wobble around, see what's going on. And on my 4th lap, I got to Skyline and started laughing. How on earth is this a thing? How do we get to have this in our backyard, and how does it exist? Maxi Goetz, this is his 5th start. He's been on the podium 3 times in this race. This is the first time he's actually returned with the same team.
Yeah.
He's raced here with Group M. He raced here with Stracker on his debut, British squad, but back in 888 Race Engineering. So 5 starts and 3 podiums, 19, 20 and 22. So he's become a staple at Mount Panorama. A little error, but he remains 4.2 seconds behind our race leader, Mauro Engel, with 22 laps in the books. And the next question we need to start looking at now with those 22 laps in, when do we start seeing a good bit of activity in BP Ultimate pit lane?
You ask, you just have serious pulling power up here in this commentary box. Richard Craill,
so
unbelievable. You asked for pit stops. Chaz Mostert whacks the helmet on, and he's ready and waiting because Richard Craill asked for it. Here's the car that Chaz will jump aboard, being driven right now by Liam Talbot, currently in 10th. Survived that early part of the race where he had a massive queue behind him, did Liam Talbot. Wasn't doing anything wrong, but he was going head-to-head with a bunch load of factory drivers doing their thing. Talbot, big moment as he turned in at the chase.
I asked for pit stops, you give a driver a wrap.
Give him a wrap, it
drops it off.
Drops it at the chase, does Liam Talbot. So, trying to clean the tyre back up again. Lost 1 spot to Philip Ellis through that. David Wall snuck through as well. Here we go, so just watching, all under control right here. Just dancing a little bit in the rear there was the Sportsbet Audi, and as he tipped it in, the rear tyre was disconnected from the road service and did not hook up as expected.
I love the way you said disconnected from the road service. Does that mean he's out of control at that point?
Yeah, it means basically he's out of control.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
David Wall took that opportunity to slide past and grab 10th place. So pit stops in GT3 cars at Mount Panorama, how long can they go? Well, 30+ laps is the answer. We've seen...
Wally was having a bit of a moment there.
Sorry, Rich. Yeah, following. Almost followed him off, didn't he, as Audi Sport Watch on. So in the past, we've seen Porsches go 39 laps. Now, there was some fuel save involved in that, but with the green pace that we've seen and the average lap speed for the leaders at the moment, the average lap for the race so far is in the low 204s. They're punching out 3s with regularity at the moment, the fuel burn obviously goes up the quicker you're going. So, but it's beyond 30 laps as a fuel window, but they may not work to that because this is a race based on time as much as it is on distance. So working out driver time and when you want to put your drivers through the car can often play a role. But to finish that point, expect to see in a flat-out race somewhere between 8 to 10 pit stops as a really good scenario to win it.
And just to finish off the conversation about driver times and the AMs, Kenny Bull is an AM driver, but the car's in the Pro class, so he doesn't have to do his 60 minutes in the second half of the race, and his drive time is reduced because he's being classed in a Pro car, and there's a different minimum drive time.
Yes, I wasn't going to touch on that this early in the race, because frankly I'm not awake enough to do it. But you're right,
audience wants to know.
Correct. They've engineered it really well. I love what the Sun Energy One have done. They are a Pro-Am car running in the outright class, which removes any restrictions around the minimum and maximum amount of time that Kenny Habul can spend in the car, save for the fact that the two pros can only do 680 minutes of a 720-minute race, 740-minute race. So outside of that, they have got a massive amount of flexibility, and they want to win this race outright back-to-back. Driver time, you need a 12-hour race to explain the various permutations around it. We'll unpick it for you. We've got Chad Nailon in the lane who will jump on the Pirelli pit bunker and work us through on the touchscreen as well as we get a little bit further into the race and start crunching numbers. But it's a massive part of it, Garth, and we've touched on it briefly, that last year it probably cost Audi, if not a podium, definitely cost them a shot at contending for one and potentially a race win, because they breached the minimum driver time with their amateur drivers and they copped a pit lane drive-through penalty for it. The end of the race was green all the way. They couldn't get their lap back.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of, there's all sorts of driver windows and driver times that you need to fulfill. And, as you said, Rich, we'll need the next 11 hours and 3 minutes to go through it all to explain it. So we'll explain it as it plays out. But yes, there's a lot of rules that you need to comply to, you need to fulfill as far as pit windows driver times for the different classes. And you and I spent a lot of time in the week leading up to this race trying to unpick exactly how the Sun One Energy car were going about it with their strategy, and were they playing a bit of a blinder as far as how they classified themselves. Kenny Habul is a silver driver, he's a bronze driver, but they've entered him to go head-to-head with all the pros because it gives them flexibility in the driver windows. So will that play out as expected for them? We'll have to wait and see. There will be a period of time there where Kenny Habul is going head-to-head with the factory drivers, and will he be fast enough to keep them in the game for long enough so they've got track position when it matters later in the day?
I love it. I think it's roll the dice. Why not have a crack at winning this race outright?
It's very Kenny Habul way about going racing, isn't it? It's very cool.
Morning, Chad.
G'day, Rich. Had a bacon egg roll. Life's pretty good down here in pit lane, in case you're wondering. Just down in the Pirelli pit bunker. Wanted to talk about pit stop rules because we're not too far away, are we, from these first round of pit stops. We've just seen drivers getting their helmets on. So let's just hit my little pit stop tab. Now, the big difference from last year is there's no compulsory pit stops, which means there's no minimum pit stop time. So it's a flat-out race now in pit lane. The big thing to remember, it's very different to what we're used to seeing here in Australian motor racing. Refueling and servicing of the cars, as in changing tyres, have to be done separately. That's really a safety precaution to make sure that some of the teams up and down pit lane who don't do a lot of pit stops throughout the year can get them done safely. And you also got to switch the car off, which would, I imagine, Garth, be a very nerve-wracking moment for any driver to see the thing fire back up. 40 Ks, for those overseas, that's 25 miles per hour. Going over the pit wall, or the pit line in this case, to be able to service the car, you can have a car controller, you can have 4 people doing the fuel and then also the tyres. After that, a driver assistant can help people getting in and out of the cars, do water bottles, and big one is also 2 rattle guns, so you can only do one side of the car, and that will come into play at the end of the day, guys, particularly when we get to the end of the race, when you have that big talking point. You do 2 tyres, 4, or maybe even 0 tyres at the end of the race to save a little bit of time. Green flag stops. I get the feeling we're going to see plenty of those today, so being slick on pit lane is going to make a big, big difference.
Hey, temperature check, Chad. Is it slowly warming up?
No, it's still very, very cold down here at the moment. It's got that feeling that, that last little bite you get when it's just cold enough before the sun really starts to warm things up. I think it's about to start warming up, but at the moment, yeah, she's still pretty fresh down here.
Weather app still says it's less than 7 degrees at the moment. Not too sure about that, but based on Chad's feels like, yes, it is. That bloke's got no padding though.
Well,
so
that's
probably
right.
not a
He
fair
does weigh
judge.
35 kilos wringing wet, this Chad Nailon, so he's got no thermal capacity to retain any sort of heat.
He's the only person I know who has actually move around in the shower to get wet. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Chad Nailon's thermal capacity, very
low.
Very engineering debrief here. Disconnected tyres and no thermal capacity. You're knocking this one out of the park, JT. I'll tell you.
Lots of people watching around the world. Got to send a shout out to South Africa via Germany with a group of expat South Africans and an expat Kiwi. So Kelvin van der Linde, who I imagine will be not happy about missing this race because I know how much he loves it. Jordan Pepper, who won it with Bentley and became the first South African to win a major race in this part of the world and here at Mount Panorama back in 2020. Jackson Evans, former Porsche Carrera Cup Australia champion, with Gennaro Bonafide, who's a race winner in the GTC Championship in South Africa. They've all got together. They're on the lounge. Hope they're having a quiet beverage and enjoying our coverage. So, g'day, guys. Hope you're enjoying it all the way there from Germany via various parts of the world.
So just over an hour completed. 2 laps rather than the traditional one behind the safety car to kick things off in the darkness before dawn this morning. Just a little bit of a question mark over the tyre temperatures that the leading drivers were asking race control to give them one more lap behind. That was agreed to. And after the first hour, we see that the pole-sitting Mauro Engel Mercedes AMG GT3 still leads.
Where did that hour go? It is one of the great hours of motorsport in this part of the world, and the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. We raced last year. The world came back. These are the spares box highlights from hour 1 of a 12-hour race that has just flown by, and the relentless pace that we've been talking about all week. The quickest ever qualifying session in Bathurst history was yesterday. The pace has lived up to that. Some early moments and some really intense racing as the light levels came up. The aggression levels rose with them. The biggest story of the day so far was this moment. Devarshan Padiachi for Valmont Racing. Chris Haase, one of the contenders, removed from the equation within the first 30 minutes of the race. A massive impact for car 74, the Audi at Griffin's Bend, and that has gone to undertake some service at Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia. Liam Talbot was behind the wheel of the Sportsbet Audi, dropped it at the Scuderia Auto Art BBS KW Suspensions chase. Mauro Engel, meanwhile, imperiously out in front, has not put a foot wrong so far. Group M Racing, and leads this race with 27 laps complete in the first hour, which included an extra lap behind the safety car to start this race due to the frosty conditions. Still less than 10 degrees here.
I'm not having you call it frosty when it was 7.5 Celsius when we started.
It's all relative in this part of the world, John Hindhoff. At this time of year, I don't let you know, it is supposedly summer.
If your beer was only 7.5 degrees, as high as 7.5 degrees, you would not be calling it frosty.
No, I'd buy that, but the way the weather's been lately, I'll take anything that's not rain at this place after what we went through here last year.
I tell you what, we noticed there on the spares box highlights as Garth and I were watching. 13 laps into the race when that incident happened with Padiachi and Haase, and that looked like Haase, before he was hit in the Audi, still didn't have the right rear temperature in the tyre.
Yeah, the tyre pressure alarm was still up. It was still showing red on the dash before the contact was made. So teams will run very low. They have a minimum tyre pressure rule, and that rule actually changed overnight, where initially the rule was that they had to be running 1.4 bar of pressure as the car left pit lane. That's just over 20 psi, as we would call our tyre pressure in Australia. And that rule had changed to go up to 1.85 bar as the car started its 8th lap of the stint. How they manage that, I actually spoke to a few engineers this morning to say, well, how do you manage that? And they, well, we don't really know just yet. So I wonder whether the Audi team hasn't quite got their pressure adjustments made based on that rule change, and they were still coming up the pressure for Christopher Haase.
Fabian Schiller brings the number 19 GT4 Mercedes-Benz. That's part of the invitational class here with the Mark 1 Mazda. And this is the start, gentlemen, after, let's call it 65 minutes of almost green flag running. we're into the first trips down the lane here at the mountain for 2023.
So Valente Rosso into pit lane, car controller ushering this car into the pit box. I'd be curious to know, as we set up for our first driver change of the race, how many of the teams are going to be going for driver changes in the opening stanza. Now, if you're a Pro-Am driver, you definitely will be getting out of the car because there'll be no chance of a double stint. So Josh Hunt gets out with the it's a very famous looking helmet on that car that you'll probably recognise from a certain Hunt driver from the past. But I'll be interested to see if we're going to see any double stints for the pro guys here, because we're just about ticking up to 70 minutes. You can do 2 70-minute stints and that'll get you to your 150 maximum continuous driving time. But you'd be putting yourself into a little bit of a hole if you did it, with safety cars potentially coming out in the second stint. So it'd be brave double stinting, given that we had such a big long green flag run.
Traditionally in the past, the opening stint has been a single, and then you, with the fully pro teams, and then you go into a double once the sun has broken, and that opens up that flexibility. But as you mentioned, Chad, the Pro-Am cars will be doing driver changes every time pretty much the car hits the pit lane.
Well, guys, I've been doing a bit of snooping to try and find out the answer for that for you. Nick Grenier is going to take over the lead car. That's the 999 Group M Mercedes. Shane Van Gisbergen is helmeted and ready to go in the 888, the car running in second. And in third, another driver change. It will be Mathieu Jaminet taking over for Thomas Preining in the Grello Porsche. We've also got Yasser Shaheen ready to go in the 777, so Ricardo Feller getting a break after his fantastic opening stint. We have Chazzy Mostert, of course, as you guys noticed, on camera, getting ready to take over that car, that Audi, a little bit further back down the field. And also, we have 2 BMW drivers suited and booted. Sheldon van der Linden is waiting to take over the BMW for Team WRT, and Max Martin, the sister car. So that would be the 32 and the 46, respectively, both getting driver changes.
Thank you, Shay. The outlaps from these pit stops are going to be really interesting to watch, and we gave the field an extra safety car lap at the start of the race to generate some tyre temperature, but we're not doing that during the race just because you've made a pit stop. So I spoke to Matt Campbell about this in the Porsche earlier in the week, and he said that the first 2 laps were, in that car, absolutely critical, and at that point, do not hit a curb while you're going through the process of getting the Pirellis up to temperature and pressure, because when they're down low, it could damage the tyre early in a race, so early in the stint. So their opening and out laps are going to be absolutely critical, more so perhaps than we've ever seen in this race, and getting them right.
Yeah, we call it bringing the tyre in. It's bringing it up to temperature and getting it into that performance window. And heavy contact with the curb, especially at the exit of turn 2 here, can damage the construction of the tyre. Using the curb at the exit of the chase can damage the construction of the tyre as well, and the exit curb at Big Philamy Park. So, to Matt Campbell's point, how you bring the tyre in, you've got to be very careful. Treat it with kid gloves, look after it. Not looking after it right there with Fred Fish. He was trying to cool this tyre in the grass, I think Osley and Talbot. So there's a bit going on there, but yes, you need to be nice to your tyre. And one thing that we will need to keep an eye on in this first round of pit stops is whether teams decide to double stint the tyre. Yeah. Not necessarily double stint the driver, but double stint the tyre, because the pit stops are different to the Bathurst 1000, where you do tyres and fuel and driver change all at once. You can do your driver change throughout the whole pit stop in GT3 racing, but you have to do your tyres and your fuel separate. So you can buy yourself a lot of time by not taking tyres in a pit stop, and then you don't have to worry about warming the tyre up again, but you will lose tyre performance in the second half of the second stint of the tyre. The drama with doing that at this stage of the race is you don't get the tyres off the car, you don't get a chance to look at them and understand the tyre wears. Remember, this is a brand new tyre that we've brought to Bathurst this year. We've never run it at the Bathurst 12 hours. So the engineers like to get the tyres off the car, have a look at the wears, have a look at how the tyre has worn, look at the tread pattern, the way that it's worn. You can learn so much about a tyre by just looking at it. The engineers like to do that sometimes. So the balance is, you save time in the pit stop and not look at your tyres and understand them for later in the day, or do you rip them off, have a good look at them, but you'll give up a bit of time in the pit stop and the first couple of laps afterwards.
And of course, what you're doing there is you're planning for not the tyres you put on, the ones after that.
And further and further and deeper and deeper into the day.
Because you don't have enough time to look at it and go, oh no, let's just repressure those before we put them on. No, the car's gone at that point. So that's another hour, maybe 2 hours down the road. We talk about tyres being black magic on 4 corners of a car. I tell you what, there's a lot going on down there, and the guys who understand it are really wizards at this stuff, to be able to work out what's happening now with the temperatures that we have, and then predict forwards as to what you want to be doing, as I said, possibly in 2 hours' time.
Yep, and you've got to chase the temperature of the day, you've got to chase the temperature of the track, and all the engineers and tyre engineers have all these wondrous spreadsheets that have all these numbers that you punch in as track temperature and ambient temperature, and it'll give you an adjusted tyre pressure to work with. So you said black magic, and it certainly is. Understanding tyres is a real black art.
777, the bend car, Ricardo Fella into the pit lane, out of 6th position as he comes down to finish his first stint. And this is the time of day that it's lovely for us and we get great pictures, but Garth Tander, for drivers, you've gone through the darkness, and now what do you see at the top of the mountain?
Yeah, this is a really frustrating part of the day, because when you start the race and you get some sunlight before the sun's actually up, you go, great, I can see where I'm going, it's awesome, I can pick the apex at Skyline, I can find the apex at Forest Elbow. Then you get to this period of the day, and those of you that do the commute to work going into the east or going into the west, depending on which way you're driving directly into the sunlight. And that happens here. You exit McPhillamy and you drive at Skyline and you have the sun directly into your eyes. And you cannot see where the road goes at Skyline because of the sun. Yasser Shaheen jumping aboard the 777 Audi.
Look at these glasses fogged up there.
I can tell you from experience that driving with glasses on is hard work. I don't do it. I wear contacts in the race car for this exact reason. When you jump in, and on days like today, when your body's cold and you're jumping into a hot race car, they'll get better. They'll get better. Airflow will be going to his helmet, and they'll get better and better, and they'll clear up. But it is so disconcerting when you jump in and it fogs up. You can't see. You can't see your belts. You can't see the dash. And you can see Yas then was almost going to rip his glasses off.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, he needs his glasses.
Yeah.
But I wear contacts when I'm in the car. I mean, I wear glasses every other time. The only time I wear contacts is when I'm driving the race car, because of that exact reason, the fogging that you get in the car.
So that gives us the first real indication of where these outright cars are going on a fuel stint. So 31 laps for the 777 car, and Ricardo Fella was driving that car quite hard, making some moves, getting them track position. So they've elected to put their AM driver in. There's a debrief. So head of Audi Sport, customer racing, chatting to the driver who's got out of the car. And with the gestures there, I'm wondering if he's just explaining. Yes, he's absolutely explaining what happened to the 74 car, to Chris Haase, after that race, after that incident up at turn 2. So one of the bullets in Audi's gun is done. This is Liam Talbot again at the top of the chase. Not quite so far off this time.
It's a separate incident. I've seen that a couple of times now. Oh, Dylan O'Keefe out wide there in the marble. So on board here, just tips it in and lose the rear. And I think that's a car balance thing for this car. We saw that from Chaz Mostert yesterday in qualifying, where he was really driving to the limit of this car, and he had the exact same moment grab his attention down at the chase. And I actually caught Maro Engel previously as well, our race leader, have a bit of a moment down at the chase as well. So just potentially the track conditions right now just proving to be a little bit tricky down there and catching a few out.
Ricky Feller, that was a great opening stint for you in the Audi. You were able to actually pass cars when other people weren't. What was your advantage in getting tire temp?
Yeah, actually it's difficult to say. I didn't watch anything from the race now. But I think in the end, if you're enjoying what you do, I think you're also good at it. And I really enjoyed that first stint. And the car feels very good, much better to the quali and the practice we had this week. So yeah, 11 hours to go. Let's hope it will be a good one.
Good luck.
Thank you.
He said he hasn't seen much of the race. He's been behind the wheel for the opening hour and 13 minutes of the 12 hour of 23. And what a opening hour and 13 odd minutes it's been. Flat out pace. Maro Engel 32 laps into this race, an average lap time of 2 minutes 4.1 seconds. So the pace is relentless as we predicted, and they're still pounding around in the mid-8s. Thinking pit stop this lap.
On board with Liam Talbot, and yeah, I saw him disconnect his helmet air hose as he made his way down Conrod, and that is an indicator that he is pitting this lap. Every time we go on board with this car at the moment, the thing that grabs my attention is the sunlight, and you can see the dirty, moment again at the chase. That car is really tricky down there.
So is that rear tyres?
I think it's rear tyre, and I'd say they're running minimum rear wing on that car. So they've gone for straight line performance. That's potentially why Chaz's car was so much quicker than the other Audis in qualifying trim, where you've got the grip from the new tyre. But when the tyre goes away, and we're very deep into the stint now, when you don't have downforce, you're not loading the rear tyre. And yeah, definitely Liam Talbot was having moments there. But I want to clean the screen on that car, though, of Talbot's. That's the thing that was getting my attention every time we went on board, driving into the sun. It's very difficult to pick your apex at Skyline and at Forest Elbow.
Well, that's the thing, we're talking about driving into that sun. It always occurs right deep into a stint when your windscreen's filthy. You've been driving through half the bugs in Central West New South Wales, and the unlucky ones have ended up on the windshield, overshot the mark.
Massive overshoot, and they actually had to push the car back, so the time there, and their damage. Good point, John picked that one up. That was from the Haasa.
Correct.
So a little bit of damage on the front splitter. It's disconnected from the front of the chassis. There will be some aero damage to that car as a result of that as well.
So Chaz Mostert jumps into the 65. The 32 BMW has visited Team WRT, so Dries Vanthoor, his opening stint is complete. Very nicely done. 33 laps for a bulk of these cars. David Wall in the Lamborghini is in. Dylan O'Keefe in his Audi for International Motorsport is in. G'day to everyone watching over there in New Zealand. Big day for New Zealand Motorsport with the New Zealand Grand Prix coming up a little bit later on today. Kadiachi, we've seen David Russell for Superbarn Supermarkets is in. Brenton Grove for Grove Hire. And Alex Davison in the 222 Prostate Cancer Research car. Some safety race tape. Proven at 300 kilometres an hour on Conrod Straight. And all crew members, barring the car controller, have to be back over the red line between the garage and the working line before the car can leave. And is that up at the end of pit lane, there's some stops going on as well. So Maxi Goetz from second is in, and that's
Chazzy on cold tyre. Big moment leaving pit lane. Actually crossed the line, and we need to check the rule book on that one. He got back in and went behind the floppy cone, if you like, that delineates the end of pit lane to the race circuit, but had a massive understeer as he left pit lane. So he's definitely on a cold tyre, and just look how gentle. Oh, massive understeer at 2. Very, very cautious.
I think if he got there back on the driver's left of the floppy, he'll be okay, but they're going to look at that in race control. Crossing the blend line is a bad thing.
You telegraphed this, Rich. Cold tyre on an outlap. Look how hard it is to get the car where you need it to go. Look how cautious Chaz is driving this car right now.
Busy times at Mount Panorama, and Chaz Mostert driving an Audi with fingertips on cold Pirelli tyres with no visibility across the top, coming out of pit lane. And potentially a key moment here that race control will look at. Watch the blue Audi. Headlights go on, pit limiter off. Gets into it, 560 odd horsepower in a V10 Audi, and just trickles the blend line on the exit there. Oh, he ran over the floppy.
Made the floppy as well. So Motorsport Australia Race Control will look at that. There's often in the driver briefing notes the ruling. Here we go on board with Chaz. Just turns and no response from the steering wheel. Might as well have taken it off. It wasn't working.
And
he's the leader.
Into the lane comes Maro Engel after a very, very, very good opening stint of this race. Average lap pace 204.1 across the 35 laps. So the group of M car, as well as leading, it's been in clean air. They've been setting their own pace, and they've gone 35 laps into the race, 33 of them at speed.
Whenever we went on board with those first 5 cars, they were making good lap time, but I could hear a lot of fuel saving.
Breach of blend line penalty for car 65. Drive-through penalty, please. Drive-through penalty, car 65.
I didn't want to telegraph that one to you, Rich, but sort of knew that one was coming.
It's a big, big whack for what is a foot over the line, isn't it?
Yeah.
But over the line is out.
They do use the tennis rule here with that. You can touch it, and it's in. You go over it. You're out.
In the back of my mind, I was thinking, will they do a little bit of leniency given the tyre warm-up? But no, it's one rule for everyone, isn't it?
That's right. Chaz is a pro driver. He knows how it goes. Just caught him out, cold tyre.
Yeah, not bad.
Liam Talbot, not bad after starting in darkness at Bathurst, Mount Panorama. Great opening stint from you. What was it like having that tail of headlights behind you in your rearview mirror?
I was just ignoring it, to tell you the truth. It was pretty cool because once a couple cars in front got away, I had this clear track. So yeah, it was just heaps of fun. And then as you see the sunrise coming up over the mountain, and it just looked absolutely, I can't even describe it. It was just spectacular. So I wanted to look at that and then concentrate on obviously driving. And then once the sun popped up outside on top of the mountains, it was just impossible to see. So being a little bit conservative probably brought the other guys to me, but that's all right.
Was that the most miraculous driving experience you've ever had, watching the sun come up over the mountain?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm just happy to be in a race car. I feel lucky, and to have some pace and the team believe in me is really cool to be part of.
Great opening stint.
Thank you.
Just down at 888, and I've watched both of those Mercedes AMGs come down pit road. And quite interestingly, in this car on screen right now, they decided to double stint the driver and the tyres. So no tyre change and no driver change. Maxi Goetz staying in that car. So just watch out for the continuous driving time. We know that was a 75-minute stint, so they'll try and get another 75 minutes, getting up to that 150-minute mark. And if the Stoltz car, which is in pit lane right now, goes for a tyre change, I reckon we'll see a change for the lead as well.
Yeah, new tyres, cold tyres versus old, hot, quick tyres. Good point, Chad. And just
Race
on that
control
driver
teams. Pit lane penalty drive-through, car 222 for a pit stop procedure breach.
So that's Alex Davison behind the wheel. We understand it's for starting the engine while refueling. The Speedy's pit stop down there at Sun Energy 1. So they put fuel in. I don't think they're going to do tyres on that car either.
Kenny Habul at the wheel of that one, and we just caught Chaz Mostert leaving pit lane right there. That drive-through penalty's put him down a lap. So with the 888 car not taking tyres, double stinting their tyres, a rapid pit stop, coupled that with a couple of outlaps for Chaz on a cold tyre and a drive-through penalty. That's now put him a lap down. That's not the end of the day, because once we get past hour 3, the lucky dog rule comes in, and if there's a safety car, you can get your lap back. But it does tie one hand behind your back in the early part of the day from a strategy point of view.
So no tyres on the 75. They've plugged Kenny Habul into that car to get some of his drive time ticked off early in the race. That then gives them some strategic flexibility. Just before we heard from the race director, I was going to make the point that Chad was touching on there with the driver time of 75 minutes and 150 minutes. That's the longest you can spend in the car at any one time. It's basically a double stint. You can't triple stint a driver, double stint them 150 minutes, any one shot behind the wheel.
Guys, you talk about the perfect start. I think Murrow Engel might have got one today. That was a pretty good way to kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely. Clean start for us, and car's handling well. So yeah, so far so good.
No need to change tyres when you came in?
No, we kept the tyres on. I mean, there's a bit of, there's pros and cons, but we decided to keep them on.
You've had a bit of experience at this now, but what's that feeling like early in the morning going around Mount Panorama?
Mate, I'm already on the 2 laps behind the safety car. When you started seeing the red on the horizon, it's just goosebumps. And then when the sun comes up, it's amazing. There's no place like it.
You really seem to be in your sweet spot, Murrow, at the moment. You're going well?
Yeah, absolutely. Feeling comfortable, feeling well. Car's handling great, so yeah, but obviously a long way to go.
And just back to yesterday, this was a great honour to win the Alan Simonson Trophy for pole position.
Yeah, absolutely. Real honour to win that the second time, and obviously, yeah, with that lap time, it's incredible.
What's the forecast for the day? Everything looking pretty good?
Obviously, it's a long day of racing ahead, but so far so good. Looks like it's going to be a warm day, which will change conditions quite a bit, so we'll just have to see how the car feels in the heat.
All right, all the best. Great to have you back, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Augusto Farfus with Team WRT. Great start for the BMW. What was it like taking the start of this at complete darkness, but with those nice BMW headlights?
Yeah, I mean, here is pretty dark. Luckily, the sunrise comes very, very soon. We have a decent car, to be honest. The pace is there. We like top speed, so was here to overtake. You need some straight line speed, and unfortunately, this at the moment is lacking for us. But the car feels alright. So general balance is good. Car feeling is very good, so I'm happy with that. I was a bit stuck behind the Mercedes, but we are where we want to be. There is still 11 hours of race, so very happy with that. Let's build from there.
How much time until you get back into the car?
I haven't talked to the engineers yet, but I guess maybe 2 hours. I think Max might do one, then Vale might do one, and I might be back, but I don't know yet.
Thank you. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
So just looking up and down the timing screen, guys, I can notice 3 drivers who have double stinted. We talked about car 888 going again. Also, the car on screen, car 55, has decided to keep Freddie Vavish in there, and also Philip Ellis as well, staying in car 37. But with this team in particular, actually all 3 of them have decided to double stint their drivers. I wonder from the commentators if you think that they'll be hoping that this stays green, because we saw that was a relatively long green flag run. It worked out to be 75 minutes for a full tank of fuel. If they were to get a safety car, it might just put them slightly at risk of running over that 150-minute continuous driving time. So I think the key here is that they hope it will stay green flag.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, totally. And it just may, if there is a safety car, may force their hand or compact the field and force them to pit under green when the field's a little bit more compressed. But it's worth rolling the dice, I think, this early in the day with the knowledge that it can come back to you later on in the program this early on. I don't mind it. It's the time of the day, sharp driver behind the wheel. We have seen tyres double and even in occasion triple stinted here as well. It seems like it's been a really smart decision to keep tyres on the car, especially the dramas that we saw for someone as good as Chaz Mostert struggling to get that car turned.
Yeah, I mean, the tyre warm-up has been such a critical thing, and given how cool it still is, no real sunlight, direct sunlight on the racetrack yet. Yes, if you're ever going to double stint a tyre, the first into the second stint was it, because of the cooler conditions, less wear on the tyre. You're not heating the surface of the tyre so much. The only thing that I would have thought that may have swayed you into changing a tyre at the first stop is so you could get it off and have a look at it, given it is a new construction, new compound here for the first time this year. So just getting it off and having a good look at the tyre and understanding its wear pattern and its wear rate across the tyre. Some of the teams I thought would want to rip them off and have a look at that, but AMG clearly comfortable with where they're at from a tyre wear perspective, because on all their main cars at the front of the field, they left them on. Certainly helps on the outlap, the first 2 laps. I was watching Chaz Mostert sector times as he left pit lane and trying to build tyre temperature, and he was 4 seconds off the pace to the end of the second sector on the second lap of the tyre. He's going fast right now, but it's taken him near on 8 laps to get the tyre where he needs it to be. And that mistake, leaving pit lane on a cold tyre, obviously was heavily costly.
Is that going to have people up and down the pit lane now, teams up and down the pit lane now, Garth, as we... Oh, that's a nice piece of driving. That's really sensible. This is not the fight to have right now. Down at Murray's there. Is that going to have the teams up and down the pit lane talking to the drivers who are about to come in and say, right, we're going to have to do something different here? And might that make them consider double stinting tyres more often, which means you can't decide that halfway through a stint. You've got to do that.
If you're going to look after the tyre, exactly right. If you're going to look after a tyre, you have to look after it from the time you leave pit lane and know that you're either going to use this only for an hour and 10 minutes, or you're going to be best friends with this tyre for the next 2.5 hours of your life. So you need to understand that very early in your driving window. Yeah, you can't make that decision in the last 5 minutes before the pit stop. The team radio in and say, oh, yeah, do you mind if we use these ones again? Because you would have used them up quite heavily in the first stint.
All right, settle back, crank up the sound, and listen to what it's like to drive Mount Panorama in the early morning at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours. That's Mickey Grenier, chauffeur for that on-board lap, and the leading pro car at 999. What we all noticed there, Garth was like, ooh. First of all, how many times you hit the ground, which he's quite full on fuel, but that car is still pretty sketchy in terms of grip.
Yeah, I mean, the AMGs are notorious for running very low ride height and that bottoming out, so you can hear the car scraping a lot, even there from the external camera. You can hear the car scraping. But then as we made the run down through here from the Dipper down to Forest Elbow, right through here at Rockface, the car got away from Mickey and it was really nervous. That car is set up to be seriously pointy. So just catching him out. And also I was just keeping an eye on the split times. Maxi Goetz is closing down that lead. When the pit stop cycle finished out, there was about 8 seconds, the gap first to second. It's now down to 2.5 seconds. So there's been a bit of lap traffic pollution in there as far as lap time goes. So move down at the chase. Dean Fiore up the inside of the Grove Porsche.
Dean's made some moves lately, past Jeffrey Ibrahim just before as well. So that car now moves up to 11th place, the Hallmark Property Group Audi.
So with an hour and 32 minutes in the book, we're starting now at the oh, hang on a minute, bit of side-by-side. Just when I think we've got a chance to discuss what's going on, side-by-side down Conrod Straight. That's an outside. Okay, that was a battle for position as well.
You were about to say there, John, this race is starting to settle down.
I was.
Wrong
See,
answer.
we haven't worked together long, but you know me so well, GT. What I was about to say was settling down, and this is exactly what we want. We're gaining data to project ahead, and the teams are doing exactly the same. They're getting fuel burn numbers. They're getting more knowledge about this new Pirelli tyre. And that's helping them make their strategy calls. They'll have started with one spreadsheet and they're possibly even already beginning to move through their potential scenarios.
Yeah, they'll be going, 4 or 5 different options as far as strategy goes. And then that'll continue to evolve as the day goes on, as each car finds its own track position and pit stop strategy relative to the opposition. So you'll always start the first 3 hours of the race with, I reckon, 2 or 3 options as far as strategy goes. Then you'll get to hour 3, reassess, probably have another 3 or 4 strategy options ready to go for the next phase of the race, and continue to do that. And then you'll get to the halfway point of the race, and you'll then start working backwards and work backwards from the end of the race. You'll have a general idea of what your driving roster will do and when the drivers will be in the car at what stage of the race. But you need a degree of flexibility with that as well. This gap at the lead continues to shrink. We reported on the last lap it was 2.5 seconds, down to 1.5 now. So just the experience, relative experience of the track conditions right here, right now, with Maxi Goetz double stinting up against Mickey Grenier, who's in the car for the first time this morning. Only done about 5 or 6 laps. It's enabled the Supercheap Auto AMG to close down on the Manfilter AMG at the lead of this race.
Yeah, Grenier, first time here, 30-year-old from Quebec in Canada. Just spent some time as an IndyCar tester in the early part of the last decade when he was a young kid coming up through the ranks, but forged a decent GT career since then and was drafted in to join this all-star lineup really at Group M Racing with Raffaele Marciello and of course Mauro Engel. Those two did the job in qualifying yesterday, and we had Mickey in the press conference yesterday. So, well, how was your day? He said, I didn't actually do that much. I did a practice session in the morning and sat and watched these two go to work. So this will be a good opportunity to get some laps, but yeah, he's being reeled in at the rate of 0.7 or 0.8 now by Maxi Goetz. He's obviously not only got the hot tyres, but heaps of experience in this place now.
It's a fair point that Krilsey makes there, because for all the amount of time that we've had, there's not actually a lot of trap time to circle through 3 quality drivers, particularly when one hasn't been here.
Yeah, you're right, and it just adds to the storyline, doesn't it? We love the varying contrasts of these drivers. Well, there's always been a lot going on around the precinct here at Mount Panorama, on and off track. It keeps getting bigger, and Chad was there.
But the dream cars aren't just limited to the racetrack this weekend at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour, because we've got Chemical Guys, Rides and Coffee back again. Luke O'Neill's here to tell us all about it. Gee, I'm stoked to see these cars back, as are the fans. There are some beautiful machines down here.
Yeah, mate, look, thank you. It's great to be back. This is our 6th year at the 12 Hour. This is becoming, dare I say, an iconic part of the event. It's our biggest year. We've got over 90 cars booked in. And so we were lucky to fit them all in, to be honest. But basically the whole idea is that we want to create an event where people can come and show their cars, irrespective of what they are. It gives the fans something really cool to look to. We've got some cars here that are super limited. We've got a car over here that's one of 18 in the world, the VXR Vauxhall. It looks like a Holden Monaro, but it was built in the UK, and it's got a 6-litre V8 in it. We've got replica race cars. We've got a fantastic car that a guy called Ron Goodman, who's a Porsche fanatic. It's a 356 speedster that he's driving from Sydney to Uluru, and it's been hand painted in Aboriginal artwork. It's just amazing. I'm so excited to see the number of cars and the number of fans here.
And the variety as well. So you've got everything from Porsches down to little Ford Focuses. We've got dream cars like the beautiful Cobra behind us. You got any personal favourites of yourself down here, mate? What tickles your fancy?
Well, that's a personal question, mate. But look, I love a bit of... The whole idea with this is I didn't want it to be about supercars. I don't want it just to be about the big brands. I want to have, as you say, like a Fiat 500 parked next to an army truck, parked next to a Ferrari. And that's what we've achieved. We've got the new Ferrari SF90, which is a multi-million-dollar car. We've got a whole bunch of things that tickle a very broad range of fancy. But look, to be honest, for me, I'm a big McLaren fan. So there's a McLaren here that I've got my eye on. I've already had a chat to the owner. What he doesn't know is that we're giving a car away. It's his car, and I'm going to win it.
Perfect. Excellent. I might throw an entry into that one. I can't afford these cars, but I can afford the coffee, so that's half a win today.
Rides and Coffee was a great attraction throughout the weekend, still is today. We're on the banks of the Macquarie in the central tablelands of New South Wales, and this vibrant regional centre that is Bathurst. That's the local gin distillery. Don't ask how I know that. Lots of great restaurants, bars and places to go, and the natural scenery around here is fantastic. There's great museums, art and everything. It's a great place to come on holiday for motor racing and just to come on holiday. It's a great part of the world. You're watching the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. We're an hour and 37 minutes, 44 laps into a 12-hour endurance race. And we're watching Chaz Mostert. Why? Well, because he's good fun to watch driving one of these cars, and he is currently the fastest moving thing on Mount Panorama and lapping in the 202s as he tries to make up for lost time, having scored a drive-through penalty. Out in front, 9/10 of a second between our leaders. Mick Grenier leads the race in 999, 888. Just behind with Maxi Goetz, the German, behind the wheel. The Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet runs in third, 26 seconds off the lead, and he's being chased by Maxime Martin in the first of the two BMWs. With Fred Vavish, former co-driver of our co-driver up here in the commentary box, Garth Tander, is running along in 5th place. Richard Krull, Garth Tander, John Hondoff with you up here in the box. We've got Mark Beretta, we've got Shay Adam and Chad Nolan in the lane. All the angles covered. More than 60 cameras bringing you the action across the course of the day here at Mount Panorama. And the first hour and 38 odd minutes of this race have flown by. The pace is hot and things shaping up nicely for another classic. John Hondoff.
And we've already lost a car that we thought might be in the mix at the end of this race. Contact after 13 laps. Chris Haase, broken rear suspension and pitched into the wall at Griffin Bend. And that car limped back to the pits, but will go no further. And that is the only Audi Pro car out of the race.
I'm curious just to keep an eye on the speed of Chaz Mostert through this phase of this stint. We saw that he took a new set of tyres when he jumped into the car. He's just set the fastest middle sector of the race so far across the top of the mountain. I just want to compare Chaz's lap speed to the speed of the other Audi in 5th spot, Frederick Vavish, who's double stinted his tyre. So just to get an idea of the difference between a double stinted tyre and a fresh tyre after about 10 or 12 laps into their stint, just to get an understanding of the different speed between the tyre performance. Saw from qualifying yesterday the actual outright speed difference between Vavish and Chaz wasn't much in it. So that'll give us probably our first indication of a double stinted tyre pace versus a fresh tyre. So that lap, Chaz, was a 2:03.1. and Vish is just not far away from completing his current lap. Chaz's peak lap speed is a 2:02.8, so only 3/10 off the peak lap speed that car is capable of. Vish has done a 2:02.7, so we know the peak speed of those two cars very, very similar. Vish crosses the line, has just crossed the line at a 4.6, so starting to see a bit of differential in lap speed there. We need to keep an eye on things like traffic, polluting lap speed and all the rest of it, but that's just one little theme to keep an eye on, and I can guarantee you that every engineer up and down pit lane will be keeping an eye on that as well, because that will influence strategy, particularly in the second half of this race.
A couple of battle packs to follow in this, so we're watching the fight for the lead with the two Mercedes AMGs, and now Mick Grenier's got a little bit of confidence. He's able to match Maxi Goetz, who's been in the car since the start of the race. So while he was pulling Maxi somewhere between 5 and 6/10 a second a lap out of that bright yellow Mercedes that's leading the race, it's now just stabilised. Now he's almost got to the rear wing of it. And then we saw a shot before of Charles Viets in the 32 BMW, 21-year-old from Belgium, making his debut in this. He was covering through some lap traffic, but that car will be going out after Fred Levish now in 5th place in the Audi. And he's got Kenny Hooper behind. So Kenny in Sun Energy 1, they came back onto the racetrack in 3rd position. He's just dropped back down to 7th and some 50 seconds off the race lead, but still on the lead lap, circulating nicely. And Kenny, we'll just do a little bit of a lap time check on car 75, lapping in the mid-208s at the moment, leaders in the 4s. So he's giving away a bit of lap time, but remember, he's a bronze driver up against the pros.
Yeah, and they're getting a lot of Kenny's lap or driving time over and done with early, whilst the field still has somewhat of a compression. Like, we haven't had any safety cars to this point on board with Chaz Mostert as he makes his way past Dean Fiore. That is a 4-position manoeuvre, so Chaz has just done his previous best lap, a 2:02.4, so only half a tenth of a second off the fastest lap of the race that Maro Engel set earlier today. So Chaz lighting up the timing screen right now, probably driving a little bit angry. Those of you that have seen Groundhog Day, you know, don't drive angry. Chaz Mostert is driving angry right now after that pit lane penalty for crossing the blend line as he left pit lane on a cold tyre. Chazzy's great to watch when he drives angry.
He's great to watch, full stop.
Yeah, but
He's angry.
when he gets angry, Chazzy doesn't get angry often, but it's great watching him throw the car around when he gets like this.
Just saw Bruce Stewart from Walkinshaw Andretti United, team that he races for in the Supercars Championship, floating around the paddock this weekend, no doubt trying to do some deals and look for things here. Look at the attitude of that car running down into the spares box dipper, driving this thing hard, which was a hallmark of qualifying yesterday, where this car just did not have the straight line speed in the final sector to contend for pole, but routinely the quickest thing across the top. Been some heavy hitters in the motoring and motorsport industry floating around the paddock, Garth Tander, with some really interesting cars in the future of GT racing. A bunch of new machinery become eligible next year, not only the new Porsche, but there's the Ferrari 296 GT3, which can race in this race from 2024. Chevrolet announced the Corvette GT3R, which will make its debut at the Daytona 24-hour next year, so 11 months and 2 weeks from now, which is hugely exciting in this part of the world to have a Corvette GT3 car, because they sell that car here. Ford Mustang GT3, there's an Evo Lambo Huracan, a brand new car coming for them as well. So exciting times for the world of GT3 racing as new cars, new models coming into the sport. And there's a lot of people in this paddock just planning for next year and the year ahead to see what new sort of firepower they can bring to the mountain.
Well, I'll tell you now from the response that new Z06 GT3 had at Sebring, they won't be able to build them quick enough. They haven't typically sold customer cars from Chevrolet Racing in the past with the Ramon style cars, the GTEs. They're going to have to build up a customer service program and a customer racing program very quickly indeed. Their order books are already full, and that car was only debuted to the public and to their potential customers at Daytona last weekend, bizarrely, which seems about a million
There's only 2
years
sleeps ago for you,
yeah,
John.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And we'll see that new Mustang that Crazy was talking about there at Sebring in the week of St. Patrick's Day, 17th of March, we'll be seeing that at the Super Sebring WEC and IMSA event.
The leaders, officially 0.6, but it's right now a little bit more than an AMG bonnet length. And it is a long bonnet.
That is about 0.6 of a bonnet on an AMG.
6.2 litre V8, tucked in behind the rear wheel, the front wheels of that car. Wing flex on that car, the slow-mo shot to the Audis, it's especially noticeable. Ever since they went to that top mount, the swan neck mounts on the rear wings to clean up the airflow over the top of the rear wing, you can see it there. There seems to be a heap more flex as the cars are braking. The downforce on the rear of these cars.
Every little piece of weight that can be saved is saved. So you'll notice that the wing struts have got a cutout in them. Now, why would you do that when the regulations state that the car has to be a minimum weight? Because you want to put the weight guard where you want the weight, and you certainly don't want it up high.
Yeah, you want all the ballast in the middle of the car. You don't want it hanging out the back or up the front of the car. You want it right in the middle of the car. That's why I mean, you move the driver towards the centre of the car for safety, but it's pretty handy as far as weight distribution goes as well. Yes. So you can see where they've cut out or milled out the rear wing end plates on the AMG. It's the same on the Audi. I'm glad when you look in the rear vision mirror that you cannot see the rear wing moving. And I have checked it a couple of times when I've been driving the Audi. You can't see it when you're driving, which gives you a slightly more confidence that it's going to do its job when you tip it into the chase.
Now, interesting little moment here, because this is Chaz Mostert chasing the leaders. And last time around, he was 1.8 seconds a lap quicker than the two Mercs in front, who are just rolling around at their own pace and having their own little battle. So this is to get Chaz back on the lead lap of the car race.
It'll be an interesting decision to make up here when you're the leaders, because they're under no obligation to move over and let Chaz through. So do you let one... Oh, Chaz, big moment at the S's before the dipper. He is having a crack. But do you, from an AMG perspective, this early in the race, move over and let Chaz go to get his lap back and potentially let one of the main players at the end of the day back in the game? Or do you keep your foot on their throat and you keep him down? That's going to be an interesting decision to make from an AMG perspective.
And I would suggest as well that Chaz might not be double stinting these tyres that he's on at the moment.
No, you think that he's spending them right now?
Yeah, I think that he's taking some performance out of the bank that you were talking about earlier on. If you go fast, you pay. Speed costs. How fast can you afford to go? And that is the essence of endurance racing, about how you balance that performance account at different times of the race. And Chaz Mostert at the moment is spending like a sailor on shore leave.
He's going into overdraft. Is Chazzy? Oh, that's a huge moment from the run down the S's. Just watch the rear gets away from him there. Just the smallest snap on him. And sends you offline. You do not want to be further offline than that on the approach to the dipper. There's the rear wing on the AMG moving. Bonnet as well.
Side-to-side movement rather than the oscillation. The key thing about those milled out struts that we were talking about is they are strong in the plane that they need to be strong.
Going down.
Straight down.
Down force.
Correct.
Mid strength going down, so it's doing its job.
It's like rolling up a piece of paper. A piece of paper, you roll it into a tube, and you can put it on the desk and stand something on it. It's all about the plane that they need it. It's clever engineering. And we all benefit from it, actually, because our street cars more complicated all the time, more safety equipment all the time. They get heavier and heavier, but you can dial in some lightness from what we're working on in racing cars. And these are cars that are very close to their street-going cousins. And here's the chase back to get back on the lead lap.
Let's watch here at the entries at Forest Elbow.
It's got to be here, Garth, because
Audi doesn't have the straight line.
No, it can't get them.
And where it doesn't have the straight lines, right here, it doesn't punch off the corner.
Oh, hello, but
here's the M Motorsport Audi. David Crampton at the wheel. That's the exit of turn 1.
So this car was a late addition to the race. This team entered and practiced on Friday in a KTM Crossbow GT2. Blew its engine in practice 2. They swapped cars. They leased this car from Melbourne Performance Centre on Friday afternoon and got some laps. And unfortunately, the Victorian driver He's backwards and trying to get this car refired, which he's done so.
Nice job.
Do you know what? There's not much damage on the
No,
back
I
of
don't
that, and it
think
hasn't
if he-
even knocked off that swan neck
touched the
really.
wall. He's barely touched it. I reckon what was catching David out there, and I went down and spent some time with this team when they transitioned from KTM to Audi. He's catched the replay. I wonder if he just got up on the curb. Oh, no, just swapped ends on him. And then what do we get here? Oh, there was contact, the front. But there's a function on the steering wheel. You've got to hold down a button for the car to launch and leave. And I was running through that with the team because how do we get this car to move? Oh, you've got to hold this button down here. You've got to do this, do that. And I just wonder whether in the heat of battle, David, as he caught his breath after going around, whether just grabbing the start button to get the car moving again.
Remember, this is a rental, effectively. This is a rental.
Did they take out the insurance?
Yeah, CDW.
Yeah, I think when you get the rent, go, no, don't need the insurance.
No, I don't
Let me
need
go.
the lost damage waiver. It's all good. We won't take
There is damage,
excess
though, to
reduction.
the front splitter. There was heavy damage, so the team will be on the radio.
It's spirit of the race stuff, though.
Just in front of us here, though, so this is interesting. We need to keep an eye on this. That recovering car is just up the road. Here are our leaders, and Chaz Mostert up on the wheel behind them. Inside at McPhillamy. Yeah, we're through.
Hairy, but through.
Oh, Chaz, he's going to
don't
have a look
go
at
there,
Skyline
Chaz.
there. So, but that now has got Chaz to the rear bumper of Maxi Goetz. Now, does he have the run off the dipper? He gets it nice and close to the wall. That's what you need to do. Chaz has done 1,000,000 miles around here. Does he send it at Forest Elbow? Oh, not quite close enough. There's some risk involved here for Chaz as well. You need to get this job done cleanly, because we still have 10 hours and 8 minutes to go.
And the other point on that is that Triple Eight will be on the radio to Maxi Goetz going, hey, mate, if he does a Hail Mary, just bail out. It's not for position. You don't need to worry about it this early.
He's hanging on to them better than I've seen. The Audis, even in the draft, even in the slipstream down Conrod Straight.
Well, it's a double toe, isn't it?
True.
Two cars.
Here, moving around. So we do think that this Audi in particular is running less downforce than the others. That's why in the second half of Conrod, he was able to use the slipstream. So that's one done for Chaz. Next car gets him back on the tail of the lead lap. And that's critical now, because then if we get a safety car, you do get around, and it gives you pit stop flexibility under the safety car. If you take the Lucky Dog, you don't have pit stop flexibility. I mean, the Lucky Dog is still an hour away before you can take it. So getting back on the lead lap normally, if you like, does give you pit stop flexibility should a safety car come before the Lucky Dog.
Goetz might get him back here. Drive out of turn one. Chad's just far enough in front, so we'll now go out after Mick Grenier, who will have seen that unfold in his rearview mirror. Those AMGs do punch a fairly decent-sized hole in the air, and to get two of them, it was just the extra toe that he needed. And at the speed trap on Conrod, Chaz Mostert 272k last time round.
Wide at the cutting there.
Adam De Boré in the middle of shot sitting down. Fraser Ross right of screen.
I'm surprised the AMGs just didn't park side by side, to be honest. They would never been able to get around. They are quite wide cars, these GP friends.
Daniel Gaunt watching on as well.
Traffic now with the Mark Cars Master over the top.
Jumps out of the way.
Nicely done.
And the same scenario as the previous lap. The AMG in front just balked slightly at the run down from Skyline to the dipper. Chazzy takes that narrow line, which is exactly what you need to do. Does he send it now at Forest Elbow? Grenier's probably not experienced this before and actually covers the line. Smart play. Chazzy's got a good apex. But watch the punch of the AMG. It's that torque of that 6.3 litre V8. Just punches it off the corner. It's always been the Achilles heel of the Audi here at Bathurst. It doesn't get off Forest Elbow well, and it does not get off turn one well. It does have good top end speed. Here we go, using the toe.
Even closer than he was last time.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to send it here.
Same move.
Yeah, there we go, job done. Chaz Mostert back on the lead lap. Minimum amount of risk involved in that one.
Sensible stuff from the Mercedes teams as well. 274 clicks through the speed trap compared to the 999's 265. So even with a car that's among the slower in a straight line here in Conrod, shows you the effect of that toe that we often talk about at this place. We're 7 or 8 kilometres an hour. So Mostert gets himself on the lead lap, and we now go back to this inter-brand rivalry between the Mercs, with Mick Grenier leading the race by 4 tenths. Maxi Goetz next, and Mathieu Jaminet in the Porsche catching these two cars. He's running in third. Last time round, Jaminet was 2 seconds quicker than Maxi Goetz as they were dealing with Chaz. So the Porsche now as we work into the middle phase of this second stint. He's going along nicely. Gemini is a vastly experienced young driver. He and Matt Campbell have spent a lot of time racing together, and Thomas Koenig as well. This is our race leader. Led the race since the outset, 52 laps into this race now. Coming up on 2 hours in. Lucky Dog opens the commencement of the 3rd hour, so if you get safety cars after that, there'll be wave rounds from that point on right through to the 11th hour of the race.
And let's not forget, so reminding everybody that when Chaz Mostert came by the 2 AMGs, one, he's revved up because he's partially blaming himself, no doubt, for that drive-through when he slides inches wide coming out of the pit lane and across the blend line. But also he was on a brand new sticker set of Pirellis. These guys are into their 2nd run on a set of Pirellis. So they've got an element of management to do here. Race car driving, not always about driving absolutely flat out all the time. They'll be driving to a plan here. They're not hanging about. Let's be absolutely clear about that. But you are wanting to preserve the performance of the Pirelli tyre well into the 2nd stint, so that you then have more new tyres towards the end of the race. And there was somebody I seem to remember as well in qualifying said that they saved a set of tyres and only did one new tyre.
Gilles Ganon, he mentioned that.
That's right. Yeah. And that is because tyres are not an infinite resource here. You have an amount of them, Garth, and you've got to use them as part of your strategy play.
They're like Tim Tams, John. You can't eat them all at the start. You've got to just spread them out over the course of 12 hours.
You're going to have to.
Sometimes at the start, you just got to be patient and just savour.
Because the temptation is there to go hard early. Let's be honest.
With Tim Tams, but when it comes to tyre as well, and that is exactly right. And even using the tyre in qualifying versus saving it as a brand new tyre for the race makes the tyre far more durable in the race when you're bolting on a brand new tyre. So I don't think we'll see any brand new tyres until hours 5, 6, 7 and then onwards, where teams would have been saving tyres. Yeah, good. That got my attention yesterday as well in qualifying. That goes, no, we're saving tyres. We're not too worried about where we qualify right now.
And 2017 is probably the ultimate example of new tyres versus old, where we saw that battle between the Scott Taylor Merc with Mauro Engel driving, ironically, and the Ferrari, who had new tyres on. They went for track position in the Mercedes, but were mowed down by the Ferrari, who ultimately went on to win that race that year, thanks to fresher rubber. And it worked for Matt Campbell again in 2019 in the Porsche too. They went for new tyres towards the end. So it plays a role. These are the things that play out over the duration of a 12-hour car race. Sort of a great battle for the lead. Nothing between the two Mercs who circulate 53 laps into this race. We work our way into the 3rd hour. These are the spares box highlights so far. Start is always a highlight of this race as the sun pokes its head over the hills, and a spectacular hour of motor racing. Contact early. Scott Taylor car got away with that one with the Groves. Not so much for Chris Haase. That car remains in the garage, taking no further part in this race. A real shame, one of the key contenders out 30 minutes into a 12-hour race. Big contact to the back of the Audi Custom Sport Racing entry. This was a big moment, and it's only just sort of come back to the PointsBet team with a Sportsbet team with Chaz Mostert unlapping himself from the leaders thanks to a penalty for going over the blend line on the exit of pit lane. Meanwhile, the Mercedes dicing among themselves. Chaz, spectacular as ever, trying to get himself back on the lead lap. David Crampton swapped cars, swapped ends at Hell Corner, and ended up in the fence. And this is the race leader. 2 drivers through this car so far. They've each led the entire way through their stint and racing to lead the race. Max Goetz next for Triple Eight Race Engineering, super cheap car. These are the classes, so you can tell what class they're in by the colour. Pro-Am being led by Fred Verveech, 4th outright at the moment. That's the Brad Schumacher car that James Golding will drive as well. Jonathan Webb, Superbarn Supermarkets, leads the way in that car. David Russell started it. The Conduras brothers will also drive. And young Christian Pancioni, Victorian driver, Carrera Cup racer, is behind the wheel in car 19. That's the GT4 Merc entered by Mark Griffith. and they're leading the Invitational class. And that is how the overall leaderboard sits. 10 cars remain on the lead lap of the race. Just 6/10 in it between the two Mercs at the front, with the Porsche taking about a second a lap out of them at the moment. Mathieu Jaminet going along nicely. Just off the pace a little bit now in terms of being a lap down. Dean Fiore, the first car a lap down behind the wheel of car number 9. Then we find the class leaders further back there with Jonathan Webb behind the wheel of the silver class car. Stephen Grove, a quiet day for the Grove group at the moment, running in 13th in their Porsche. Looking forward to seeing Anton De Pasquale jump into that car a little bit later on. Anton did a really good job at the Dubai 24-hour driving that car. He's got about 3 GT3 races in his entire life. His focus has been on supercars, but he's jumped into these cars and gone very, very well.
Hey guys, I just want to bring up car 75, the defending champions at the moment. Kenny Hibball doing a very nice job, just crunching out some pretty consistent lap times in the 2:07s at the moment. Now, why have I picked this car up? He's on his 19th lap. He's about to complete about 20 laps in this stint. I can see Jules Gounon standing down here at the moment. He hasn't got his helmet on, but he's got everything else on, including his balaclava. Now, why is that important? Well, they're just about to tick over 40 minutes of driving time in this stint for Kenny Hibball. Now, Krause, why is that important? Because something that you figured out earlier in the week, from this point on, there is nothing legally stopping this team from swapping Lucas Stoltz and Jules Gounon to the finish, even though Kenny is bronze rated.
It's a quirk in the regulations, Chad, that team is taking advantage of. And Kenny is willing to sacrifice driving a long time in this race, getting the personal enjoyment out of hustling an AMG GT3 around to give them the best shot of getting back on top. So the theory is, and the point that Chad made so well, is that for the rest of the day, you could alternate between Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoltz, two of the best GT drivers in the world, for the rest of this race, as soon as Kenny's got more than 40 minutes complete.
So long as you can give them the 60 minutes in between.
Yeah, you've got to have a gap.
There's got to have a gap.
There's some windows there for maximum driver time and rest time that they need to manage. But they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't think they could do it.
That's a good call. In has come the 55 Brad Schumacher car, the Fuchs Lubricants car. That's a couple of laps early, I think, there. They did 28 laps on their first stint. That's at the end of their 26th lap.
Yeah, you did 2 laps on the safety car at the start, though. So it's early in the day to be taking rests, isn't it?
Take it when you can get it,
Yeah,
man.
well, that's true. It's a big week. I mean, it's a big week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're long days, the preparation. Some of these teams have come from Daytona as well, so they've been on the go for a while.
That is down at Sun Energy One, being run by the Kodos ASP team. Great to have them at Mount Panorama for the first time. Run by Triple Eight last year, so a change in the preparer behind the Sun Energy One brand. Fastest lap of the car race, Garth.
I just saw that one. Chazzy still driving angry.
It's a long way into the stint too, so it shows you the durability of this Pirelli tyre. Once they get it up and working, it can punch out good lap times a long way into the stint. And we were talking about the new tyre V-old thing later in the race, and that may give people confidence later in the race to risk a double stint on a tyre, save yourself some pit stop time, because you can't be fueling tyres at the same time. Save yourself 10, 15 seconds in the stop, get a bit more track position, but risk having an older tyre.
2 seconds roughly. I mean, you look at the 2 AMGs that are leading the race, Grenier and Goetz. They're in the mid-4s at the moment, and Chaz is punching out low mid-2s. So it's 2 seconds, the difference. So even though you might get track position, you might save 15 seconds or 20 seconds in the pit stop.
You'll get hauled in.
At 2 seconds a lap, that's 10 seconds and you're back in the game. 10 laps and you're back in the game.
Correct.
Just to finish, John, the final point on the Kenny Hibball thing. At the moment, he's only, I say only, minute and 11 off the race lead.
Half a lap.
So he's half a lap. He's still a long way from going a lap down.
Correct.
Doing good lap times. If I was them, they're probably thankful that I'm not them. I'd leave him out there a little bit longer, because the longer you keep him in the car now, the more strategic flexibility you've got later in the day.
It opens your windows.
Correct.
Absolutely. It absolutely gives you more choices.
He's comfortable. He's doing good lap times. He's still on the lead lap, going along consistently. He's not in a battle, so the risk element is low in that respect as well. Keep him in the car for as long as you're comfortable to do so without dropping off that lead lap, and it just opens up the window for these cars later on.
I love the way that Kenny goes racing, because it's have a crack, and to your point, Rich, where he's willing to give up, he's willing to fund, but also willing to give up. Having a crack is Chazzy up the inside, that's Tony Bates, in the 24 Makita AMG, and split up the back wheels there. The wall? Yes, and it got it with the rear wing, so they need to be careful with that car. We were talking about those rear wing support braces, and when they get damage or they get contact going sideways, got to be careful. So just snaps on Batesy there, gets the tank slapper going the other way.
There's just a little crown on the road there that's really hard to see, and I think did he just spin up the back wheels there, Garth, as he was?
I think, yeah, just got away from him, just maybe had to change his line as Chaz came up the inside. And then that contact there, that worries me, because we were talking about those rear wing support braces. They're very, very strong going down. You saw energy go into the rear wing going sideways there. So just something that the team will need to keep an eye on there for Tony Bates.
Fred Vervish, a very good stint to open up the race, and looked like your Audi was stronger than most. Were you having fun out there?
Yeah, definitely. It was like I said, was a good stint. We did a double stint on the tires. It was a bit hard at the end, fighting against the others, but it seemed like the Audi works well on the long run. So that's great after yesterday's qualifying. So yeah, let's see how it goes, how it will be with hotter temperatures, because normally that's quite hard for us. So let's see.
Is it going to be mentally difficult when you get back in the race and the hotter temperatures are there and all of a sudden it feels like a different race car?
Yeah, definitely. Already now when the temperatures were getting up, it started to get a bit more loose, the car. So definitely it will change during the day. Also the track will grip up a lot, so I think maybe that can compensate let's say the higher temperatures. So yeah, looking forward to the race, and yeah.
Thanks, Fred. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And guys, he was nice enough to even finish his breakfast by stuffing it in his mouth before doing the interview with us.
I've had breakfast with Fred Vervish a lot. That's just how he eats. He made a good point there, though, that the track will rubber in through the day. So even the information being gathered right now on double stinting tyres, he made two good points. One, it's going to get hotter, so the track conditions are going to change. And two, the track's going to rubber in, so the track grip delivery is going to change as well. So you'll get an idea of tread wear patterns by double stinting the tyres early, but you might not get a trend on how far the tyre wears or how quickly it wears when the temperature comes up. Oh, big moment up the top of the map for the Porsche. Stephen Groves at the wheel right now. That's right at Skyline, so this will bring a yellow. Have to go safety car, there we go.
Safety car boards and
This is going to cause some strategic headaches for those that left their first drivers in. So Brock Skyline right at the top of the hill, and it's a big impact for one of the only two Porsches.
Pit exit and hold, please. Pit exit and hold.
They close
Where's
pit
the
exit.
Where are the leaders?
They're in sector 2.
Right.
So that's closed for a while. Let's just check out the replay before I add the update from down in pit lane. From on top of Mount Panorama, it's a bit filmy, and it's in backwards for Stephen Grove. They had a big one here last year. Oh, it's got both sides and the front. So just about every single corner on that Porsche banged up, which is a real shame to see for Stephen Grove. Put so much time and effort into his racing. I was standing in the 888 garage, guys, when that safety car got scrambled. Shane Van Gisbergen was there, fully suited, and had his helmet on in the off chance that we caught a safety car. So they were prepared for it. Like we mentioned, it wasn't an ideal safety car for them because they still had a good 10 laps of running at least in the tank, but so did the other teams that pitted with them. It was the only difference in driver time. But it's not the end of the world. They did catch it at least towards the end of the pit stop window.
Generally, teams, once you get halfway into a stint, a safety car comes, you take it. Yeah. That's just generally the general rule of thumb. So all the drivers would be suited and booted, sitting there waiting. The teams like doing that to race car drivers, having there with your helmet on unnecessarily early. Here's David Crampton jumping out of that M Motorsport Audi that we saw have a moment at turn 1. You like that, John?
I reckon about 99% of our viewers and listeners missed that, having their race drivers suited and booted unnecessarily early, says the race driver.
I have spent a lot of time of my life sitting in the garage here with a helmet on, not being in a race car.
Oh, what a joy. What a joy.
So in they come to the lane. We see in the background there the Porsche, Mathieu Giminet.
Maxi Goetz is
in. Shane Van Gisbergen's going to jump aboard this car. So near on 1 3/4 stints for Maxi Goetz. His job's done in the morning. Got the car through the dark in a good spot. Valentino Rossi jumps aboard the 46 WRT Audi for his first laps in the actual race.
So first and second AMGs in. Maxi Coates had 25 laps on that stint under his Pirellis. Then 23.
Well, they've kept the 999 out, which I'm kind of surprised by, although they did swap drivers, remember, so they're not critical on driver time with Mick Grenier for that 150-minute, 2.5 hour maximum stint at any one time you can be behind the wheel of 2.5 hours. This site, just right of screen, will follow that up. Valentino Rossi behind a racing car at Mount Panorama Bathurst for the first time. It's a cool little moment.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I learnt in last year's race, Rich, and I would have thought you would have too, don't question pit strategy. Because you remember the Craft Bamboo team had 47 pit stops in 12 hours.
They did.
And found themselves at the front of the race.
It was 23. It wasn't far off 47.
It felt like 47 because every time I looked up, that car was in pit lane, and somehow they were at the front of the race. So the Grouper M team clearly knows something that we don't.
It's going to be quite a long race safety car, because that car needs the rollback up there. That isn't going to flat toe.
No, they put on the flat tray, that one.
Sure. So that's got to get up there. It's got to get in position.
This is a good news for Chaz Mostert. Remember, we were talking about him unlapping himself, and the lucky dog scenario is not engaged yet. That only comes into play at the 3 hour, past the 3 hour mark. There's some interested onlookers. They would have VIP tickets here at Mount Panorama. They're here all the time.
What's that, Skip? Safety car? Yep. AMG.
I think Chaz is looking good.
Oh, no, he's hopping the wrong way.
Was he
was hopping the wrong way.
At least he was waiting for safety car before he went out and checked the race circuit.
Sergio Perez in the lane. This is the Belmont racing car, and I noticed that Sun Energy One brought the 75 through as well.
Well, that was a no-brainer. Remember,
Correct.
Chad made the point that Kenny Habul was just about to tick over his driver time, and he would have now. So they just couldn't have fallen at a better time for the 75 car.
Lovely for them.
Yeah, Kenny Habul has done his driver time, and they've got that half a lap back that Kenny lost throughout that phase of the race. So they'll be very happy campers down in that garage that this safety car's fallen right at the right time for them. They've lost some track position. They're down to 7th, but they've ticked a big box in the first 2 hours and 10 minutes of this race.
So just to qualify that on the wave around, we call it the lucky dog. It's where it came in NASCAR. It's the commencement of the 3rd hour of the race. So we're into that 3rd hour.
Oh, okay.
So the wave by is in effect.
This is important, Rich.
Yeah, they fell nicely in the Sun Energy One car for the safety car, but is that over the line? Oh, didn't clip the cone this time.
Oh,
yes,
he got the cone.
Yeah, he got the cone.
But it was over the line too. We didn't need the... You watch here, he was actually adjusting something on the dash and got the understeer as well. We saw that with Chaz Mostert. So, history will tell us that the 75 Sun One Energy car will make its way back through the lane.
Now, here's the leader coming in now. What went wrong there? Communications error? I was looking at everything that we've got access to try and work out why that would have been a good idea and to stay out. And now he's going to drop right to the back of the line, isn't he?
I did say I was surprised they didn't bring him in, but I'm more surprised they've now brought him in with the whole queue having caught up.
Well, yeah, I mean, realistically, if you find yourself at the front of the queue and you've got no dance partners that have taken the same strategy as you, you're a sitting duck.
Correct.
Because you've got 10 laps or less than 10 laps and you're in the lane and you're out the back of the field. So now, just fuel to this point. There won't be a driver change. Do they take tyres? Well, they've doubled the tyres. They're sitting, they're laid out. They have to take tyres. They'd already doubled the tyres to this point.
Yeah. And why not?
Now, why not?
You're at time.
Well, you're at the back of the field anyway. You're going to warm the tyre as you make your way back through the field. So you might as well take tyre. But I'm curious.
Drivers.
We'll have to get Chad or Shay to head down to that end of pit lane and just find out exactly what took place here. Did they miss the call?
Yeah.
Or have they got Richard Crail on the hop here and this is the master strategy that we've missed?
The other big guys here,
Maxi's. Liam Talbot, John, is jumping back in the Chaz Mostert Audi. So they're doing some driver time work here as well.
Good.
They're ticking some boxes in the 60th. Well, they got back on the lead lap.
Correct. Because this will be a lengthy safety car for that recovery at the top.
Maxi Goods just confirmed that Maxi stay in that car. Sorry, did
he had to get out.
SVG's in the car,
right?
In the
Yes.
Triple Eight car
Thank
now.
goodness. Yeah,
Maxi had to get out. He would have broken driver time rules had he stayed in there.
Yeah.
So SVG in. Matt Campbell in the 912 Porsche. Valentino Rossi. Yes, so you heard that correctly. Behind the wheel of car 46, running in third position at the moment. So we're behind the Mercedes AMG safety car for the second time officially today. The race commenced behind it for a single lap. We now roll behind the 63 AMG at the top of the mountain.
Turn 9.
And the reason why was hefty. Watch the right-hand side, or left-hand side of the screen.
So we don't catch the start. We see the end clearly.
So that started the corner back, didn't it?
Yeah, that's the exit of McPhillamy in reality. So whether Stephen Grove got wide and dropped the wheel over the curb at the exit of McPhillamy and swapped ends on him, or something else took place, we don't know. But the end result is very evident. That number 4 Grove higher Porsche is going to take no further action in this race.
It's such a shame for them because they had a great Dubai. They were disappointed to be fourth at Dubai behind 2 WRT Works BMWs and the Herbert Porsche, which in that particular form of racing has been the absolute gold standard, even though it's a Pro-Am car, for about 5 years, and they were disappointed to be fourth.
They throw so much at their motorsport, to the Groves. They, especially their GT program, big supporters of GT racing. Are going to do the entire Intercontinental GT Challenge. Steve and Brenton Grove won't actually be here for the Bathurst 1000 as it conflicts with one of those rounds. But it's taken us 2 hours and 15 minutes. But I feel like the race is just about to light up. I do. I mean, yeah, we got through that dark phase and there was a bit going on, but now the field is genuinely scrambled right now. So got a couple of fast cars at the front through this pit stop cycle, but some of the red hot contenders find themselves in the middle and the back of the pack.
Hey, because now that car unfortunately out of the race, we won't have many opportunities to talk about that team put together, and you can speak from experience with your new deal for this year for the Enduros later this season, but they have put together a really talented group of people in that outfit.
Yeah, they are. They're very, very successful in business, and they're using that approach at the race team. And motorsport is about people and getting the right people in the right places within the organisation, and certainly that is happening at Grove Racing, whether it be in the supercar program or the GT program. Heavily involved with Earl Bamber Motorsport for this GT program, and Earl's GT Porsche team, very, very successful around the world. So they're going places, but unfortunately not this weekend.
No, and you talk about having the right people in the right cars. Well, Brenton Grove sharing a car with your dad once again here at the mountain. First and foremost, is your dad okay?
Yeah, I believe so. I haven't listened to the radio, but I believe there's communication and he's fine. So I think he got hit by Davison, is all we can see at the moment. And there's some big penalties for pros hitting AMs, especially across the top. So if that's what happened, I hope it gets dealt with properly.
And the car's done?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cooked. I mean, last year, unfortunately, we had an incident in the same place and pretty much the same damage, and that was a write-off. So haven't had much luck at the mountain recently, but look, that's racing. I don't think we'll be able to get the car back out, but the most important part is that Dad's okay, and we'll regroup and we'll go to South Africa in a couple of weeks.
It's really a shame, too, because you guys were going to have the most experienced driver change assistant in the world. Talk a little bit about having Earl Bamber strapping you into the race car.
Yeah, it's quite funny, actually. We got our suits for Intercontinental the other day, and then he had to become driver assist, so he was wearing a suit, looked like us, but he's great. He's really, really helpful in driving, but also in everything outside of the car. As soon as I got out of the car, he told me things I did really well and some of the things that I could have done a little bit better, and some of the things that I was doing to the car that was making it harder for myself. So just his knowledge in these cars is really, really strong, and it's an asset for all three of us. I know he spent some time with Anton and helped Anton over the weekend as well. So yeah, it's unfortunate we had a crash because we were looking good. We were just doing our own thing. We didn't qualify very well, but we were just trying to come back through the field. But anyway, it's racing.
See you back here next year?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Shay, with Brenton Grove. Racer in his own right for some time. Was runner-up in Michelin Sprint Challenge competition in Porsche 1 Mate Racing and Cracker Carrera Cup as well, Super 2. And now focusing on business, but also the GT racing program. Of course, the two-car supercar team is looking in very, very good shape for this year. Certainly a member of our commentary team hopes so. Just a few little I's to dot and T's to cross, John Hindhoff, in this one. So Sun Energy One Racing, and actually just got a text from someone who knows a thing or two about strategy at this place. Paul Morris confirmed it, that Kenny Habul still behind the wheel. They've kept him in while the safety car's out.
Smart.
So we touched on that point before, a little bit of drive time flexibility there. We're ticking off some more time for Kenny behind the wheel to give Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoll some more seat time and more flexibility with that strategy later on. And a whole host of other cars just went through the lane. So we saw the 777 in, and Christopher Meese has just jumped behind the wheel of that car. The 47 went through the lane. A couple of teams just ticking some boxes and working their way through the pit stop strategies here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
And we had, what, nearly a dozen, probably more cars taking the wave by there and getting the lap back, because half of the field, more than half the field, was laps down. That weird strategy, Garth, that we saw from the lead 999 car, not coming in and then coming in. All right, they've dropped real estate, but they're actually only down to 5th position,
Yeah,
so it's not a disaster.
Just looking on the timing screen, it's only 5th at the end of the day, so potentially got away with that one. Still need to find out exactly what took place there for the lead car. And here's the Grove Racing Porsche.
You'd never want to see damage to the back of a Porsche.
Yeah.
Oh.
All the energy goes through the engine and into the chassis. And as Brenton mentioned, they had a very similar incident here last year. And that wrote the chassis off. So
it's Porsche Motorsport already having a look at it.
I think they're doing the quote up already.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just to put a final point on this incident, so the understanding is that there was contact from the 222 that caused this, and why we're watching this again is because race control are going through this process. And there are hefty penalties for pro drivers making contact with bronze AM drivers.
And that's set out in the international rules for GT racing. So if it's found to be, and Alex Davison is rated as a pro driver, Stephen Grove a bronze driver, an amateur driver, so that falls into that category. Should that be the case, and race control find that is what took place, that'll be an interesting one to keep an eye on.
Hey guys, we're down to Group M to just get a final word on exactly what happened with the 999 and the curious case of pitting that one lap later. I got passed around to 5 or 6 different people before I got an answer, but the answer was that it was planned. That was no accident. They wouldn't tell me why, but that was much information.
Come on, Chad, today's not your first day.
Chad Naylor,
I'm just reporting what I did.
You are not getting brushed off like that. So what was the advantage then?
I'm blind if I know, mate.
Just get back in there, Chad, throw your weight around and get us an answer.
It took me 5 or 6 people to get that out of them.
But it's strange, isn't it, Chad? Because they've given up 4 spots in track position when they could have come back out in front.
Oh, and Van Gisbergen's going to blaze away, unless they're thinking about some driving time further into the race, but they didn't do a driver change. Nothing about that made sense. Anyway, Jamie Whincup got back into their car, by the way, so Richie Stanaway was all suited and booted and then stood down at the very last second. And you guys are right on the money, or should I say Paul Morris is right on the money. The reason they didn't put Jules Gounon in, even though that the 40 minutes had been done for Kenny, is they fueled him up to get Kenny to the end of his 80 minutes continuous driving time.
Control to safety car.
Just listen here.
We will have a wave-by process happening on this
restart. Going to wave around some of the lappers. So, yeah, getting him to the end of his 80 minutes gives them way more flexibility in the strategy later on to go Stoltz and Jules Gounon to the finish.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Especially with this safety car closing the field back up for Kenny Habul. We reported it would have been about 1:20 that he was off the lead prior to this safety car. He's currently 5.3 seconds off the lead.
Perfect.
Yeah, with a full tank of fuel. And the old adage of safety cars. Safety cars breed safety cars.
Okay, let's get it out the way. Yeah, so they've been given a free kick to the tune of 90 seconds in that race, and that gives them some flexibility. I like that. I'm still a bit befuddled by 999, but we'll work our way around that. What you were hearing the race management channel in the background talking was the wave-by process. So the lights on the safety car will go out at the exit of the elbow at 19.2 is the flag point. They go past the Bathurst Light Car Club at the top of the hill, and then the cars that are 1 lap or more down will be able to pass the safety car and go by.
All teams, please make sure your drivers are aware. We are reducing speed to 60 kph at turn 10 to compress the field to allow for the wave-by procedure to commence from Forest Elbow, turn 18.
James Taylor's doing your job.
Yeah, oh, that's great. He's got a good voice.
I'm just talking about his job, but yes, he is. Thank you, James. And then the field will go by. Then the lights will go out on the safety car.
Yeah.
So it's a wave by, yes, but you only get about 40 seconds back. You're back on the lead lap, but you don't go all the way around and get to the back of the train. So it's not a massive free kick. It gives you your lap back. You still got to work for it, and you may get caught by those leaders once again and put that lap down again.
I noticed that Race Control didn't read out a whole bingo card full of numbers there. It was on the timing screen. The teams will know. It's up to them to tell their drivers, and they should know the procedure. And anyone who gets it wrong, punitive penalties for doing that. Also from Race Control, by the way, that incident between the 222 and the Grove Porsche under review, and what will happen there as part of the judicial review, there is a control camera chip in the cars, and they'll look at that at the next stop.
Yeah, oh, well, they'll be down at the Grove, down in the Grove garage, and they would have got that camera. Clearly, the Triple 2 car still on circuit. Here we go, the wave by taking place. We're on board the AMG safety car. Here they come, smoking on by. And you need to go here. If you're a wave by car, you need to get your head down and you need to go, because the more that you can open up the gap right here to the rest of the field, the better chance you've got of staying on that lead lap.
And you want a good driver at the front.
Yeah, the problem at the front is one of the invitational cars, the
Yeah.
GT4 car. You can't pass yet until the field goes green. So we've got some really quick cars that are getting their lap back, but they're buried in the field behind some slower vehicles, so they're not going to get the full advantage.
Lights are out on the safety car. Lights are out on the safety car.
So they won't get the full advantage of this wave by. So here the wave by cars are coming past us right now.
It's the GT4 Merc, then the Mark II Mazda that are leading the cars round. There's going to be some frustrated GT3 drivers behind that. No weaving now behind the safety car. James Taylor reminded everybody of that the first time. He's done it once. Now it's up to you guys.
Weirdness going on with the Schumacher Audi. Here's our race leader, Shane Van Gisbergen.
Some big gaps.
Yeah.
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
So they were at the tail end of the
they're
lead
the last of the lappers.
Yeah.
So they're not getting much of a free kick at all. I mean, they're back on the lead lap.
But they weren't quite a lap down. They were on the tail end, so there was no wave around for them. But then there's just been this massive separation that Shane Van Gisbergen's let them go.
At the end of the day, Van Gisbergen's the race leader. What he has to do as the race leader, he has to fulfill all the rules. He has to maintain 80k an hour. He has to do certain things. They're racing now, but Campbell's all over Van Gisbergen.
Matt got a really good restart in that Manthey EMA Porsche. Van Gisbergen wide on the exit of turn 1. Mercedes AMG versus Porsche. And the two BMWs right in the mix. And the driver behind them both is Valentino Rossi. What about this for your first Bathurst racing experience?
The Merc's coming back as we get to the end of the mountain straight. The Porsche had its nose ahead for, what, a third maybe? A mountain straight Porsche did lead the race, but he's done the over and under. Coming up towards the cutting, they're side by side through there, and still SVG holds on by the power of the mind. I'm not sure how he did that. I've got a question, guys. Is he going to get a penalty for dropping too far back behind the safety car in the safety car chain?
Actually, that's a good point, because those two cars in front were on the lead lap, so they had every right to be where they were.
Why he did it, he didn't want to be caught up behind them.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, you need to understand, because the leader of the race, or the leader of the queue, needs to maintain 80 kilometres an hour until the green flag is waved. Now, depends on the speed that the Schumacher Audi was doing, the 55, who was on the tail end of the lead lap, the first car, and then it also depends on the speed that Van Gisbergen's doing. I think Van Gisbergen was maintaining his 80k an hour, not to breach the safety car rules. The 101 AMG Mercedes is around at the final corner.
Oh, and
Marcus and Adrian Dietz in that one as well. He gets himself going. I told you, Rich, safety cars breed safety cars.
Still green, we're still green.
Yeah, but I've been watching Van Gisbergen on a cold tyre. He is parking Matt Campbell everywhere. We see this all the time in supercars. He takes his time to bring the tyre up. So he's defending here. He'll park it at the apex. He'll slow him right down. He did that at turn 1. He did that at turn 2. He did that at the cutting. That's brought the BMWs into the game.
But is there any better driver in world motorsport in any category than Shane Gisbergen at preserving his tyres, whether it's in supercars, GT3 racing, or even on iRacing?
Car 75 for a breach of pit exit lane 1.
Okay, that was the earlier one. They'll be doing them chronologically. So don't think that things haven't been looked at. They're still looking at that one from earlier on. Is there any driver better at preserving his tyres, even in virtual racing? I call him the tyre whisperer because he's always got grip when other people don't.
Let's just unpick this moment little at Murray's corner. So the Boost mobile car got into the back of Ross Palakis.
Mobile car. That's a pro on a man.
He's not had a good day, Jamie.
Mindful of that. And then separate to all that is Adrian Dietz. Makes his way into the gravel trap. They're both on their way.
Ross, unfortunately, copped a $15,000 fine, and that car's hit the fence.
Been in the separate. This is at the top of the mountain.
And I wonder if it's a side effect of that contact being off the road, maybe a tyre down.
The rear toe is out, so suspension damage to the right rear of the number 6 Lamborghini Hurricane.
So
up through the cutting.
Audi Sport cutting.
Oh, comes into the cutting too hot.
I wonder, Garth, if that was a side effect from being off the road, and it almost looked like he glanced the tyres down here.
I think it's tyre temperature, Rich. I reckon cold tyre coming out of a safety car restart. Potentially a bit of marbles, a bit of gravel on the tyre. I think it's tyre temperature. Just caught Adrian out.
Big shame for the Lamborghini guys. And just on the 75, at the time we thought that was Jules Gounon who had run over the pit lane exit, getting them the drive-through penalty, but it is Kenny in that car. If you think back to 12 months ago, I feel like getting drive-through penalties might be his good luck charm here, Krause, for Kenny Hibbell. He picked up 2 of them, had a few spins as well, and still went on to win that race.
Yeah, in 22 laps total driving out of 271 last year. You're right. Good point, Chad. So he'll need to do a tour through pit lane. It's hanging on to the back of these cars.
I was going to make that point. It's not like they've dropped him. John was making the point at this safety car restart that Van Gisbergen's very, very good at maintaining the tyre. And it was the work that he was doing in those first 2 laps as we went green. He wasn't going fast. He was actually holding Matt Campbell back in the Porsche to bring his tyre up to temperature at the rate that he wanted to bring it up. Wasn't letting Matt Campbell dictate the pace and pushing Van Gisbergen along. Van Gisbergen was effectively holding the Porsche back until he was comfortable the tyre was in the window that he needed. And that buys him better tyre consistency in the back part of the stint. We see it all the time in supercars. He's using the same trick today.
He's just incredible at it. I joked once, he's the same, by the way, in virtual racing. When we had him in the IMSA Pro Series in 2020, he had grip when no one else had it, even the virtual one. I made a joke that he actually slightly levitates the car off the ground by power of his mind, and that's why he's not wearing his tyres. He does it very, very well.
He's got the cheat code unlocked at the moment in his career. Everything he touches turned to gold, including a certain 161-lap race at this place with our mate a couple of months ago.
He won a sprint car race recently as
yes,
well.
He did, yeah. Of course he did. Yeah. He scored points in the World Rally Championship Rally last year, for crying out loud. It's utterly ridiculous what he's achieving. So let's just settle all this out where we're running now. Now everything's up to temperature. Van Gisbergen by a second over Matt Campbell in the Porsche. BMW third with Rossi. A really good job in front of Charles Vietz, the young Belgian, in 4th place. Mick Grenier in 5th. And if you're looking at the timing totem on screen, wondering where the 999 was, there's a little timing glitch in that car, and it had dropped down the leaderboard, but it's back there now. They are 5th, so right in the mix of this race. They've got the 75 with Kenny Hibbell. We're riding on board with him now in 6th, but he's got a drive-through penalty to serve. He's got 3 laps to serve that, by the way, having been notified.
And if I was the team, I'd be taking on the 3rd lap, because you've got track position here, you're opening up. You don't bury yourself so deep in the field, with the field being compressed after the safety car restart. And he's got a reasonable carrot in front of him to get truck along behind. So does not come to the lane this lap. I'd be certainly no more than 3, but I'd be taking it on lap 3, that's for sure.
It'll be next time by. It'll have to be, otherwise the penalties just get worse.
Yeah, it gets worse. Your day gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
There's the number 6 Lamborghini back in the lane. Adrian Dietz has got that car back. Hopefully the team can go to work and get that car back on track, but it's certainly out of the running. for the day.
They were so up all weekend about how well this is
fast,
going.
that car.
They've never gone as quickly as they've into the low threes.
Tony D'Alberto were wrapped with how good the car was.
Everybody's going quickly this year. It's really been noticeable. Good for Aaron Cameron. He's just put the fastest lap in for his car. That's number 44 Mercedes AMG, and that is the best of the silver runners, running in a very creditable 7th position. I don't think that car's been outside of the top 10 actually since we started the race.
Well, they were the big surprise in making the Pirelli shootout yesterday, and a lot of it was down to the efforts of Aaron, who's a chronically underrated driver but doing really, really good things. So they're the first of the cars that got their lap back. They got their wave around, and that's why they're a minute and 10 seconds behind this leading group of cars.
And they're all making hay. The first 3 cars on the wave around are all either doing personal best or race best. Christopher Mies in the 777 Audi is purple to the end of the second sector. Fastest he just punches out a 2:02.6 does Mies. So they're using that opportunity of that wave around.
He's going to catch Aaron.
Getting a bit of track position back.
Yeah, and then the next safety car that comes along, all that time will be gathered up. They'll be back on the lead lap and right into it. So what we've gone is from having 10 cars on the lead lap to 15 of them, right down to Brad Schumacher, who was behind the wheel of that 55, following a really good stint from Frederick Leviche at the start of this race. So SVG leads the way at Mount Panorama. I feel like we've told that story before.
Would you say, Rich, that he's flying out there?
Yeah. Too early for that.
Too early?
No, it's
Come
good.
on, it's
That's
20 past 8.
the nights too.
20 past 8, I'd be doing the school drop-off by now.
You know you've just slid into the commentary career when you start rolling out witty stuff like that.
Drive-through, they're being attended to by the Sun Energy One guys. And Kenny. I think he's wound himself up a little bit here. He's going to have all kinds of muck and rubbish on the Pirelli tyres and down the pit lane. So that is the drive-through going. Can't obviously, again, if you're not used to what you're looking at, he can't do any work on that car. It's close to the white line again on the way out. Don't speed, don't repeat the offensive, reaching the blend line. He can't get out of the car at that point, he can't do anything. That's his penalty. Yeah. No stopping, just driving through. And it's going to cost him, well, 35, 40 seconds down the pit lane in terms of what he's lost, because, of course, everybody else would have been flat out, Garth, down the pit straight.
Yeah, that's right. And you can't take those penalties under safety car to negate the time loss. So you just have to take your penance, and it's better to get it over and done with early. We still have 9 hours and 22 minutes to go in this race, so there will be opportunities to get back in the game. And we know with Lucas Stoltz and Jules Gunon ready to do the majority of the rest of this race, that they will certainly be back in the game later today.
So 32 seconds transit time in pit lane is the number to remember for a drive-through penalty. So Kenny was 6 seconds behind the lead when he came in, and he's merged out 34 as expected. Craig Lowndes behind the wheel of car 222. They've climbed their way up to 11th place. And this team raising funds for Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, as they did last year. The last word I got last night was that they made 60 grand plus last year. They've already eclipsed that this year, which is outstanding. Was fortunate enough to sign that car yesterday, which was cool. So made a little donation to charity as well. It's a great cause. We've got lots of charitable efforts around as well. Ronald McDonald House Foundation, the official event charity, in action over at the Rides and Caffeine display in Harris Park. Mark Cars Australia auctioning off the roof of the Mark Car 111. Entry for an auction as well that closes today. You can get a signed Valentino Rossi picture, which is literally the roof of a Mark car, if you throw some money at charity.
Right out that garage wall, that, isn't it?
A ball back in the lane.
I reckon he's getting out that car now. I absolutely think that they've said, right, time out, guys, substitutions, and Kenny will be out of that car.
So I just wonder whether that'll put them a lap down. So I'm wondering whether they just go, okay, get it over and done with. We'll get our lap back in the next lucky dog, and then we go racing again.
Big event coming up in New South Wales in motorsport term, not far away, the Thrifty Newcastle 500.
Supercars will hit the streets of Newcastle next month in a much anticipated return to the Supercars calendar. If past events are anything to go by, you won't want to miss this.
They've hit on the way up the hill. He's out of business. He's off the road.
Tickets are on sale at ticketek.com.au and all the action is live right here.
Anyone who was at Newcastle for that showdown a couple of years ago will remember that for the rest of their lives. This is the National Motor Racing Museum. It's located just behind Murray's Corner. Look for Brocky, look for the King, and you'll find it. There is an amazing array of vehicles, 2 and 4 wheels, and some stuff you wouldn't expect. There's a Team Australia Champ car in there, a Reynard Champ car, the really good looking one. As you walk into the display, amazing stuff. You can go in an array of memorabilia, books, model cars, the whole lot, Mount Panorama caps and T-shirts. Get down there. Some incredible history from Australian motorsport. A couple of former 12-hour winners in there as well, John Hinder.
Yeah.
It's a very cool place. You spent about 4 hours in there earlier in the week.
Yeah, the Techno McLaren was one of the cars that you talked about. Also had Wayne Gardner's Honda World Championship winning 500cc machine, which looks incredibly current given when that actually happened. If you forget about all the wings that we've just started getting in MotoGP and World Superbike, absolute must-do if you're around the area here. Drop in and see Brad and the rest of the team. The museum is a brilliant place to spend some time.
Well, and we're in the process of writing another chapter in the 2 Wheels to 4 at Bathurst book, because Greg Hansford was the first to do both, and Greg came here in the 1980s with Alan Moffat and then won the great race with Larry Perkins in 93, came back in 94 and won the 12-hour with Neil Crompton in a Mazda RX-7. So the last of that initial era of 12-hour run the Easter long weekend in 1994 in that amazing BP Mazda, which is still around, by the way, that car. He was a bit of a legend. And then Wayne Gardner, of course, the 87 world champion who we were just talking about, made the switch to 4 wheels, raced here. Scored pole position here, I remember, in a wet shootout. It was a Tickford Ford, wasn't it?
2000.
Yeah, that was a good year, wasn't it, Garth? 2000.
Remember that one?
Yeah, really, really wet shootout. So the history of 2-wheel champions coming in and succeeding on 4-wheel here is long and storied, and right now there's a bloke called V. Rossi doing the job in 3rd position.
And there's a guy named G. Denyer who is in the garage for Lamborghini once again with Wall Racing. Unfortunately, not under the best circumstances right now, but the good news should be a pretty quick fix to get this Lamborghini back on track.
Yeah, it's a real shame, Shay. Like, we've broken the right rear toe link, and I feel really bad for Adrian. There's many people that do this race for many reasons, and that's what makes the Bathurst 12 hours so special. You know, you got car owners who are lawyers by day like Adrian is, you got Europeans and full-time racers, V8 supercars, and occasional game show guys like me. You know, so he was really living his dream out there, and it's just cold tyres that caught him out, and it's really cool out there at the moment, and these cars are really, really, really tricky on cold tyres. It's taken a few laps to bring him up, so it's just caught him out, and we're heartbroken for him because he loves this sport. He bleeds for it.
But it's just a broken toe link in the right rear. That shouldn't be too long of a fix, and then get back out there and keep pounding around, right?
Yeah, I guess 15 minutes or so, we'll get back out there and do it for Adrian, you know, lift his spirits back up. Like I said, he's a lawyer by day, so his head is down in contracts and doing boring stuff like that. So we want to see a smile back on his face. He's been kind enough to give, you know, Tony and David Wall and myself a ride. So you never know, we might end up on the podium. This is a long day and a nasty old mountain.
Good luck.
Thank you.
He's such a good interview. I mean, he's a professional TV presenter, so he should be, but it's so cool to hear from Grant Denyer, and I feel for that team. They put their heart and soul into this race every year. David Wall runs a really good little race team. They often sort of fly under the radar in the customer sports style racing teams in this part of the world. Big outfits in Melbourne and Queensland, but they do a really nice job out of their Sydney base. I know the TCR Championship last year, Tony D'Alberto, always competitive in Carrera Cup, outstanding little squad, and they'll get back in the show. And look, John, with the field the way it is, it's not the biggest field we've ever had. It's a long race. You could still get yourself up the leaderboard and maybe have a look at a podium in class if things go your way.
Battle for the lead is close back up again. Matt Campbell has target acquired with Shane van Gisbergen as they're working through some traffic through to the end of the chase and coming on down to Murray's under the LIQUI MOLY Bridge with the Ridges Resort and Hotel on their right-hand side. That's the give and take of endurance racing. You'll have heard me say this before at motor racing around the world. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, Garth. And you've got to, again, to paraphrase history, you've got to treat both of those imposters the same and take it when you get it and shrug your shoulders sometimes when you get a bit disadvantaged.
It's the same when you're the leader and you're a safety car. You've got a 30-second gap up your sleeve, and that gets taken away when safety car comes. Then the next race you'll be second and you'll get that 30-second gap given to you for free. I did notice, so Van Gisbergen and Matty Campbell had got to the back of Brad Schumacher and Ross Polakis were those two cars that were late in the wave-by. So they're just starting to now to get to the back of those wave-by cars and putting him a lap down again. So Valentino Rossi now queued up behind Brad Schumacher in the 55 Audi.
Guys, I'm with Christoph Sagemüller from AMG Mercedes-Benz Racing. Christoph, welcome to Bathurst, your first trip. You've got a great turnout here, 10 cars, a record for any manufacturer. Great to see.
Yeah, so thanks for having me. I mean, it's a pleasure to be here for my very first time in Bathurst. It's incredible to experience the track, to see the crowd around here. So heard quite a lot about the track, and it's fantastic to enjoy it for the first time here. And as you already mentioned, we have plenty of teams here in Bathurst, record-breaking with 10 cars. So it's a special event for us.
And the safety cars as well are the AMGs, which are fantastic. Great to see them going well. The E63 going around.
Yeah, so it's a very, very fast car. So as you could see, so yeah, we're happy to have it here.
Expectations for today? Love to see 3 big silver stars on the podium at the end of the day.
Yes, of course. I wish the same. I think the start was very good. Now we are facing some difficulties with the 999, the 75. So, but there's still some time to go.
Christoph, you see these races right around the world. Give us your impressions of Mount Panorama and Bathurst. What have you thought of this race?
Well, it's a very special event. It's an iconic track. I would say it's definitely among the top endurance races around the world. So in the line with Spa, Nürburgring and Daytona. And I think especially the track layout and this, embedded in this very nice scenery is very special.
Christoph, we love what you and AMG bring to this race, so thanks for coming out. We look forward to seeing you next year and enjoy your stay in Australia and Mount Panorama.
Thank you.
There you go, guys.
Thanks, Brett. 9 AMG GT3s in this race, the most of any single GT3 model in the history of the Bathurst 12 Hour. So they're very, very well represented. While we've been listening to Mercedes AMG talk about how much they love Bathurst, as you do, this was going on. And boy, it was intense. So it's Charles Vietz in the Shell BMW with 2 wheels off, trying to find their way around the 101 Harold's Racing Volante Rosso car with Ross Polakis behind the wheel. And all through that, Mick Grenier takes massive evasive action, right first, then left. And ultimately, they both get through, but it was hairy for a moment.
So there was contact here between the BMW and the Polakis AMG. Wait for it. There we go. Into the grass. Oh, and behind us, Grenier was changing lanes from the grass on the outside to get up the inside into the final corner. And that's the sort of thing here with lap traffic that can just make massive difference to the race. It can take you out of the race in a heartbeat, but it can give you track position at the same time.
That side-by-side contact looks like nothing, Garth, but you know this with the camber, the difference between how far the bottom of the wheel and tyre sticks out of the wheel arch than the top. You brush wheels together and that can have big consequences.
Yeah, I mean, it won't damage the suspension, but it can take a chunk out of the rim. So what I'd be doing now is I'd be watching the dash to make sure I'm not getting any tyre pressure alarms right now. That then all of a sudden I've got a drama with a tyre going down or there's a rim that's starting to fail. So generally if you damage a rim, you get vibration to the steering wheel, particularly in the front. So it looks like Wheat's just struggling a little bit now. Grenier starting to be pretty interested in relieving him of 4th place.
Charles moving around a bit in the braking area there. That'll be being looked at now. He's just trying to cover across up Mountain Street. He was a little bit late making that first move.
Side drafting, I think, going on, but Weeks will find himself on the outside for the run up Mountain Straight to turn 2. Who blinked?
Grenier.
Grenier.
Yeah,
Smart move. You find yourself on the outside at turn 2, but
how's the talk of the Merc coming out of the slow corners, though? There's so much bottom-end grunt in that big AMG V8. I love the fact, so when AMG went to the GT after the SLS in the road car, they put their turbocharged 4-litre V8 in, but for the race car, they just picked up the drivetrain that had made the SLS AMG so successful and slotted it into this car, which is great. Normally aspirated V8 at Mount Panorama. It's got a thing about it.
The irony of that is, of course, the Aston Martin Vantage has got that powertrain. Yes. The 4-litre
exactly
twin
right,
turbo.
yeah.
It comes over to the middle of England, and Aston worked their magic on it. Actually did quite a bit of work on that for the road cars and the race cars, more than they expected when they did that deal with AMG.
Now, we just want to clear up some stuff around that restart, because we're a little bit confused and scratching our head about what was going on. Not necessarily with the wave around, but with these two cars in particular. Now, they were eligible for a wave around, but the radio on the Schumacher Motorsport car didn't get the call. So they're having radio issues. They didn't get the call. Race Control has checked this time and time again, and they have cleared it. There's no issues with the restart whatsoever. So that's all clear, but there was just a missed radio call that hurt for car 55, and that it's cost them quite a lot of time, and now it's put them a lap down.
Yeah, so they didn't go with the pack, the wave arounds.
Exactly.
So you're further up the road when the restart comes. So that radio, that missed radio call, I mean, we often talk about radios in endurance racing, what a critical part they play about communication, and just missing small little things like that can ruin your day, really ruin your day.
And by the way, before you start tweeting in using the hashtag B12HR, B12HR, the reason that the leader, Shane van Gisbergen, could weave on the way down to Murray's is that the call for green had already happened. You're not allowed to weave once the safety car lights go out, which I think is a brilliant rule, and everybody should have that. It would save a lot of angst in other forms of motorsport. But the safety car was already in the lane. The AMG 63 was out of the picture, and therefore it was a green flag, and Shane was able to do whatever he wanted to do.
Always love talking to this guy, Kenny Harville. Kenny, great to see you back out of the car. How was that stint this morning? Pretty brutal with the sun, I hear.
It was good, yeah. I mean, it was a little tough for me. I stupidly forgot my sunglasses, and I thought I'd be fine with the visor. I got a tinted visor, but that really didn't do anything. And really just across the top, all you see was white. You know, there's nothing. I couldn't see the walls. I couldn't see the curbs. And for 10 laps, I mean, I was just struggling. And so I played it safe and sort of backed off the times. And then once the sun came up a little bit, we were fine. I was into the 5s, hung on to the leaders. So all good.
You tasted success here last year, which was fantastic. How's the setup? How's the team this year?
Great. You know, ARCA, very experienced. AMG got all their engineers here from Germany. And I got my same co-drivers who I love. And so far, touch wood, it's been good. You know, but the first 11 hours don't matter. So I wish you could just fast forward to the end and be in one piece.
Speaking of which, will you jump back in later?
If they need me to, yeah, probably do another stint. And I'll make sure I don't do that stint again with the morning sun.
Good move. All right, Kenny, good luck. Good to see you, mate.
Cheers, mate.
You know you're a cool cat when you say, I forgot my sunnies to drive my race car at Bathurst.
It's not a short, it's only a short walk to go back home.
Could have stopped out of his driveway and picked them up.
I was going to say, someone driving by, somebody could have pinged them in, couldn't they? Just pull over for a couple of seconds.
Debris safety car for Sonny's on the circuit, just pegged at him as he drives by, running down Conroy.
How Australian would that have been?
Very. That's cool. Interesting to hear that he'll get back in the car if they need him to.
All teams, bad sportsmanship flag, car 55, ignoring the blue flag signal.
That's Brad Schumacher behind the wheel. Speaking of Bathurst locals, he lives just beyond turn 1, and he's getting a rap across the knuckles for not obeying the blue flags, and that is to let lapped cars know, or soon to be lapped cars know, that they're about to be caught by the leaders. SVG continues to lead. You miss nothing up front. 0.6 of a second the margin between he and Matt Campbell with Valentino Rossi in third.
Between Brad Schumacher, Kenny Habul and Grant Denyer, we've got a fair real estate holding in Mount Panorama Bathurst now, haven't we?
Correct.
Well, and Krilsey's taken over that huge area down there. But
Yeah,
when we
just
saw
before the
his
train.
Robbo's,
It's
Robbo's
called
place.
Richard Crail Park now.
It is
It's all
Robbo's place. No ownership stake.
Krill paddock.
whatsoever.
Krill's paddock. Yeah, Krill's
I like
paddock.
that.
That's got a good ring to it, actually.
Yeah, did you like that? You were down there last night signing that, weren't
Yeah,
you?
had an autograph session down there. Did
Yeah,
Richard Crail.
That's
Yeah.
enough from you too. Thank you.
Thank you to the Shakedowners, actually. You were great supporters of endurance racing around the world. About 150 of them.
Don't
here.
encourage them. Don't encourage
There
them.
we go. There we go.
Let's see a shot of the number 6
Do we get
Lambo,
to- can we
please,
buy
Brian,
those-
because
can we buy those banners anywhere, Richard? I just
The
want
numbers-
Signed that one now. That one's signed.
there's a car race on, gents. The number 6 Lambo's back on the racetrack, which is great news. So we'll get some laps from the Lamborghini Huracan, which is excellent. They're back down in 22nd place. And,
proper uncomfortable with that, weren't you, Rich?
really
Proper
uncomfortable.
uncomfortable. Great to see this car back on the circuit, though. We heard from Grant Denyer that it was only a toe link rear suspension that they had to fix on that car, and Adrian Dietz back behind the wheel. So great to see the Wall Racing team have got the Lamborghini back on circuit. Adrian just slowly making sure everything is A-OK.
Yeah. Who'd have mates when you've got you lot, eh?
It's all right, Rich. We've only got 9 hours to go.
I'm surprised, frankly, that it lasted this long. Well, they'll systems check on that car and make sure it's okay. And Adrian just feeling his way through, letting Trent Harrison through in that number 50 Audi. That's the car we saw spin on the exit of turn 1 earlier in the race today.
I hesitate to say this because I'll get the hashtag blame Hindy. But despite what we've had so far in terms of the safety car extra at the start and that slight neutralisation to recover the Grove car, we're pretty much spot on for distance.
When you said, I hesitate to say this, that's the point at which you stop, I think.
Okay, right.
Because it always leads to something that will unravel for us later on. No, I like where you're going. 2,000 k. It is genuinely a realistic option for today. 9 laps more than the record is all we need to get to 2,000 k's in 12 hours.
And before that safety car, we were pretty much 5 laps up on where we needed to be. And the pace of these cars, we had the fastest shootout we've seen. This is a quick race this year. This is going to be a quick race.
Well, the 2020 race, which set the distance record at 314 laps.
Teams, pit lane penalty drive-through, car 55, ignoring blue flag signal.
So the rap on the knuckles, and that's
So I
the
think
tension.
that comes back to the radio.
Yeah, it does.
Because we got the warning. So usually the radio would have come in saying, hey, blue flags.
Yeah.
But clearly the messages are not getting through to Brad Schumacher. Next question is, does he get the radio call to come in for the drive-through penalty?
Well, hopefully they've got the backup pit board to wave at him frantically as he comes through. So this is the Porsche, Matt Campbell. Flying by at Mount Panorama, the 23 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour, 5:45 a.m. The race burst into life, as did the sun over the Blue Mountain. Spectacular scenes and a spectacular, unfortunate moment at Visit New South Wales Griffin's Bend. Christopher Haase deposited into the tyres. No penalty from race control on that, and the 44 Valmont racing car continues on. And a big moment from Tony Bates, Garth Tander, John Hindhaugh. Lucky, it has to be said, to get away with.
Yeah, one that didn't get away with, though, was Stephen Groves in the number 4 Porsche. Heavily into the wall at the exit of McPhillamy, the run down to Skyline. And then we saw the curious case of car 999 pitting out of sequence with the rest of the field. We went racing again, and it was on early between Van Gisbergen and Matt Campbell. The 101 AMG Mercedes went around, as did Adrian Dietz, getting caught out on cold tyres at that restart. And then again here at the cutting and heavy contact with the wall.
Outlawed in NASCAR, that move now, so it didn't work for him there either. That's the Chastain move, isn't it?
Current leader, though, Shane Van Gisbergen at the front of the field. Matt Campbell, half a second behind as the race continues on into its 4th hour.
Yeah, call it the cutting stripe, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Darlington stripe,
Yeah.
the cutting stripe. It's a class leaderboard, so Liam Talbot in 65. 6 outright. They got that lap back. It's gone to plan since then. Liam doing a very nice job. Yet to see Fraser Ross drive that car today. So you'd imagine he'll be in next. Aaron Cameron going along nicely for Valmont Racing, and the leader in the Invitational class. And the Mark Carr's car is in front. The little Mazda, Grant Donaldson behind the wheel, 20th outright. This is the outright leaderboard. That safety car, the wave around has closed everything up. Interesting, that car in 7th place with Chris Meese behind the wheel has just been going about their work in this stint. After the wave around, they were 1 minute and 25 behind the leaders, now 1 minute 10. So they've caught up 15 seconds on raw pace alone. And the double Bathurst 12-hour winner, most experienced international driver in this race's history, is going very quickly and keeping 777 in the game in what's been a reasonably frustrating day for the Audi Sport, 8 Audi Sport R8s that are in the race this year.
And the frustration continues with the number 55. That is the Brad Schumacher Racing Audi that has been running very well, particularly early on in the race with Fred Vervish behind the wheel. Brad Schumacher has been called for a couple of penalties now, unsportsmanlike conduct, basically, if we were in American football terms, because the Super Bowl is going to be taking place next week. He's been given a warning for that and now ignoring blue flags. The team has a pit board out on the wall because Intel says they think he went to turn up the volume and instead changed the channel. They have no radio communication with Brad.
Maybe he's listening to us on 103.9 around the circuit. There is a flag in the carb system here, Garth, and I do have some sympathy if you haven't got radio communications, but the list of drivers' excuses are being pared down nowadays because there's a system here that puts it right in front of the driver to mirror what's going on the track.
Yeah, so in the car, there is actually a warning system, a light system, separate to the rev lights, or the shift lights that you see on the dash on the Grouper M Mercedes, that will indicate either yellow flag, you're in a yellow flag sector, red flag should the circuit go red, or blue flags if you're being lapped. And those blue lights were flashing in the 55 car. But often the amateur drivers or those without the experience are so busy doing what they're doing, driving the race car, sometimes those peripheral things get missed. And then when you're a bit flustered because you know you haven't got radio or things aren't going exactly right, your concentration drifts and you're not focused on what you need to be focused on. So the problem they have now for the 55 car is getting Brad's attention and telling him, hey, you've got to come to the lane. You can go and plead your case to race control and say, hey, we can't tell the driver, but they'll come back and say, well, your driver did have the in-car warning system. He could have seen the blue lights inside the cockpit. So a bit of a challenge ahead for the 55 team.
By the way, in our highlights package there, the Spares Box highlights package, we saw the Grove car at the wall. That will still be investigated. That investigation is ongoing. They were looking for some onboard footage when the car's pitted next time around.
Which it has, because Craig Lowndes is in, so they'll have that now. I've actually just been sent some quotes from Stefan Bartholomeus from the V8sleuth.com, the leading motorsport media outlets in Australia, and he has quotes from Alex Davis saying 100% no contact. So that's his opinion, no contact there. Ultimately, Alex will say one thing, Brenton will say another, Stephen will say another thing, I'm sure. Ultimately, it's up to Craig Baird to make the final decision, and the stewards upstairs, they'll make the call, and the outcome will be the outcome from that process. Some quickish lap times going on in the field. You're just pointing out car 75, which has Jules Gounon behind the wheel, and he's about to set the fastest lap of the race. In fact, just misses out on that, but a PB for that car. And we've gone back to the 1960s now with some old school semaphore communication to try and get Brad Schumacher into pit lane to serve that penalty.
So Liam Talbot in the lane, and this doesn't look overly scheduled. There's a lot of yelling going on.
Yeah.
And it's one of the cars that was the favorite coming in for the Pro-Am class. That's Chaz Moster, Liam Talbot, and Fraser Ross. They noticed when the car came in, there is left rear damage to this car. Put it up on the skates. It looks like they're rolling it back into the garage. There's a significant amount of blue on the left-hand side of the car. No, I'm not saying that to be facetious because the livery is blue, but blue paint from a wall. It added on to the sidewalls of the Pirellis. So they do have new tires laid out now where half the mechanics ran out the back of the garage. But they were not expecting the car to come in with damage. They were expecting it to come in, however.
That was New South Wales Griffin's Bend that he ran up against the wall.
Oh, just big understeer on the throttle early. No rotation from the car, so you could see the rear, left rear, the rear toe link was bent or broken. It was pointing in very much the wrong direction.
Hit it as square as you theoretically could, so it could have been much worse. That's Manti EMA. That's their little mascot they've been getting around with. Skippy and son or daughter. They ready for a pit stop, are they? 21 laps in, they've still got at least 10 laps, so he's just hanging out in the sun in pit lane.
The Brews do like the morning sun. So.
I did notice Liam Talbot did shortcut through Brock Skyline as well, so that would have been on the way in direction. So that was effect rather than cause. Wow, all that hard work undone. We saw, if it is indeed a toe link, we saw about 15 minutes for the Lamborghini before, so they'll be able to fix that and get it back out, but it's going to kill any chance of them winning the race.
Leader coming out of BMW for a Selport, and behind traffic, Matty Campbell, who dropped about a second and a half, a second and 3/4 away. Back down to a second now. Had been as close as half a second, and clearly on the restart felt more confident with his tyres in the Porsche than Shane did. We talked about how good Shane is working on his tyres. Dangerous time for the leader always, Garth, when you reach a car that you have to pass, and particularly when it's a gaggle of cars having their own battle.
As they make their way past the 222 AMG Mercedes, they don't have to worry about that one. Craig Lowndes at the wheel right now, well aware of the race situation. Gets out of the way of Shane Van Gisbergen and Matt Campbell. Been listening to this car every time we take it on board, and I don't think Matt's all that interested in being in the lead of the race. I think he's very, very happy being in second. There's a lot of fuel saving going on in that Porsche right now, so save a lot of fuel when you're in the slipstream of the car in front, and you can just cruise in.
He's in the lane. You don't have to. He's thinking now. Where's the? Oh, he's gone off. The car's gone off. The car. Where is he? Oh no, he's rumbling down. There he is.
There he goes.
Just gone by you. It's behind you. Pantomime season, well finished now, isn't it? So this is, well.
So it doesn't really, because this is effectively for a drive-through. You're not allowed to stop in your box. So what they could do here is fix the radio, get that fixed, send Brad on his way, but it doesn't fulfill.
55 has a second penalty. Car 55 is a second penalty, which is serving now. 2 minutes stop and go for failure to comply to black flags. Car 55 is still yet to serve the drive-through.
They're going to get pinged again because the penalty will start from the moment the guy that was leaning in the driver's door stopped touching the car. It's a 2-minute stationary penalty and not allowed to touch the car, have to sit there. And the moment he came in, the door flew open, and I think someone's dived in to try and fix the radio. Yeah, Brad almost ran over his car controller as well.
So he's asking now, why have you brought me in? Because it just said box. So he doesn't know. He probably thinks it's for the radio. They're running, excellent. Nick Damon will be so happy with this. Got the stopwatch out on the mobile phone, essential. But he's still going to have to attend to that and fulfill that drive-through penalty.
And he's taking the second penalty first.
Yes.
And then he'll have to take the first penalty and still do a drive-through. It all comes back to that communication issue with the radio not working. What they could have actually done is turned into a proper pit stop and added 2 minutes to the end of that pit stop.
Yes.
And then do a drive-through penalty where you can't work on the car. There's a bit of negotiating going on.
Yeah, there is.
Pit lane, I think it's the safest way to call it.
Yeah, a bit of Sunday market trading going on there, gentlemen.
The gentleman in the white hat, black jacket was Paul Martin, who's the Supercars Motorsport Operations Chief, who manages all of the motorsport side in pit lane for the full championship and indeed here at the 12-hour as well. So he's the one policing that. We're watching a very speedy Christopher Mies up on the wheel. German driver, won this race in 2011, won it again in 2012. Officially the lap record holder at this venue in a D-restricted version of an R8 at Challenge Bathurst a couple of years ago. And this year making his 11th 12-hour start.
He's done a few laps around here now. That's Mies. Last time you reported on the gap to the lead of the 777 car to the lead was 1:11.
Yeah.
It's 59 seconds now. That car has got speed. So there still has to be some time where Yasser Shaheen, the amateur driver, has to drive the 777 car. But with Mies and Ricardo Fella also part of the driving roster in that car, if they can negotiate that from a strategy point of view, Audi is still in the game. They lost their full pro car very early, but the 777 car's got good speed right now.
I like Ricky Fella's attitude at the start of the race. He played himself in nicely and then made some very smooth, very clean, very decisive overtaking manoeuvres. Probably, he was probably one of the first guys, I think, Garth, to start moving forward.
Yeah, we saw a lot of positions start to change once the sun came up. But Fella was getting it done early. They were out of position after qualifying, did not qualify where they should have. So got some track position, got themselves in the game. They've had Yasser Shaheen in that car once already, got some driving time done for their amateur driver. And now Mies is on a tear, closing that gap back to the leader.
And the Audis have seemed better today in race trim than they were in raw, outright qualifying trim yesterday. So, yes, there was a little BOP give back of 10 kilos, but as a race package, they do seem better. And if anyone's going to make the most out of it, it'll be Christopher. It's cool to have him back. He spent a lot of time here. He came down and raced at the Velo Adelaide 500 at the end of last year in the sprint round, driving with Yasser Shaheen. Loves racing in this part of the world. Have you ever shared? You wouldn't have shared a car with him.
Yeah, we pros.
You would have
12 hour a couple of times together with Chris for Mies.
Yasser's done around about an hour and 8 minutes so far. Note the tape as well, the racer tape on the what should be the baby pink front end of the Mercedes, number 44 car. And that was the car that had the little whoopsie earlier on with Christopher Haase in the Audi. And I think they were just worried about that. It was barely pulled apart from the front of that car. It's quite a big front clip on that car that goes back into the fenders, into the wings. I think they were worried about the aero.
Yeah.
You're going quick down here. You do not want body parts peeling off.
Well, you don't want it to come apart. Yeah. Aaron Cameron at the wheel of the 44 AMG Mercedes, getting past Fraser Ross on the freshly repaired 65 Audi. I saw that car make contact with the outside wall at turn 2. They fixed that car and sent it on its way.
This is the Mark Cars Australia 111 car with the face of Valentino Rossi on the roof, and this is the car we're talking about. Big moment for the Lamborghini with Adrian Dietz behind the wheel. That's on the run up the hill into the chase, the Scuderia Auto Art chase this weekend. And with that car having been repaired, now I could hear the V10 running.
Some big damage to that car though. It's pulled a lot of bodywork. The splitter, the front splitter, the rear diffuser, the rear bumper is hanging off that car. These cars are very good at going forwards through the air. They don't like going backwards. Oh, do not approach the chase like that. So
right rear suspension damage. I think that looked like it was tucked under.
That'd be the other side to where it was damaged before.
Yeah.
There's the Craft Bamboo car in front, Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel, just running around in 10th position. Last car on the lead lap. So remember, these guys lost quite a few laps early. They're 69 laps into the race. The leader's 84. It's been a tough old day already for the Raw Racing Adrian Dietz Lamborghini.
I'll take that back on the right rear. I think it was deranged bodywork that made the wheel look out of place. Yeah. But he's definitely got some diffuser damage. Meantime, at the BMW elbow, the hallmark.
Marcini. Very, very close to the BMW M signage there at Forest Elbow. He's another driver starting his 11th Bathurst 12 hour this weekend. Only missed one in the GT era, has the vastly experienced Victorian. So working pit lane. They avoid going yellow. Adrian's been able to link that car back and they'll go into the garage. The reason for that, you can throw more people at the car to work on it when you are in the shed. SVG leads 0.8 of a second the margin over the Porsche.
How about Valentino Rossi? He dropped after the restart. He dropped about 9 or 10 seconds, and he's now, since the restart, only dropped another 4 seconds, and he's 7.5 seconds ahead of Grenier in the 999 car, which, you know, he's been behind her for quite a long time, and he's knocking out the times pretty sensibly out there at the moment. And this is his first competitive run on the mountain. Pretty impressive.
I've been seriously impressed with his commitment to the job at hand. I mean, he's pulled from pillar to post in appearances with fans. Even this morning, talking to him on the grid, Valentino, we have a quick chat for the broadcast, but he was so focused on the car and was very generous with his time and had a chat, but it was just the focus on the job at hand, and proof in the pudding. Running P3, there on pace, doing the job. Very, very impressive.
Seriously. If you're managing him now, if you're WRT and they've managed him very nicely, they asked him, when he came to them when they were still with Audi, what he wanted to achieve, and the plan with him for what he wanted to do. They'll be just keeping him nice and cool and saying, you're doing great, you're doing your 203s. Low 203s is fine for him at the moment.
Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Now, this is the frosting on the cake of the day that it has been for the 55 car. This is a drive-through penalty for Brad Schumacher. This is penalty part 2, having already served 2 minutes stationary. Oh, they're actually going to go and do a...
They're going to do a driver change.
Yeah, okay.
How long's Brad been in the car?
So Brad didn't even want to do the penalty. He's going to get out and...
Did the crime, but not going to do the time.
I think James Golding's going to have to serve his penalty for him. That's tough, isn't it? Well, he's the boss, I suppose. This is a bit of a JV this weekend, a joint venture between Schumacher Motorsport, Brad's own team. This is his car, and Premier High Racing, who have burst onto the scene in circuit racing in recent times. I haven't seen Peter Gibberis around. I'm sure he's here, but last weekend won his first ever round in the Australian Top Fuel Championship at Sydney Dragway in front of a massive crowd there. Really good for the Premier Top Fuel team. So by our maths, they've still got a drive-through penalty to serve, and it will be up to... Suggested to be James Golding getting behind the wheel.
There. Even I know that.
Ooh. That's, I mean, you've been there. That's hard-in-mouth stuff.
Yeah, that's about as wide as you want to be. You don't just the important thing to do there is when you find yourself wide at McPhillamy, the car's still pointing forward, just open the steering wheel. You ask to be if Peter Zibris is here.
Yeah, there is.
The man. Excellent. That's responsible Premier Hire Racing.
So that was the 19
Mark
Corporation.
Griffith at the wheel of that GT4 AMG. Got away with that one there. Probably worth heading down to the local newsagents and getting a lotto ticket this afternoon. It's not often you get away with a big one at McPhillamy.
Just after 9 o'clock. Still 8 3/4 hours to go. Shane van Gisbergen by half a second to Matty Campbell. Valentino Rossi was mentioned. He's another 15 seconds further back and leads a pack. But this is not Valentino holding up Grenier, Wert, Mies, Whincup. No, no, no. There are decent gaps between all of those cars. And at the moment, Van Gisbergen doing what SVG does, and Matty Campbell doing what Matty Campbell does. It feels as though there's a little bit of stalking going on here between the Porsche and the leader in the AMG.
Garth, a little bit ago you mentioned that, I'll come back to that, we'll get down to Shea first, but I just want to talk about Matt's strategy here. Shea?
Well, guys, I was going to jump in for a quick conversation with Brad Schumacher, but he's just gotten out of the 55 Audi. Very heated conversation with the officials about blue flags, and he's actually said no, not up for a conversation at the present time. It's very difficult for him at this point because the flashing blue on the screen, that does count as a blue flag in the minds of the officials. To him, not so much because he wasn't seeing the blue flags from any of the corner workers. But with this race, the blue flag in the car counts just the same.
Thank you, Shea. Appreciate that. And from one pit reporter to a new member to the team today, let's go down to the Sportsbet Audi team and say hello to Chaz Mostert. Morning, mate. Tough all day at the office for your crew so far.
It was going great guns till about 15 minutes ago, I think it was. So, yeah, Liam lost the car a little bit. I think he just damaged a wheel. So I think we got away with it. Pace is starting to come back into the car now. But yeah, I think we're 3 laps down now. So yeah, if we can pray for a couple of cars to be bogged and get back out, a couple of safety cars, a couple of lucky dogs, you know what this race can be like. So yeah, we're glad to have a straight car. We're still going, so that's positive.
Well, the important thing, Chaz, is your car is still straight and it's very, very fast. When you jumped in the car, the timing screen lit up. It looked like we were seeing angry Chaz out there when you were behind the wheel after that little moment on the cold tyre, leaving pit lane and crossing the blend line. Tell us about the cold tyre and bringing that in, and then tell us about the car balance once you got the tyre up to 10.
Yeah, I'd like to say the pit exit was a rookie area, but I'm 30 now, so I can't really use that excuse anymore. But yeah, the car was super cold on the tyre. It took about 4 or 5 laps to come in. But yeah, pretty sketchy compared to what I'm used to in the supercar land. But car seemed pretty quick. I think we're pretty quick across the top. I think we're missing a bit down the chutes compared to some other competitors. But yeah, lap time wise, we're right in the mix. But race car might be a little bit tricky, come the end of the day. But hey, we're in the mix. We're having fun. Sportsbet Audi's having a bit of fun as well. And Liam and Fraser are awesome to work with. So having a great time. But I'll take the opportunity to say hello to the fam back home. They couldn't come down this weekend, so they're probably at home having a hot chocolate and watching the race.
Chaz has signed off here in the booth. We were speculating that you might have been driving a little bit annoyed. I know it takes a bit to get you annoyed, but my goodness me, you were hanging it out over the top of the mountain there after that drive-through. And I mean, on pace, you got your lap back. You didn't need the lucky dog. Well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks. It's like anything. If you stub your toe, you're going to be pretty angry, and you cross the line on pit exit, you get yourself a drive-through, you're going to be pretty angry. So yeah, I've been driving pretty angry this weekend. You pointed it out. Yeah, but yeah, the car's obviously pretty quick. I was probably lucky in that stint that I had a fresh set of tyres. We opted to change tyres for that one. Pressure's just got a bit too high, and I think that's what really brought us back into it. So the car probably made me look better than what I actually am.
Chaz, you were in the car at the start of last year's race when we were driving through mist and fog and all of the craziness going on then, but the ambient temperature this morning, I reckon, was even colder than it was in last year's race. How difficult was that opening stint and just getting those Pirellis working early on while you're in the middle of that pack?
I have no idea. I didn't start the race. So,
oh, you didn't, did you? Liam was in the car, wasn't he?
Liam was in the car.
Got it easy.
Liam did an absolutely amazing job. So, yeah, we got the Super Am in there. He did a good job. He stayed on the lead lap. And, yeah, look, I think it was just part of our strategy today that we have to kind of run to. Liam's a real safe set of hands, and we'll just we'll see how we go towards the end of the day.
Chaz, you've done a few miles around here in the Audi now, and we know that straight line speed is not one of the Audi's strengths here at Mount Panorama, but it looks to me like your particular Audi is a little bit quicker than the other Audis in a straight line. Do you know whether you guys are running slightly less downforce than the other Audis, and potentially to give you more of that race ability that you think you might need later in the day?
I've just disappeared, but yeah, look, to be honest, up the back straight and front shade, I just jump up and down in the seat, and it seems to help it a little bit more. So
like you're still in a go-kart.
The setups are still same, so I just try and get the head down that little bit lower, and I jump up and down, and it seems to be flowing along. But yeah, I'm not too sure about the other guys. I thought we were all pretty similar throughout practice, but maybe I just got a couple of good exits off the elbow, and the car seems to be pretty good there.
Not long till Newcastle, mate. Is this seat time good, handy, just to keep you sharp before the opening round of supercars?
Yeah, this was very important for me to do this race. I felt like when you have 2 months off, you get a bit rusty. So to come to one of the hardest tracks in Australia, in different machinery, really tests you out and gets you up to speed quite quick. So I'm really glad I've done this weekend. And yeah, hopefully it can help out by the time Newcastle comes. So I know the next couple of weeks are going to be quite busy for all the supercar teams, testing, all that kind of stuff. So I'm just glad to come here and blow the cobwebs out.
Looking forward to seeing you there in a few weeks. Thanks for your time, Chaz. Appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the day.
I appreciate you guys giving me the time. Thank you very much.
There's Chaz Monster down in the Sportsbet Audi pit.
See ya, Chaz.
They're down there in 16th position there, 3 laps back now. Just under 3 laps back, but with a couple of safety cars.
I was going to say, that's 3 safety cars, potentially. If before the 11th hour, 3 safety cars, and they're potentially back in it.
So we're 30 laps now into this stint for our race leaders, and Shane Van Gisbergen's just punched out personal best lap time for that car for the whole race. Some 3 hours and 22 minutes into it with a 2:03.26. The margin a second. Now, before all of that, I was going to pose the question to you, Garth Tander. Made a comment before that you felt there wasn't much impetus from Matt Campbell to actually try and pass Shane Van Gisbergen. For those that may not follow this style of racing closely, why? Surely you want to be out in front, don't you? Why would you, in Matt Campbell's shoes, want to be just sitting in behind Shane Van Gisbergen and cruising around like he is in second place?
Oh, today we'll talk a lot about fuel windows and driver time and fuel economy. And every time we've had an onboard shot from the 912 Porsche of Matt Campbell, he's been lifting off early, he's been rolling a lot, he's been saving fuel. And the best way to save fuel is to lift and coast at the end of the straights and stay in the slipstream of a car in front, because you're not punching a hole in the air. So for me, it looks to me like Matt Campbell's saving fuel, and that might not be necessarily for right here, right now, to go a lap later in this stint, but it's to understand just how far you can go on a tank of fuel. So if a safety car comes late in the race, within the last hour and 20 minutes, for example, And if you think you can do only an hour and 15 minutes on a tank of fuel flat out, could you save some fuel and stretch it to that extra 5 minutes of running that you need if the safety car falls just at the right time? So they're gathering information right now, effectively. And so there was a couple of chances there I felt like Matt had to get past Shane, but he didn't take it. He rolled out of it, and he's keep the car under control, but more importantly, save some fuel.
It can even benefit you in a safety car period, because if you don't have to put quite as much fuel in the tank when you're standing still, that could give you a second, a couple of seconds, you know, and get your track position that way. So it's win-win here, is what we're saying.
Yeah. You can go exactly like to your point. Your standstill time is less if you're putting less fuel in the car because you've saved fuel, or you can potentially save fuel going forward. Or if you get a pit stop, safety car comes slightly earlier than you want it, but you know you can stretch, then that can work in your favour too.
The other thing about the race this year, as we watch the Hallmark car going in and the 47 car spun, and a big crash on the run down the hill, and that is Aaron Cameron from 9th position.
Flags, safety car boards and flags.
Safety car out for the 3rd time in this race, and this will trigger a rush of pit stops. Everyone was right in their pit window, or just opening. 2 cars involved. The 47 Superbarn Supermarkets car, it's Theo Honduras behind the wheel. He's trying to get that car turned around, but the big damage is with the Valmont Racing AMG. They were leading their class, the silver class, and they were running in 9th position outright. I was just looking at Aaron's lap times. He had put together a brilliant stint, and on average over 32 laps, his average lap time was only 3 or 4 tenths of a second a lap slower than Shane van Gisbergen. So that was mighty stuff from the 23-year-old. Let's unpick this. The run into the spares box dipper.
Oh, they're both backwards.
Oh, who was that? Who just picked their way through?
I think that was the 24 AMG. Jordan Love at the wheel of that one. But when they both approached in our shot, both cars backwards. And that's, I mean, the dipper is a slow corner, but the speed you carry from Skyline to this point of the circuit is significant. It is seriously fast.
The Supermarkets Audi having to do that 3-point turn backwards and forwards. That car does not look anywhere near as badly damaged as the other car involved. The problem is, you've got to do that when there's nobody around you, and the marshals are helping out here. Thank you to all of our volunteers. We can't go racing without you, whether you're waving a flag, you're on recovery or whatever. Oh my goodness.
What? They've parked at 45 degrees there in the Audi. That's a strange one. Chris Meese behind the wheel of 777. The leaders are in, so you can see at the top of the lane there the Grello Porsche with Matt Campbell in, and now Shane van Gisbergen will roll up to the opposite end of the lane to see 888 for some service.
They lost a ton of time with that. It was Christopher Mees driving. He's walking away, shaking his head right now. They were clearly not meaning to park that car at a 45-degree angle and not parking it in the bay. And the result was that they just couldn't either reach with the spike, and they also couldn't reach with the fuel hose. So they spent quite a bit of time moving that car around before they could even start servicing it. They got the driver change complete. It looked like Yasser Shahin that got back in that car. But Christopher was very frustrated that they didn't get that car parked on the right angle.
It was a brilliant stint for Chris Meese as well, Chad, to get them back into the race and into contention. Ironically, this safety car will help them and sort of minimises any penalty. So Rossi in, Grenier in, Charles Viert's in as well.
Lead changing.
Yep. So that Manti EMA team, their pit stops have been unbelievable in pit stop practice so far.
Just what we were talking about,
that was the fuel that Matty Campbell saved. The standstill time was less than the leader of Shane van Gisbergen, and it could not be a more graphic example. Save fuel, standstill less than the pit stops. They both took fuel, they both did tyres. Just the fuel time on the Porsche was less.
And I was talking to some of the rival teams pitted around them. And they were saying that they, in practice pit stops, were doing 4 tyres. Remember, they're only allowed the 2 people doing the tyres, like you can see here for Group M. They're doing it in 10 seconds. So really, really well-drilled team. And that could be the difference later in the day.
Well, sounds like there's a gun issue going on here. The WRT. Got that one car going.
They've got serious, like, F1 style battle guns in that team as well. A really impressive tech to make pit stops as quick as they can.
Yep, 2 men, 2 guns, 4 tyres in GT racing.
So Thomas Pointing will take over now.
Van Gisbergen stayed in the 888 AMG Mercedes.
So change of the lead. Porsche in front for the first time in this year's LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour under the Mercedes AMG safety car. Porsche, Mercedes and BMW, the top three. Meanwhile, big damage to the Valmont Racing AMG. What a shame for that team. It built a really nice weekend. That car's just had a big upgrade to full Evo specification before the weekend. It's going to have to be re-Evo'd, I think, before the next round. They take that out racing. We didn't even get a chance to see Marcel Zalua behind the wheel of that car. Quick driver change. So this is Sun Energy 1 going to work. Gilles Gounon was behind the wheel in that last stint, and this safety car again helps them. It makes up for that drive-through penalty, brings them right back into the mix.
That was a nice shot, actually, of Lucas Stoltz adjusting the steering wheel in the car. And you can adjust the steering wheel, you can adjust the pedals. So much more flexibility for driver changes with varying driver heights in GT3 cars. Sun One Energy team finishing that pit stop. Lucas Stoltz will be on his way.
Got to keep your cool about you in this. Easy to make mistakes in the pits and will cost you. That little choreography.
Those little mistakes already. Yeah. Cold tyres crossing the blend line on the exit. Radio not working. Then a multitude of penalties on the back of that for the Schumacher Motorsport Audi team. So just small, seemingly insignificant things can have massive consequences in this race. You're going to have mistakes. Yeah, 12-hour race, they're going to be mistakes. It's about minimising them and about how you recover from those mistakes. So,
are you a driver that can just go, right, that's gone now, let's move on, turn the page?
It's a skill you need to develop. You absolutely have to develop it. Early in my career, no. I held on to them. Later in my career,
I was going to say,
develop that skill where it's just, okay.
That might have been a loaded question.
I can't change the past, but I can influence the future.
I was going to say, answer carefully. I've seen it all.
But how many times have we seen people make a slight mistake? Half a spin or whatever in a long race, 10, 12, 24-hour race, and they're trying to make up all the time they've lost in the next three corners.
You make a bigger mistake.
Correct.
Yeah,
and you end up shunting the car and you're out of the race. I remember talking to Ron Fellows, Corvette driver, and about making overtaking manoeuvres and saying, look, you're going to lose time behind people sometimes. You've got to get that in your head as you're an endurance driver. You lose a couple of seconds in a lap. That looks terrible on the timing screen. But there's nothing, even with his brilliant pit crew, that can be fixed in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's the balance, isn't it? Absolutely has to be looked at.
So Porsche lead the way in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour for the first time today. Shane van Gisbergen second. Augusto Farfus were behind the Mercedes AMG safety car for the third time today. Earlier this week, Chad caught up with Maro Engel, though, who's had a good day for a chat about the recent exploits and the brand new Mercedes AMG C43.
It's time now at Bathurst to see something brand new as Mercedes AMG takes the covers off the new C43, which is awfully exciting. So cool to see this guy back. Maro Engel, he's been winning everything, breaking records everywhere, so you're the perfect guy to chat about these new wheels behind us. It's pretty exciting, but it's also a pretty robust mix of performance and efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing to finally, have the Australian debut of this car, one of our newest cars, and yeah, I mean the bottom line is more performance, more efficiency, and performance luxury. So in this car, we've got a few really cool new features. For example, the rear wheel steering. So known from our GT platform, we now have this in the C43 here. This is also the world's first series production unit featuring an electric exhaust gas turbocharger. The advantage of that is that you have better response on throttle, and at low revs you have much more torque. So a lot of cutting-edge technology going into this car derived also from our Formula 1 technology. So we have an extra 10 kilowatt boost
300 kilowatts total output, so the car goes when you put your foot down. So a lot of different elements, active aero elements in the car, so performance is always the key, and just, you know, putting that new cutting edge technology into the car.
Perfect. Who do you reckon this is aimed at? What's the target audience here?
I'd say guys like you and me. I mean, guys who are obviously, you know, like their cars, like performance, and are interested in new technology and cutting edge technology, because that's what this is. You know, we're breaking boundaries, and as far as we're concerned, you know, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, so this is all filtering down from Formula One, and this is sort of the new breed of performance Mercedes AMG cars. So we've got the 43, we've got that behind us, and the 63's coming in. It all leads up to the car that you were lucky enough to drive at the Nürburgring and break that record in the AMG 1. What's the correlation between all these cars?
Well, yeah, I mean, the battery technology we have in these cars is straight, you know, derived from our Formula One development and battery technology that we have in the cars. So it's great to see that now making its way onto the roads and being available for our customers. And from a driving point of view, personally, I've always been a big fan of the C63s, all the various generations of cars, and now having the first non-V8, obviously there was some skepticism around from people. I'll tell you what, the first 2 minutes I drove the car, I was sold. You put your foot down, 680 horsepower, it's just incredible, and you hit the brakes and you just regen that energy so quickly, recuperate it, so it's really impressive, and it's great to see the direction we're heading in there.
One of the many cool things you've been up to recently, smashing the Nürburgring lap record. Tell us about the car and how that experience was.
Obviously an amazing experience. I mean, you know, what a car the AMG 1 is. I think it's safe to say it's the fastest road legal car out there on any racetrack in the world, and I mean, this is a pretty special place, but obviously also for us in terms of our development, the Nürburgring is the benchmark, so we said we had to go there, and it was an honor and a pleasure for me to push the car around there, and the speeds are insane. I mean, it's just so fast. You know, breaking the lap record by that amount on a day which wasn't even perfect because we still had a bit of a wet patch and a little bit of oil down, so you know, it was great, and just a great accomplishment. It shows what that F1 technology, bringing that to the road, what that does for you.
New South Wales is one of the most geographically diverse and experience-rich states in Australia. In a matter of hours, travellers can find themselves on white sandy beaches, outback plains, wine country, good drops around the place as well, and some lush rainforests as well. It is pristine. It is a fantastic place to come and visit, and when you do so, you need to make sure you get yourself over here to the Central West, the great city of Bathurst, and the even greater Mount Panorama Circuit. It is an excellent place to be. We're 93 laps into the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour of 2023.
Well, the Super Barnardi is back in pit lane. It's in the garage, and they're working feverishly to get it back out there. Theo Konduris is okay, that's the good news. Never a nice thing to be pointing side onto the traffic at Skyline, mate. That must be pretty frightful.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling, and I didn't realise he was. I think he's just come in too hot and hit my rear. I really don't know where he came from. So, yeah, not much fun at all. But
is that how it played out pretty much from your scenario? How long had you two been sort of duelling until that point?
Look, we went past the slower car just before that, and I think he's just come over too hot and couldn't pull it up, and I don't know, pole drive me.
Okay, that's unfortunate. The vibe down here, hopefully get this thing back out?
Yeah, we should get back on track and we'll see what we can salvage for the day, and yeah, get back out there.
Thanks for the chat, mate.
Thanks. Cheers.
Down here, just a couple garages down, which is a little bit uncomfortable for everyone for Valmont Racing, but Dean Canto playing a very important role with the team this weekend. Dean, no one really got a great view of what happened, but what would you read on it?
Yeah, look, it's obviously a faster driver coming up on a slower driver. The slower driver may not have seen him in his mirrors. Aaron was thought he might have been clear. It's one of those corners over Skyline. We see it happen a lot of times. You know, all we needed was the AM to move over to the left and go down the escape road, but they made contact. Unfortunately, it's ended our race. But the team did a great job. We got our lap back early, and we had good pace for the car. Strategy was looking good. You know, it's a big effort to come here for the 12 hours, so everyone's feeling it in the heart. But you know, we'll come back next year.
Means you can go watch from the mountain somewhere. Go find a cold beverage. Thanks.
Thank you. Cheers.
Far be it from me, because I'm not the experienced race driver, but every driver's briefing that I've been in, and that's far fewer than you have, if you're making a pass, it's up to you to get around, and you're always told as the slower driver, stick to your racing line, not drive off the track.
Yeah.
it's a rich comment to ask the AM driver to go up the escape road to get out of the way, but often we see at the exit of Nick Phillamy and the run to Skyline, a driver will move across and take the natural racing line on the approach to Skyline, and that invites the following car to stick their nose up the inside on the approach to Skyline. The problem with passing at Skyline, it's not a real braking zone. You're sort of flowing the car across the top of the mountain. So it's not like you can out-brake someone into Skyline because you don't really stop the car, you're just keeping the momentum up. And it's definitely not 2 lanes across the top of Skyline. And so quite often you can result in this misunderstanding of the car in lead moving across to take the natural racing line, thinking that they can come back to the apex, and you get this misunderstanding and contact was made, and we see there 2 cars backwards in our shot on the run down to the dipper with big damage, certainly to that 44 Belmont Racing AMG.
Let's just go back to what's happening behind the AMG 63 safety car. Slightly quicker turnaround by the Manthey 912 Porsche team. Installed Austrian driver Thomas Preining into that car. Very well thought of as Porsche, this young man. And probably with that little bit of saving that Matty Campbell had done, there you go, that was in the bank. And he's turned around and he's out in front of the previous leader, the 888 of Shane van Gisbergen. Still in 3rd position, now with Augusto Farfus behind the wheel. Valentino Rossi, after a fantastic stint, first stint competitively around the mountain, has stood down and let Augusto in. Then it's Mauro Engel in the pole-sitting car.
So that 999 car still hasn't really recovered. Well, it hasn't recovered from that curious pit stop strategy of pitting under safety car but a lap behind the majority of the field. So losing track position, I mean, that 999 car was clearly the fastest car at the start of the race. But losing that track position early, they haven't, in a stint and a half since then, they haven't been able to really go forward. They've got 1 spot back throughout the pit stop cycle.
The usual before dawn start, 5:45 this morning, but it's worth getting up for here at the mountain. Early problems for Christopher Haase and the Audi, pitched into the wall. Then it was the Grove Porsche at the top of the mountain that brought out the safety car for the first official time. The Chastain move round the Audi cutting didn't work, and that was the first of a number of incidents for the Wall Lamborghini. That car back in the garage now, and most recently a 2-car incident, and again the number 44 AMG involved with another Audi. This car, that car's very well damaged at the back of the car. 94 laps down, Thomas Preining leads.
This is how the field stands as we work our way towards hour number 5 of this race. They're the classes. Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel of 99 assumes the lead in the Pro-Am class, and quite quietly they've climbed their way up into the top 6. So this has been a really good little stanza for the second car from 888, the Boost Mobile car. Silver class now led by the Kiwi entry, Andrew Fawcett behind the wheel in 11th outright. The Invitational leader is down in 20th. Jeff Taunton behind the wheel of the Mark Cars entry. This is the leaderboard. Porsche on top for the first time today. Highlighted the efforts by Valentino Rossi. That car 3rd for that entire stint. It's now got Augusto Farfus behind the wheel. One I did want to touch on was that Nicky Katzberg went 36 laps in that stint. So it's about the longest we've seen today from a fuel economy point of view. A couple of laps of yellow involved in that, but he spent the longest time of anyone. 37 laps, correction, it was, in that stint. So the BMW is showing some decent fuel economy as well as some decent speed. And we have heard from race control the lights will be out. The wait by process will start. So the first car 1 lap behind is David Reynolds in car number 24, which is the Makita Tony Bates Racing Mercedes AMG. So Dave will be able to go through. Fraser Ross behind the wheel of 65. So they're going to get 1 of their 2 laps back. That's really positive for those guys. 1 more safety car and they're back in the game. And Lee Holdsworth is another who will get the wave around.
Hey guys, I just noticed that the 75, the Sun Energy 1 car, pitted twice during this safety car period. So I came down to investigate. Jules Gounon has got out of that car, and Lucas Doles is back in there doing his job. and it was because it was overheating, it was actually sucking in a little bit of grass and stuff into the intake, so they just wanted to clean it all out. Kenny said that the car had no air flowing through the cabin as well, so just took that extra opportunity behind the safety car to blow it all out and make sure it was clean and good to go.
Interesting that Kenny Hibble mentioned that there's no air coming through the cabin. That air, cockpit air, is taken from the front of the car and ducted past the engine. So clearly some blockage in the front of that Sun One Energy AMG Mercedes. One, for the driver to keep cool, but more importantly, to keep the engine temperature under control. And we are expecting a warm day here this afternoon at Mount Panorama.
Here's the wave bike, guys. Now let's see if everybody gets this right this time. Remember, there was a couple of cars that were a little bit tardy. The number 55, Fuchs Lubricants Audi with no radio, that was rather disadvantaged, and that set in motion.
Car's gone past wave bike.
That set in motion it.
Copy, confirming lights out at 19.7. Return to pit lane.
A set of events that's put them 3 laps down. They get one of those back now.
So as soon as the lights go out, no weaving behind the safety car. Remember, the other thing that's been pointed out is that 888 and 75 both executed a brake pad change during that pit stop shuffle as well. So they've just ticked that box nice and early to get fresh pads into those cars.
Those of you that follow the Bathurst 1000 supercar race will know that there's a mandated brake pad change in that race. No mandated brake pad change here, but the AMGs have decided that they will do a brake pad change early. I saw the 888 team doing a lot of pit stop practice with brake pad changes.
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
Here we go. Restarts today have been somewhat feisty. So let's see what this one brings. It's Thomas Preuning who brings the field back to green in the Grello Porsche. Behind them, Shane van Gisbergen, who stayed behind the wheel. The Porsche goes and just picks his timing perfectly. Augusto Farfus next in 46. Maro Engel behind the wheel of 999. So they're back to 4th. And Sheldon van der Linden now is behind the wheel of the 32 BMW. He's 5th.
Remember what happened on the last restart, guys. The Porsche got up to temperature with the Pirellis quicker. We know Shane van Gisbergen's very careful with his tyres. Thomas Preuning perhaps saw that and is making his bid for freedom here. What, he's pulled out his second and he's not at turn 2 visit New South Wales Griffin's Bend yet, guys.
I thought when he came through the final corner at Murray's, I thought he'd sent it off the road. He was carried that much speed relative to what Van Gisbergen was prepared to do. Now Augusto Farfus finds himself right behind Van Gisbergen in that 888 AMG Mercedes, but Thomas Preuning, he's gone. Like, that gap now continues to open. So we saw this earlier though. Van Gisbergen was prepared to wait to bring his tyres in gently at the restart. He's very canny in positioning his car in just the right spot so he can hold those behind him that want to get on with it earlier behind him. And then I actually watched Shane's lap times late in that stint, and he was very far at the end. So you give up a little bit now, but you get a big reward late in the stint.
Farfus, though, is sniffing blood here, and Augusto Farfus has never been backwards and coming forwards, and maybe this is the time for the pole-sitting car. Garth, you were saying in the rundown that it hasn't moved forward very far, but Maro Engel behind the wheel of that car is right there and trying to get on terms. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th, the bright red AMG, the mainly white BMW, and then the highlight the yellow AMG, that 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and the little green speck that's disappearing in the distance is the Grello Porsche.
Thomas Preuning's a great young talent, part of this massive cadre of junior drivers that Porsche have got on their books. He's a 24-year-old from Austria. He's been here once before in 2020. He was in a car that was in the mix in that race right to the very end. Absolute Racing were running the 2 factory entries that weekend, the Chinese team, and they ran that car very long and extricated lots of fuel mileage out of it late. Ultimately, they didn't get a safety car they were looking for. They went deep into the race in long green flag runs, put new tyres and fuel in, and were hoping for a late safety car to blaze their way through. It didn't work for them that year, and they finished 7th. But he's got priors here before, and he is using all of that experience to his benefit to build a 2.2-second lead in one stop. Now, you've just spotted something flapping around on the front of the Group M Racing Manfilter's AMG.
Yeah, I did. It looks like a rubber strip that would seal the bonnet.
Yeah.
On the leading edge of the bonnet. You can see it flapping around. If you just look at the horizon, if you like, of the bonnet when speed comes up, on this car. You can just see something flapping there. It's not going to be a big deal breaker for that car. It's just enough to be annoying. There, as a driver, you can see it sitting right back there.
Oh, yeah.
So it does affect the aero. The reason there's a seal there is to seal the front of the car up so it's more efficient as it cuts through the air. I mean, it's one of those little, it's not even a 1%er, it's probably a 0.5%er. As long as that doesn't wrap itself around a windscreen wiper or a bonnet pin or go over and then wrap itself around the rear wing, and then the rear wing loses some efficiency. So it's just an annoying thing right now, and hope that that doesn't turn into something more significant.
Rocking the old movable arrow device there, chaparral like on the front rather than the back. Sorry, I'm showing my age there.
I was going to say.
Sorry guys. Moving on. That is going to be. It's not the fact that it's sticking up, the fact that it's flapping around, that will catch your eye.
Oh, big fuel save there, that lap from Murrow Engel. You can hear it, that'll be a hallmark of the day, particularly when you find yourself in this situation where you know you're not going to make a passing move, you're better to roll out of it, save some fuel. I am curious just to watch the performance of the BMW head-to-head with the AMG, just its strengths and weaknesses. We haven't really seen too much of them go head-to-head on track until now. And Murrow Engel, we know he's not going to need a second invite. If there's an opportunity, and if the door is just slightly ajar.
Murrow doesn't need a first invite, no. It just appears and he's there.
He's got to run here up Mountain Straight.
That torque of the AMG drags it up Mountain Straight so well, and Brazilian feels the need to defend the run up to visit New South Wales corner, but not close enough that time to get up the inside.
And keep an eye on the next car coming on to the end of this. That's Shelton von der Linde in 5th position in the 2nd of the WRT BMWs. That car's had a relatively quiet race so far, but has worked its way through. Qualified a little bit further down in the Pirelli shootout yesterday. We've seen from WRT that they have the knowledge and they have the experience to win this race. They've changed manufacturers over the closed season, and they are forging a new relationship with BMW. They've already raced a 24-hour competition out in Dubai, 2nd week of January, and not exactly a shakedown. Vonson Voss was clear that they were taking it seriously and they wanted to give the race the respect that they wanted, but it was an opportunity for them to get to know the car. And they did that, 1st and 3rd in a quality GT3 field.
There's no real speed at the front of the field right now. The last lap by, they were all in the 5s. The fastest car on the previous lap was Lucas Stoltz. He was a 3.6. So there's a bit of cat and mouse going on at the front of the field here now. Greining's got that 2.5-second lead, but there's not record pace right now.
As you would appreciate, one of the great things about this race is the factory support for the cars out on the track. And from Audi Sport Customer Centre, Chris Reinke joins me now. Chris, amazing support that you put up here for the teams. And how are you enjoying the experience? You've been here many times now.
Yeah, absolutely. We always enjoy, you know, coming down to the Mount Panorama, down to Bathurst. Great crowd, great venue here, good racing. So that is for sure exciting. If we look at the loyalty of the customers who flies the Audi Sport flag all year round, win championships in GT racing, to have them all together here in the Audi Sport customer racing family at the Bathurst 12 hours is absolutely exciting.
It's a very impressive turnout. Now I want to talk about your RS, beautiful car. Did it set a lap record around here for an electric car?
Absolutely, yeah. We brought this time around the RS e-tron GT along. And, you know, in the here and now, customer racing is about combustion racing for sure, and GT3, our main product, very successful here around the mountain. But obviously there is a future, and the future mobility will be electric, and therefore we were absolutely excited when we get the chance to bring the RS e-tron GT along. Sole, pure production car. And we took it around, and Christopher Mies set the record for electric vehicles on the racetrack of Bathurst with a 228 yesterday. And that got us very excited because Christopher Mies also holds an absolute record here for the GT3 that we set in 2018 was a 149. And now to put him, you know, on tomorrow's mobility on the e-tron car and once again set a record. Exciting venture.
A couple of impressive records to have as well. Can we see an Audi on the podium at the end of the day? How are we tracking?
Absolutely, we hope for that. Obviously, our main contender, hopefully for a win, was punted out early in the race. Unfortunately, we are still all a bit heartbroken and disappointed about it. But the race is still on and a long way to go. And I think especially with the 777 car, I think we have a good chance at least for the podium. We are very focused now to keep that car out of trouble and exactly, somehow sweeps up what others might leave behind.
It's a long race, Chris. Hey, always great to see you out here. Great to have your support for this race. Thanks for coming.
Well, thanks a lot to everybody out there. All the best.
Thank you.
Awful lot of people around the world will be listening to what Chris Wanke, head of Audi Motorsport, was saying. Audi Sport Customer Racing, to give him his proper title, is saying that a little bit of uncertainty about the future because the Audi R8 that is running here, we don't know what the replacement for that car will be. And the race cars have to be led by the road cars. But good times for Audi have been had down here. Let's hope they continue. And there's clearly a problem for this 777 car with their radio as well.
Yes, there is, guys. The message being communicated. We hear you. We know what you're saying as Yasser Shaheen gets on the radio, but the team unable to communicate with him verbally. They've reverted to the good old-fashioned number board that hangs out the side of the wall with all the numbers counting down as to how many laps left in this stint before he will pit once again. So the team being very ingenuitive to try and figure out a way to keep their driver out on the track and also well informed of what's going on. As we've got a car off in turn 1, I think that was the 19, the Invitational class Mercedes GT4.
Fabian Schiller behind the wheel, Shay, of that car. The car 19 was running 19th, second in class, and it's just stopped drivers right just beyond Shannon's Hill corner here at Mount Panorama. So...
Is that in the runoff?
Yeah, it is.
Escape road.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
Race control will manage that.
Safety car boards.
They're managing it with a safety car.
Off at turn 1. So
even though it is up the escape road, it is up the escape road at a heavy braking zone.
Only 8 laps into this stint for just about anybody. Everybody on the field pulled in under the last safety car.
That car did not go into their underpower. Had a couple of tweets from people down there using the hashtag B12HR. That was dead stick coming in there, coasted to a halt.
Car 912.
Richard Crale, you're a strategy guru. Do you pit or do you stay?
I wonder if, it's only been 8 laps. That's the problem.
So it's a third of a stint, effectively.
It is, true. And we saw earlier in the race, 75 took themselves off sequence, but then that safety car when everyone stopped. I don't think it's soon enough. 75 come in, so they're the ones that have been rolling the dice and have seemed to be more willing to roll the dice. Now, we heard from Kenny Habul earlier in the race that he may jump in if they need him to. I wonder if you take this opportunity to put him back in the car, free up that driver time for Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoles later in the race. Let's see. At the very least, top the car off and you're going to be 8 laps better than anybody else in another green flag run.
And that's going to depend how far your driver's through their stint, because if they are already going to be going to the end of a double in their 150 minutes, there's no point in extending that. Well, but I suppose in the race, it'll take less time at the next stop. So there's a school of thought from some teams.
And if you're rotating 2 drivers from here on in, the more flexibility you can get in when they're in the car now is better later in the day. Ice cream headache stuff. Strategy at the 12 hour, but we love it. It all play out in just over 8 hours.
There is a school of thought that if you can get a free fuel stop, even if it's a third of a tank,
take it.
Then you take it.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what track position you lose. We saw that with the 999 car. Once they gave up track position, they still haven't got it back. They still find themselves buried in 4th spot after commanding the race for the first stint and a half. So you don't want to give up too much track position. I mean, it's still early days. We're 4 hours into a 12-hour race, 8 hours to go. But you don't want to bury yourself in the field and find yourself caught up with another incident that may not be your doing because you're deeper in the field than you should be.
This is the number 24 Makita Tony Bates Racing car, run out of the Valenti Rosso Motorsports entry. David Reynolds is behind the wheel, so he's catching the safety car. He got a wave around last time, so they're 1 minute and 30 seconds behind. Just seeing that this car is one of 2 under investigation for safety car restart procedure, which will be for the last restart.
Yeah, David Reynolds, when he gets out the car, is going to come and join us up here in the Liquid Moly Global Broadcast Centre.
Yeah, we'll rotate some drivers through up here as well over the course of the day to get that input into how the track is and how the car's going and how their race is playing out, and probably not shed any light onto their strategy, because the general answer is I'm not going to tell you, or I don't know, and the truth is somewhere in the middle of the two.
We're coming up to another hour of racing having been completed.
A third of the way through the race, John, already.
Yeah. And we've got 100 laps on the board, guys. 100 laps on the board. So even with the neutralisations, what we're seeing here is when we're running green, gentlemen, we're running very quickly indeed and clicking those laps up very well indeed. Even if they're only running at the 204, 205s, that is getting this job done.
Didn't seem like that long ago that race pace was 6s and 7s.
Yeah.
Whereas now we're talking about, we're only doing 4s and 5s.
Sorry, I had Krillsy's script from qualifying.
I know. We're hard taskmasters, yeah, that's for sure.
I've copped grief for that when I was disappointed with a 2:01.9.
Yes, that's right.
But that's just the way this race has evolved.
I'm curious to see how Van Gisbergen goes about this safety car restart, because the previous safety car restart was on a fresh tyre, newly put on the car, had no temperature in it. Now there is some heat soak that have gone through this set of tyres. We've used them for 8 laps now. So does he use that same technique of bringing the tyre in gently, or does he take the opportunity to have a crack at the back of the Porsche? So I'm curious, one, whether he has that same level of approach, and two, if the opportunity's there, does he pass the Porsche, or does he just sit in behind the Porsche and do to the Porsche what the Porsche did to him on the previous stint?
Bit of reverse psychology going on at the front of the field. See how this all plays out when we go back to green. That Mercedes is recovered, and we should be back to green very, very soon. Speaking of green, the supercar season starts in just a few weeks. It all happens on the coast in the great city of Newcastle.
Supercars will hit the streets of Newcastle next month in a much anticipated return to the Supercars calendar. If past events are anything to go by, you won't want to miss this.
They've hit on the way up the hill. Ricky's out of business. He's off the road.
Tickets are on sale at ticketek.com.au, and all the action is live right here.
Bathurst is a crazy place to watch racing cars. The streets of Newcastle are a crazy place to watch racing cars. It's an amazing street circuit there, right on the foreshore in a really cool city. So the opening round of the Supercars Championship not far away. Looking forward, in the new era with Gen 3 coming very, very soon. Looking forward to that. Newcastle's a great city, cool place to go and visit. All the motorsport in New South Wales at this time of the year. It's busy stuff. And looking forward to getting there. As it stands, we're behind the Mercedes AMG safety car. Thomas Pointing is the leader, Van Gisbergen next. So it's Porsche, Mercedes, AMG, BMW in the top 3 spots as we work our way into the 5th hour of this 12-hour race.
Matt, it's hard to believe we're already so far through this race. You've been out there for one stint. How difficult was it to get temp in the tyres?
I think compared to the others, we're actually quite strong. You know, racing Shane on the first sort of 1 or 2 laps, and then sort of settled into rhythm and just got behind him. So we're running our own race, not worrying about anyone else, and yeah, so far it's going well. Obviously leading the race now, and yeah, ticking over the hours. It's gone quick so far.
You guys were Supercars teammates a few years ago. How cool was it to battle him across the mountain here?
Yeah, it's cool, and obviously the cars, the way we make the lap time is very, very different. So you know, racing hard at points and trying to get ahead, but nevertheless, I think both of us are smart enough. It's early enough in the race, and we're just running our own races until the end. So let's see what happens.
Thanks, Matt. Long way to go.
Thank you. Cheers.
And guys, he was nice enough to come away. He's looking at data in between every possible second that he can get in the car. Never stop studying, that boy.
Well, he's got a big future ahead of him and a big couple of years with the Porsche prototype program. Porsche synonymous with endurance and GT racing. This is the 60th birthday year of the venerable 911 on its 8th iteration now, the new 992. We don't have that car here, not available for homologation to SRO quite yet. So still, this is the last run for the Type 991.2 GT3R. But Matt, part of the team, along with Porsche Penske Motorsport, that are racing the Porsche 963 at the front of the IMSA classes.
Race control all teams, safety car
and
and
the
field,
WEC
maintaining
as well.
drivers right. All cars for wave by to drivers left, please.
So a couple of cars taking the wave by straight away. And here's another lap back then for the 55 Schumacher car, going through at speed this time, making sure they had no issues this time around. I reckon that's 2 of the 3 they've had back, isn't it?
Well, more importantly, Fraser Ross now will get the 65 back onto the lead lap, right? Having lost 2 of them, and Golding in 55 will get 1 lap back, so they will now just be 1 lap behind the leader. Yep. But 65, for the second time today, have raced their way back, basically, into the lead lap of this race.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that long ago we were talking to Chaz Mostert. They were 3 laps behind.
Correct.
And here we are back on the lead lap after some dramas. So the wave around rule working nicely for that team.
So restart time. Porsche, AMG, BMW. And all of these teams learning and evolving as this race plays out. Let's see what happens this time by 4 hours and 4 minutes into the Bathurst 12 hour of 2023. It's been flat out when we've been under green. The pace has been hot. Temperatures coming up locally as well. We started at 7 degrees. It's now 16 degrees locally and getting warmer. Top summer in the high 20s today. So that will play a role as this race plays out. Back to green. Prony didn't quite get the advantage this time by that he got on the last restart. So SVG was aware to that and went with him.
Prony took it deeper as well. He waited longer at that restart. I would have dropped the hammer early, straight away. If you know that you've got a tyre warm-up advantage over the cars behind, use it in the last corner. And here we go, Farfus now, having a look down the outside, the run up to turn 2.
Defence on the inside by SVG in the red AMG, going up through visit New South Wales, Gifford Bend, and heading up towards the Audi Cutting. And that is exactly what Thomas Preining wants to see in his mirror. That red car getting a wee bit smaller, and that's because Shane has got his hands full with Augusto. And Mauro Engels right in there, as well as Shelton von der Linde in the second of the WRT. BMWs, red Mercedes, white BMW, yellow AMG is the pole sitting car, and then the Shell Helix car is Shelton von der Linde, and they've pulled a couple of seconds away from the field.
And behind them is Yasser Shahin in the Pro-Am leading, the Boysell Pro-Am leading car. In fact, he's just been passed, I think, by Lucas Stoles and Sun Energy One Racing. So Yasser's the first non-pro driver in this group on the racing restart. Behind him, Jeffrey Ibrahim. Those two spent all last year racing together in GT World Challenge Australia. And then it's David Reynolds in the 24. So it'd be interesting to see what Davey's got up his sleeve in the Makita car that he's sharing with now expat Aussie Jordan Love and the car owner Tony Bates, who is racing an AMG for the first time. He's made the brand switch across from Audi.
Farfus buried well under the rear wing of Shane van Gisbergen's AMG Mercedes, and Van Gisbergen continues to struggle on the cold tyre. I thought the body language of that car was more aggressive when they came to the line of the restart, but has no speed on this first lap. I did wonder early whether it was just driving strategy from Shane, but it just looks to me like it just does not have the performance until the tyre comes up, because Farfus, we saw him have a bit of a nibble on the last restart. Now Mauro Engel wants to be part of all this. He's going to find himself on the wrong side for the run-up Mount Straight, and Sheldon van der Linde will jump in behind his teammate Augusto Farfus in the fellow BMW. Does he close the door?
Might be able to
help. We're touching.
This just gives a little bit of breathing room. It's a long way round the outside.
Marbles.
It's a long way round there. And the marbles building up now 4 hours into the race.
Nice job by Kelvin von der Linde, Shelton von der Linde. Well, Kelvin's watching and listening. and just read that very nicely. Tried to give his teammate a little bit of aerodynamic drafting help up Mountain Straight. And Shane van Gisbergen trying to pull away from these three. There was definitely a couple of touches there.
Yeah, you see the smoke will pop up at one point here. They're side drafting each other. There's a little touch. And Maro was seriously bold, 1 on the brakes, but 2 to try and hang around on the outside. Even a little touch mid-corner from Augusto's like, you're not going around the outside of me, mate.
He might have been all right without the touch. They were alongside far enough, but wow.
Yeah, you don't go around the outside. No, you don't.
It's been tried.
Not with these boys.
It's been tried and many have failed.
It's brought Lucas Stoltz back in the game.
Yeah.
So they made another stop under that safety car. We wondered whether it would hurt them with track position. The answer, no. Straight away, straight on the back of the lead pack.
So they've been through the lane 7 times today, Sun Energy One. One of them was for a drive-through, admittedly. 7 pit stops, everyone else just the 3. And yet they remain firmly in contention, 6 seconds from the outright lead, with a pro driver behind the wheel, and knowing that Jules Gounon is sitting in the shed waiting to go.
Earlier on, we saw the Grove Porsche backwards at the top of the hill, and the stewards have pulled the judicial camera footage from inside the cars. There will be no further action on that. We heard Alex Davison saying, had the quote from him to V8 Sleuth, wasn't it, that he felt there was no contact and there is no further action from Motorsport Australia Race Control.
Heard on the in-car from Maro Engel, as soon as he found himself back behind Sheldon van der Linde, it was into massive fuel save mode. Big lift and coasts. So as soon as you lose the battle, you try and win the war and save the fuel and think about the future.
Tactical withdrawal, sir. Yes, I think so. Very clever, that. It is very clever. And we saw, didn't we, at the previous safety car deployment, what that can mean in terms of the pit lane.
Yeah, it was very evident the work that Matt Campbell had done saving fuel in the Porsche to jump Shane van Gisbergen and now give Thomas Preining track position and leads the race.
3 seconds. Yeah. That's turned into a 3-second lead by saving a few litres of fuel.
Here's the battle for 9th and 10th. Jeffrey Ibrahim and Danny Juncadella, both in AMG Mercedes. Juncadella keen to get on with it.
That's 3rd in the Pro-Am, and Danny Juncadella in the Pro category, of course. David Reynolds and Yasser Shaheen, by the way, are 1st and 2nd in the Pro-Am category. And they're slightly further up the road. Starting with the pit lane.
It's the 101 AMG Mercedes. Kevin C makes his way into the lane. As this battle rages on for 9th and 10th, and just behind them is Jeff Emery. And they find themselves on the lead lap still, so using the wave around rule nicely in the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG Mercedes. Juncadella makes his way past Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim on the run into the chase.
Guys, our winners this year will take away a very special memento of their time here at Mount Panorama, thanks to Bossell, who are presenting them with a special commemorative watch for winning the race this year. Aaron Coote is with me. Aaron, tell me about this special watch.
Right, this special watch is one of 4. We've done a limited edition of 4 for the winning drivers. It's extra special. I'm not sure if you can see in the hollow crown there. The Bathurst Council has given us a piece of the Mount Panorama sign up there. That's actually in the hollow crown. That's so incredible. Each person, or the winners, will be this year taking away a piece of Mount Panorama that they can keep with them in a seriously limited edition of 4 of 4.
Now, also flip it over, because on the back, not only have you got a piece of Mount Panorama, you've got the track map too, so you'll never forget you were here.
No, you'll never forget you were here, and look, I'll never forget we're here. This has been amazing. As I was telling you earlier, I'm based in LA. We're an Australian brand, and driving in here from Sydney, I just could start to feel the energy as I got close, and then you add 10,000 odd people and some international competition, and I'm home. This is pretty
special, isn't it? Tell us about Bossell. So this is an Aussie watch brand taking on the world.
Aussie watch brand taking on the world. We, that that hollow crown that we just show allows us to tell some meaningful stories, and we put something super important. And with the Royal Australian Air Force, we were their 100th anniversary watch. We put some soil from Point Cook in it, which is the site of the first Air Force base in 1914. We then became the Invictus Games of Prince Harry. The official watch of that, they gave us, the Royal Dutch Mint gave us some of the winners' medals in the crown. And then we're now the official watch of the US Army, and we've got a project over there in the US helping get veterans off the street. So the watches over there are designed by veterans, assembled by veterans, and then a percentage of all sales going to helping veteran charities. It's just, I need to talk to the Australian Army.
Aaron, you've got a great story. Thank you very much. We're really proud to have Bossell watches here. That is a beautiful prize for our winners, and thank you very much.
We're very grateful to be part of it, and thanks to Bathurst for having us. Thanks, mate.
And just to be clear, that is the big white Mount Panorama on the side of the hill that you see from about 15, 20k back that was in the crown of that Bossell watch.
Just want to make sure that there's still 4 watches left after Mark Beretta finishes that interview.
Well, the 3 watches for the winner. The 2, just the guy who's crossed the line. So a little bit of the sign at the top of the hill. Thanks to Bathurst Council for allowing that to happen.
That's very cool. Nice synergy there too. The Australian brand taking on the world. Exactly what's happening on the racetrack right now. Australians taking on the world at their own game, GT3 racing.
Did you enjoy that challenge? Because in your career in supercars, you get to race your contemporary supercar drivers, but very rare you get that opportunity to go head-to-head with the plethora of Euros that come down here.
Yeah, I did. I really did enjoy that challenge. It was something that you don't get the opportunity to do all that often, certainly not here in Australia. So whenever this race came up, and I was very fortunate to be paired with the Audi factory drivers, so I was able to look at their vision, look at their data, and did a lot of studying and a lot of work to get myself up to speed to match those guys in their cars. And it was a real challenge, absolutely a real challenge. I really enjoyed it. You look at now, Chaz Mostert jumps in an Audi and is as fast, if not faster, than the factory guys around here. We know how good Chaz is in a GT car. We know how good Chaz is in any car. And it's cool to watch that happen. It's really cool to watch.
So the Paul Sitting car carving its way through traffic as the leaders deal with the Mark Cars 111. Not the best weekend for them. Keith Kasulke with a brake disc failure coming through the chase. And that car out earlier on in the weekend. But they've pulled up their socks. That car was in the wall actually at the first corner and required a bit of remedial work as well. But they pulled up their socks and worked through to make sure that that car is back out and running. And sits at the head at the moment of the invitation class.
Brad Schumacher, it started out as a very good day. It got pretty bad pretty quick for you guys. Just something little within the radio that ultimately made you lose communication.
Yeah, the day started out really well, but unfortunately I had no radio. It made me look really silly, in fact, and yeah, I felt really bad about it after I got out of the car. But for me, with no radio, I got sent out in a good position after Frederick handed the car over, and then we had the safety car, which left me at the front of the train. And at that stage, I didn't know if I was to go past the safety car for the drive-by or not, which I didn't, and everybody else did. And so, not knowing whether or not I was still on the lead lap or not, after that safety car, I assumed I was still on the lead lap. Of course, I had good pace running in the 204s, and the pros that were behind me were struggling to overtake. So I was racing those guys, and I wasn't getting blue flags at every checkpoint because I was able to gap them across the top. And yeah, so it's just a complete mess up on our behalf with the radios. It's the 1%ers that get you all the time. And then so even when I came in for the drive-through, I actually didn't know it was a drive-through. I thought we were just doing a compulsory pit stop, and yeah, we're back to a lap down now, and yeah, it makes me look really silly, but you know, we'll get the radio fixed and hopefully move on. There's a long way to go today.
And with this wave by, the lucky dog in effect, it's not over until it's over. You guys had something special on the back of your car for this weekend. You've got the Chad written on the rear wing for our own Chad Nylon. You going to take that off because clearly that's bringing all the bad luck?
You know, I put it on because we did the ad with Supercars and Chad, and I was worried about the commentator's curse, and there you go. Maybe we will take it off in the next ad break, in the next pit stop. And no, look, I think that's surely got to be our bad luck for this weekend. It put us 4 laps down. It was a shocker. The worst part about it is I felt I drove really well, you know. Yeah, being able to drive with those top pro guys and keep up with them was a good effort, just not in the right circumstances this time round.
Hey, we're only a third of the way through. There's still hope.
Absolutely, no. We've, plenty of hope. It's a long race, and we've got all of the local support on our side here, obviously, is the Bathurst team, so we'll be fine. We'll see where we're at in the last hour.
Nothing but good luck for your team from now on. Thanks, Brad.
Thank you, Shay. Much appreciated.
And with the wave around, now only 1 lap back off the lead.
Yes, correct. So, look, they'll get it back. Fraser Ross, the 65 car, were 2 laps down at one point, and then a lap down earlier as well. So, yeah, it's not impossible in this race to get yourself back into the mix. And they've shown with Fred Vervees that they are very much capable on pace of running at the front of the field. He was running 4th outright earlier on today in that Audi R8.
We're seeing something similar with Thomas Preining at the front of the field, as we saw with Shane van Gisbergen earlier, except in reverse. It was Matty Campbell, of course, that was in the car. Shane couldn't jump away from the Porsche to start with, and then he moved away, and then the Porsche came back to him in traffic. Preining's jumped away to over 2 seconds, and now Shane's coming back to him. He's half that deficit.
Yeah, and like Garth clearly picked early on today, and Matt confirmed it, that he didn't want to pass him. He wanted to sit behind, save some fuel, invent some fuel in the tank of that Porsche to give them some strategic leeway. And it worked, because their pit stop was shorter when they all came in under safety car, and they got track position and got in front. So now SVG doing exactly the same thing with no impetus really to go for track position yet. As long as you're within a couple of seconds of the leader at this point in the car race, you are okay. The interesting thing for mine is how well these 2 BMWs are going at this point. Just latched onto the back of the 2 leaders. They've got Augusto Farfus, who's done more than 3 hours of the race so far, over a couple of stints, and Sheldon Vanderlinde, who's going along very nicely. They've got very good car speed. They've been super consistent as well, and so far, in an admittedly reasonably small sample size, their fuel economy looks pretty good too.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little bit concerned of in the 46 car is you look at the rear of the car, the rear bumper and the rear boot lid, and there's starting to get more and more evidence of an oil trace over the back of that car. So just something to keep an eye on. Clearly, there's no smoke, there's nothing coming from the car, but it's just something we want to keep an eye on and hope that that doesn't influence the result for the 46 BMW.
Worry not, Garth. That is fairly standard operating procedure for the M4 GT3 machine. We see it over in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, running a white livery for 2 of our teams, both Paul Miller Racing and Turner Motorsport. And those cars, even through 2-hour and 40-minute contests, wind up with a significant amount of yellow, not only on the back, but also on the side, on the running board. You won't see it as much on the 32, the sister car, because their livery hides it a lot better, but it's something we are used to. And the cars, they keep going.
And while we're talking about over the other side of the pond, we always get asked, what is it about this race? What it is about this race is that people want to come here. Hello to Owen Trinkler, another IMSA driver, just finished the Daytona 24, and Michelin Pilot, actually the most experienced Michelin Pilot Challenge driver in that and its previous incarnations for Team TGM, Ted Giovannis Motorsport, sitting at home just outside of Nashville, tuned in on the world feed. And that's why this race is so good, because guys who could and should possibly be doing something else other than watching racing on their weekend are tuned in. You've got to ask Ted to come on down here, Owen, and bring one of those beautiful Aston Martins that he's running this year to this fantastic endurance event.
Into the lane goes car 19. We had multiple reports that this car was dead stick on the run into turn 1, which is what brought out that most recent safety car. Mark Griffith and his team just enjoying themselves running around in the invitational class in what is a GT4 class Mercedes.
the reason, by the way, that that car couldn't have just been pulled straight out from that exit road is that there isn't a straight out. It's closed off further down. They would have had to open gates and move tyre barriers and things like that. So it had to be pulled back on to the circuit to be properly recovered and taken out of the firing line, so to speak.
Well, you head down that way, you get to Boundary Road and turn left and you head to Cowra and even further inland in New South Wales. That's the way it goes.
Something interesting going on right here at the lead of the race. The 777 Audi's been into the pit lane. Yasser Shaheen's jumped out. Ricardo Fella's jumped aboard the Audi, and we know he's got speed, but it's full of fuel, so it won't be fast compared to the Porsche. And this is where Porsche can put Audi's last strike, if you like, down a lap right there, right now. So Audi find themselves a lap down here. We have seen with the wave around that can be negated quite quickly. But all things being equal, you don't want to go that lap down if you don't have to. So now Fella will find themselves in the blue flag scenario as Van Gisbergen, Farfus, Van der Linde and Engel queue up behind him.
So Yasser, only 16 laps in that stint.
To
didn't
all
have good
teams,
speed, Yasser.
5-second time penalty to car 24, breach of safety car restart protocol.
So that's the Makita Tony Bates entry. Reynolds has got that thing up to 7th place. So 5 seconds. They'll serve that at the next pit stop. In sprint races, it'll be added to the race time.
A bit going on here for
party going on.
So there's the bit of influence from lap traffic. Van Gisbergen has to defend hard at turn 2.
And the thing is now is the 777's got a full pro in it, and that car is every bit as quick as everything around it, but it is about to go a lap down. So Ricardo Fella's going to have to be careful because he'll get the blue flags, because technically he should get out the way, unless he can drive away from these cars.
The gap's opened up again here, and I made the point about it, he's on full fuel, and that's where the car's probably a little bit slower relative to the leaders right now, but if you go same fuel level for everyone involved, that car's just as quick as the leaders. So you want to try so you want to try and stay there because you know that your car's just going to get better and better through the stint. But you do need to manage that blue flag. We saw with Brad Schumacher, and we heard from him earlier, that you do need to manage the blue flags and make sure you're not getting them all the time.
This Audi battle is not for position. The 65 chasing the 47. David Russell, 13 laps off the lead. Remarkably, this car survived spinning and an accident on the run down through Skyline towards the Dipper and continues to race, but they lost a lot of track time. But Davey Russell's behind the wheel, going along very, very quickly indeed, but Fraser Ross looking to make up some more time. So remember, this car was almost 3 laps behind after their dramas earlier today. They're now 1 minute and 23 seconds behind the race lead, and D-Russ does the right thing and lets Fraser go around. So they've got themselves back into 11th position. Their next target's Jeff Emery in the 222 AMG. But back on the lead lap crucially as this battle continues, wheel to wheel. Van Gisbergen defending into Murray's corner. It'll open up the exit for Augusta Farfus. He was in front momentarily through this battle, but Van Gisbergen wrestles it back. And all the while, Sheldon van der Linde's watching on. Mauro Engel's watching on. Lucas Stolz is in this fight. We're approaching the 5-hour mark of a 12-hour endurance race, and they're scrapping away.
Much better exit from the first corner there by the second place, the red AMG with Shane Van Gisbergen on board. It's given him a little more breathing room. He won't have to defend into Visit New South Wales Griffith Bend, and took the normal racing line. Farfus with his mirrors now full of Van der Linde and Mauro Engel and Lucas Stolz. They've all started to close back up again.
So this is the KW Suspensions chase, and Shane's had a moment on the exit.
Just bowled a bit of a wide. I wondered how did Augusto get himself in that position to have a run at Van Gisbergen down to the final corner. You sort of find yourself in an awkward spot here on the outside, coming down to Murray's corner. What he does have as an advantage is his teammate behind him.
Yes.
So you can start to set up and know that you're not going to, if you're opening the door to have a look at getting past Van Gisbergen, you know that your teammate's not going to absolutely send it up the inside, but he might have a go. But you have some degree of cover when it's your teammate behind you. Van Gisbergen's got on with it a bit here, but the gap out to the lead now, 3.5 seconds. So grinding, that gap was down to 1 second, and now we were talking about Ricardo Fella going down a lap. He's looking to get that lap back now as that car gets back up to speed after that stop.
Mauro Engel latched onto the back of this. And now Lucas Stoltz has as well.
Fraser Ross in the lane in the Sportsbet Audi. He's gone 29 laps in this stint, so I'm not surprised they're due. In fact, it's more than that. It's 33 laps, so they're due for fuel. So unfortunately, the way this worked, they're a minute and 20 seconds behind the leaders. They're going to lose that lap again just through this process. Although plugging old mate Mostert in will be okay. The leaders go through, so that it will mitigate some of the loss. It was a good stint from Fraser.
Yep.
Got their laps back. Drink bottle going in.
Big chunk of driving time too, 33
yep.
laps, so take that, thank you very much. Ricardo Fella's got that lap back though on Thomas Preining, so we did say that that 777 Audi's got speed, and there's some proof. He's got his lap back on the race leader, and the gap now, first to second, 2.7 seconds.
So here's an interesting one. If Thomas can stay somewhere near that Audi, he can save some fuel while he's in the lead. While he's in the lead, which, you know, normally you don't get to do.
It's like a Christmas and birthday coming all at once, isn't it?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if the Manti guys were saying, hey, let's not fight this too hard.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, because it happened pretty quickly, didn't it? Fella was straight back past the leader.
They're pretty good at this endurance racing, Malarkey, Manti Racing, and EMA Racing, who are the team, Australian-based team that they've been working with this weekend. And they've protected the Spa 24 Hour as a partnership last year. Matthew Campbell was one of the drivers there. They've got more plans to go on with that this season. Between the two of them, they've put together a really strong racing team. If you haven't heard of Manti, if you're new to this form of racing, they're one of the legendary German tuners based at the Nürburgring, and they've been tweaking Porsches for as long as Porsche has been a thing, and their address is basically #1 for the Nürburgring. So they're very, very good at this game. They've won all the big races, and it's really cool to have them back. I'll get you to explain the concept of Grello as well at some point for those that might not know.
Yeah, we'll do that in a little while. They've been taken in-house by Porsche, and that's why now you can actually get a Manti Racing kit for your road-going Porsches, some of the GT3s and GT4s, because obviously they're not bonkers quick enough as it is. So if you have an MR behind any Porsche, be it race or road car, that's Manti Racing. Made their name on the Nordschleifer, as Quilty said. Olaf Manti and his family did such a great job there for many, many years, and there's nobody knows any more about the Nürburgring Nordschleifer than that team. So we've got 100+ laps up now, 1:14, and the lead is nearly 3 seconds, Porsche to AMG.
Fastest car on track right now is the car we're aboard, the 777 Audi of Ricardo Fella has just got his lap back, went down a lap after a pit stop, got the lap back from Thomas Preining, and is the fastest car on circuit as he looks to extend that lead away from Thomas Preining and hoping for a safety car so they can close up to the back of the field.
That camera on the sill is incredible. Shows you how close they get across the top to the walls there at Metal Grate. The compression and then the run over Rock Skyline. Just looking back at this young man who made his debut at this race last year. Chris Meese, really good stint in this car earlier and dragged them into the top 6. Not been without troubles today. They've been through the lane 4 times compared to the 3 for the majority of the leaders, but they're on strategy, and at the moment they're on the lead lap. As long as they can stay in and around that, by the end of the race they know that they've got 2 super quick drivers in the form of Ricardo and Christopher Meese to plug into that car and go quickly. 99 in the lane now. And where's Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim coming in from? Well, it's 10th position. Solid stint for a member of the Johor royal family who have been great supporters of motorsport, and they've built a really cool racing program. They've been contesting GT World Challenge, GT Series here in Australia, and indeed in Asia as well. Lots of lap time. And last year had a great win, Jeffrey, with Brock Feeney in the 3-hour endurance race. Put tyres on the Boost Mobile racing car as well.
Maxi Stanaway jumping aboard this car for the first time today. So here we are, 4.5 hours into the race, and I don't know who Richie conned last night, but he got the good sleep in today. He's fully rested ahead of
the rest of this one. 7.5 hours to go. A bit of a drama getting the right front off the 99 Boost Mobile AMG. Getting that done. Car will fire up.
When you're plugging a driver in this late in the race, Garth, it's a general indication of who's probably going to finish, and you get the suggestion it may well be Richie Stanaway.
Richie has a lot of driving time available to him, so I dare say he'll be using a lot of that in the last part of this one. Probably do a single stint here, and then maybe a double to finish off later today.
Strange weekend for the 99 side of the 888 garage, hasn't it? They've I don't want to use the term anonymous, although anonymous at this place can be a good thing. And you want to be non-anonymous in the final hour. That's brilliant. But, yeah, it's been a strange build-up, but they've got some driver time under Prince Jeffrey's belt now as well. Jamie Whincup was in the car earlier, and the knowledge that Stanaway has the ability, and he's been the quickest of the three drivers comfortably all weekend so far. So the knowledge that you've got that fast Kiwi to plug in to bring the car home later in the day means that if you can get that car on the lead lap in the final 2 hours of this race, then they all of a sudden become as big a shot as anybody. So 4 hours and 33 minutes into the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. Porsche remain on top, the margin 3.8 seconds. Porsche, Mercedes, AMG, BMW lock out the top three spots in this year's 12 hour. It's a great manufacturer mix. All the German brands are firing this year, and the race strategy slowly unfolding. So with that, let's help you unpick how this race is all playing out. And the man who's been crunching the numbers, and there's smoke coming off the keyboard down in the Pirelli pit bunker, it's Chad Nalon.
Yes, Krause, we've been feverish down here, and I wanted to try and sneak this in before the next round of pit stops and all the strategy changes again. So this is something that we've loved to be able to do over the last few years, break down the strategies here in the Pirelli pit bunker. So for the first time today, let's click on the strategy tab. We're going to build our strategy graphs as we go. That's a Pro-Am strategy from the last few years and what it's probably going to look like towards the end of the day. But let's get into the live strategies. Now, as we do, Krause, John and Garth, I've picked 5 for you here at the roughly front runners in this field so far, including the race leader. So you guys pick a tab, I'll click on it, and I'll tell you how the race is panning out right now. So, boys, pick a number.
Well, let's look at the leader first. Okay. That seems logical, doesn't it? Let's start with 912, the Porsche.
They're playing a very similar strategy to what the Bentleys played here back in 2020 when they won the race. So single driver stints, and they've used all 3 drivers so far, and they're trying to get to the top of a tank. So pretty simple strategy, this one. Run it out of gas, put another driver in. Run it out of gas, put another driver in. And in doing so, if you can, that would be a safety car pit stop, that one, then make it happen under safety car. But we're going to see lots more green flag stops. So they're just going to keep going like this all day. So the white was Thomas Pryning. He's in there now. Jaminet did that middle one, and then Matty Campbell. And you can expect towards the end of the race, where the checkered flag is, you'd be expecting to see Matty Campbell in there a bit later on. While I'm on this one, it's a very similar strategy for the BMW that Valentino Rossi is in right now as well. So almost identical strategies between the Porsche and the BMW. Who's next?
I'll take the 999.
999, alrighty, let's go the 999. Now this has been a bit of an interesting one for them because they got themselves slightly out of sync. But the 999 and the 888 are playing a very similar strategy, and that they've only used 2 drivers in the race so far. So Mario Engel started, he's back in the car right now, he's about to get out, and you'd be expecting at some point that Marciello is going to be getting in there. We did hear yesterday that Mario Engel even confirmed to us that because he qualified, Raffaello is going to finish that car later today. You can see that Grenier is going to do the legwork for that team. Very similar to 888, isn't it? We haven't seen Brock Feeney get used in that strategy yet. So Maxi Goetz did a double, then Van Gisbergen did a double. And they're the only team really that are going for these double stint strategies at the moment, where the other guys are just doing singles. The more these doubles you run, the more risk you run at going over that 50-minute continuous driver time.
And that's the big number, isn't it, when you're double stinting and you're looking at 75, 80 minutes for a tank of fuel if there's a bit of safety car.
So 75, last one on the list. How different's that? I mean, look at that. Yeah. Compare that to the race leader right now. So strategy A, and I don't even know what strategy they're on at 75, but that's what they're going for. The red is Kenny Habul. So technically they've cleared any minutes that he needs to do in the race right now. They've used a teeny bit of Jules Gounon, and they'll hopefully double him at the end. Maybe he's on a hat trick. He's finished the race in that car the last 2 years with double stints. They'll be hoping that he can do that again today. But they're really not got the flexibility that the other teams have got because they're just using 2 drivers now. So they've got a long way in this race to go, just using blue and white to get to the end. So safety cars, short stints, that's the sort of stuff that's really going to help them stay in the game today.
So would you agree, Chad, that for the 75, they're probably a little bit more reliant on some safety car timing to get them that flexibility they need towards the end? Otherwise, there could be some stress around driver time and making sure, especially that 150 minutes in a row, that's the question mark, isn't it? Because if you go over that with any one driver, you're in real strife.
Yeah, they've showed already that they're quite happy to take short stints, take a safety car when they get it. Even here, that was a really short 8-lap stint for Luca, and then they just pulled him out of the traffic. And so clean air running for them is another thing that they're looking for, but definitely making sure that they don't exceed the maximum driving time on double stints. So I think we're going to see lots of either double stints on very short runs or single long runs like we saw at the beginning of the day with Luca.
I think the answer to what strategy is that, Chad, it's the Craft Bamboo strategy from last year, which is just pit all the time.
Pit. I'm actually in a bit of trouble with this strategy because I've got about 4 pit stops left and then I'm out of order on this one. So they're doing lots of stops, and as we speak, Triple Eight's pitting, and I would imagine that we're about to add for the first time a big blue line there for Brock Feeney, which... Oh, I don't even have blue. There you go. That's just my luck. Well, you know what? He can be purple today. There you go. He's going to do something like that, and they're going to be hoping it's going to be somewhere around there.
Beautiful. Thank you. Very nice. How's the timing with the car pitting as well? That's Chad Nolan in the Pirelli pit bunker. Nice work. We'll keep that updated throughout the day. Just helps explain it and how the various strategies play out. Nicely done, Chad. Thank you. And yes, driver change going in. Shane throws himself out of the car. If you're unfamiliar with GT pit stops, or you're new to the coverage today, I know it doesn't look particularly busy. Fuel and driver change first. Engine has to be turned off, and then you can roll in with the tyres.
Brock Feeney climbing aboard the Triple Eight AMG for the first time today. Did an amazing job yesterday in qualifying and in the shootout. Fuel's done. Tyres about to make their way onto the car that came in from second place.
Well, while we're watching this pit stop for car Triple Eight, let's talk to the man that steers the ship overall, but the guy who's been behind the wheel of the 99. Jamie Whincup is on the headset down in the Triple Eight garage. Good morning, Jamie. How are you?
Morning, guys. Very well, thanks.
Tell me about your morning first as the race car driver. How are your stints this morning?
It's been good. It's been enjoyable. It's the first time I've started the Bathurst 12-hour in the dark, so that was an experience. Quite cool. Cars feel unbelievably fast under lights, but great to get away. Just did my second stint, and now we just got Richie in the car. So all in all, car's nice and straight. Feels good. Got plenty of front grip, which is a nice thing as the rubber comes down. So we felt we're in a good place.
Jamie, tell us about driving around here in the dark at the start. You've done 1 million miles around here in a supercar during the day.
Yeah.
But tell us about the challenges, what you found caught your attention. What was difficult about doing that?
Well, everything feels a lot faster, and then you've got your dashboard and your shift lights in your face, which means what you're looking at outside the windscreen is duller. It's like driving your boat overnight with the dash in your face. It's hard to see. So we've got the ability to dim the lights down as much as we possibly can, which we did. And then you've got headlights in your rear vision mirror. Same thing as driving your road car overnight, really. There's a lot of glare, a lot of reflection. Plus, the gnarly part of the track, coming down the hill out of the elbow, they've actually, the sponsorship on the walls is black. So the actual walls are actually hard to see because they're black this year. But that's all good. It's the same for everyone. It's challenging. If it was easy, everyone would do it. But it was a good experience.
That's your sponsor, Jamie, the Boost Mobile signage. Give Peter a call to get that changed.
I think it might be another brand as well down there also. But yeah, no, hey, as long as it's Boost Mobile, we're fine.
When you've been out there, though, the pace has been good, Jamie, and you enjoyed that first stint and that new experience?
For sure. I haven't done a huge amount of driving last year, so I feel like I'm getting quicker and quicker and getting more comfortable in the car as the stints go on. So we're relatively happy. Of course, the pros here are unbelievably fast, especially the Euros. They know the cars so well. Done a silly amount of driving. They've done massive events just coming before they come to this event. So they've got a heap of Ks under the belt. So I'm a few tenths off those guys, but we're certainly pretty comfortable with the pace.
I'm impressed that you and the team are here because you've got a lot of work on your hands. You've got Newcastle and the opening of this substantive season just around the corner. Tell us how the work's going on for that. Have you had that car rolling yet?
No, we haven't. You're absolutely right. There's dual roles going on here. We've got pretty much the whole team here this weekend. Concentrating on the Bathurst 12-hour, but at the same time, we're desperately trying to build cars back at home to get out to our first test day this weekend before we race those cars in 3.5 weeks' time. So there's plenty going on Triple Eight Race Engineering. Never a dull moment, but that's the way we like it.
How's Prince Jeffrey going, Jamie? I know you've ticked off some good driver time with him early in the race, so he's got more to go. Does he drive? You've got a bit more, and does Richie finish for you guys in the 99?
Yeah, Eamon's going fantastic. It's a pro-am race, this one. The lucky dog, or whatever, the wave by, whatever you want to call it, is a good thing for us. We did go down a lap, but we're able to get it back, and of course he's got an hour to go towards the end of the race as well. So he's doing a great job. Richie's unbelievably quick. We knew he was going to be quick, but he's got real pace. So I'll jump back in, Eamon will jump back in, and then probably me again, and then Richie till the end. So hopefully we can keep the car clean, get to that last hour and a half, and then Richie can bring it home.
All right, mate. Good luck. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time, and go well this afternoon.
Thanks, Chakos. Cheers.
There's Jamie Whincup down there at Triple Eight Race Engineering. The Boost Mobile number 99 car is the one he's sharing with Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim and Richie Stanaway. They're currently scored in 12th position, and Richie shown as the first car off the lead lap. Solid day for them, and we'll see some good pace from that car.
And just over, let me see, an hour completed by Jeffrey Ibrahim in that.
And just on the point, Jamie made the point that we need to remember that the AM drivers in those cars need to do at least an hour of driving time in the second half of the race. The commencement of hour 7. So when we get, well, we're halfway there, that's when you need to get those drivers in. They have to do driver time in the second half of the race, and at least an hour. So that's why these teams are managing their time with those drivers early. I would suggest that's why they pulled Yasser out of the 777 after only 16 laps as well, with that in the back of their mind, that he's still got at least 60 minutes behind the wheel as this race goes on. It'll be a little bit more for Yasser, actually.
That will happen immediately. As soon as that window opens, all those AM drivers in the Pro-Am entries will be in the car, tick that box, and then it's up to the pro drivers to bring it home. Exactly what Jamie said. He'll jump in, and then they'll stick Richie in that car towards the end, as Richie being the faster of the three in that car. And that's how all the Pro-Am entries will stagger it. And if they do it right and keep themselves on the lead lap after that 60-minute situation for the AM drivers, they're as good a chance to win the race as any of the full pro combination.
So Yasser's driven for an hour and 55 minutes. So he's got 65 minutes to do in the second half of the race.
We've been talking all race about trying to get heat into the tires, and there are some very creative methods being used down at the Mercedes ends of pit lane. For Craft Bamboo, their special advantage comes within their mascot being a dragon. They're using dragon's breath. No, I'm just kidding about that. They do have Lucky sitting over in the corner, but all of their next sets of tires eagerly basting in the sunshine. We're seeing the same thing from Sun Energy 1, just a couple boxes down. There's on the other side of the paddock, and as well as Group M. So all of the Mercedes team sunbathing their tires just to try and get that little bit of extra heat in, because every bit of heat counts, as we saw in this morning's running. I've never seen tires laid out in the sun. And why are they doing this? Because unlike years past, no tire blankets, no tire ovens, no tire warming, besides when you put them on the car, except if you happen to leave them in the sunshine.
That's how we do things down here in Australia, Shay. We see that a lot actually in the Supercar Championship with tyres baking in the sun, so I can guarantee you further up pit lane for the teams associated with supercar teams here this weekend, they'll be using that same technique. Very efficient, actually, and the best way to do it is you actually don't lay them on the ground in the sun. You put them on a trolley or you put them on a little table, because the ground actually sucks the temperature back out of the tyre. So you actually want the tyre in the sun, but off the ground, if you like. So there's actually quite a science to that as well.
And that's catching on, because WEC are going to no tyre warmers, and even Formula One are going to no tyre warmers. In the States, that's been standard practice for a while. IndyCar in particular, the kings of doing that, and the guys who are really good on the outlap, on the cold lap, that's worth money. That is worth money. I think it's interesting. I can see both sides of the argument there in terms of less equipment, potentially less stuff to cart around, and less finance. And of course, if you are heating them with a gas burner, then perhaps that's not particularly green. could do it with solar panels and electric blankets, though. That's what I always think, to be honest.
This is the view from BMW M4 GT3. Sheldon van der Linde is the driver. The young South African, his older brother Kelvin, is well beyond midnight where he's watching in Germany now, but I'm sure they've still got the TV tuned in. Sheldon doing a really good job chasing down his teammate Augusto Farfus, who spent a long time, 66 out of the 122 laps completed so far behind the wheel of car 46. They're both chasing Thomas Preuning, the Porsche now out to 4.5 seconds in the lead. But as we build towards a pit stop, and we're not far away now from the next round of stops, with 31 laps into this stint, with a little bit of safety car in the middle, so they may stretch that out to 35, 36, but we're not far away. The pace is just starting to step up as well, and Augusto on this lap has set his personal best middle sector of the entire car race, 122 laps in. So it's still pretty fast. They're quick at the pointy end as these BMWs chase, and the Mercedes AMGs in the mix as well.
While we're on board and taking this on-board shot, I just want to point out what that green light is on the light signal. We were talking about the warning, the in-car warning systems that the cars have, and that's that light signal there. So the green means we're currently under green condition and the track is open for racing, and it actually leave the green light on just to let the driver know, yes, the system is still working. If we go yellow, if say, for example, there's an incident up here at turn 2, when you go into the yellow zone, this will go yellow, and the driver gets to see that in their periphery. So that's what we were talking about with the Brad Schumacher incident, where they're getting blue flags. That'll flash blue in the cockpit. So the driver's getting the real-time warning coming into the driver. So there's no more excuse like, oh, I didn't see the flags out there. There's a light right under your eyes that'll tell you exactly what's going on.
And that warning light system was introduced to this race after the 2018 race, which was ended under a red flag. And there were some incidents. Part of that incident was that a driver, right at this point, correct, didn't see the yellow flag. So that was part of the irony is that the driver that benefited from that red flag and won the race was Dries Vanthoor, who's the co-driver in the car we were riding on board with while we explained that. So
it's a simple system, but it's effective. There are more complicated ways of doing it. I've seen them and worked to help calibrate the ones in the WEC that they brought in a few years ago. There is actually a graphic representation, a little box, looks like a little sat-nav box display on the top, and you know, you can get black flags, you can have car numbers and all sorts of stuff on there. That's just a really simple version of that and how to do it, and it's the colours they use to see it, isn't it? That's the thing.
And one of the important things to know is that system's regulatory as well. So if you see a yellow flag in your car, you pass under yellow, you're in trouble. So it's actually regulatory, the same as the way the flags work. So that system works really well. It's simply just, it's called a shift light module. It's the same shift light module made by an Australian-made company, Motec, here in Australia. And they just piggyback it into the car and they get a GPS signal from around the racetrack, and that's how it works.
Yeah, very good. Very good indeed. All helping to make racing safer. It's been a cracking opening to this race, just over 7 still to go.
These are the spares box highlights of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. We're 4 hours and 51 minutes in. Spectacular scenes this morning at 5:45 in the AM. Not so much if you're an Audi fan, with Chris Haase after just 13 unlucky laps, as it turns out, in the fence at turn 2 and out, and then not that much longer. Stephen Grove with a big crash up at Monochrome Brock Skyline. A glance of the wall for Adrian Dietz. Unfortunately, that was first of a couple of issues for the Wall Racing Lambo, and they remain well and truly in the garage, having completed only 70 laps. And then huge impact were Aaron Cameron behind the wheel of car 44 for Valmont Racing and rode up the wall. That's why they put the catch fence there on the entry to the spares box dipper. Aaron is okay, but that was a very big impact, and it's removed that car from the race. When we go back racing, it has been properly feisty. This was Maro Engel trying to sail around the outside at turn 2 of the BMW, who was having absolutely none of that. As it runs, the Porsche is in front with Thomas Preuning behind the wheel. BMW second and third. Here's how the classes run, thanks to Boycell, with Porsche in front. David Reynolds leads the Boycell Pro-Am class, and they're having a good day at the moment in car 24 in 6th. Dylan O'Keefe in the Kiwi International Motorsport Audi leading the way there in the silver class, and 15th outright, and Mark Cars Australia, Darren Curry behind the wheel of the Invitational class car, and 18th outright. Class leaders in the 12-hour as we race our way towards the halfway point. This is the overall leaderboard with the Porsche, 2 BMWs, and then a plethora of Mercedes AMGs. In fact, they're 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. And then we find the first Audi, which is Ricardo Feller behind the wheel of 777, and that is the last car currently on the lead lap of this race, with Chaz Mostert back in 10th place. They're a little bit out of sequence in strategy though, car 65. I think they'll be okay to get their lap back as this race progresses. So there's still plenty of contenders. There's still plenty to play out at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. And there is a massive crowd here this weekend. Packed yesterday, packed today, enjoying this race, which has 7 hours, 6 minutes, and Chad Nailon, 30 seconds to go.
No. I'll see if I can fit this into 30 seconds, because I'm actually out the back of the WIT garage right now. Of course, this is the home of Valentino Rossi and the BMW. You mentioned the crowd. Well, have a look at how many crowd members are down here out the back cheering on Valentino. Valentino's in there right now with his helmet on, so he's not far away. I want to give all the viewers a bit of a tour of this garage and show you some of the beautiful parts they've got laid out here for all cases. We're actually getting set up for a pit stop, so it'll be perfect timing. Have a look at this front bumper part down here, the front splitter with the incredible detail in these headlights, fully stickered up and ready to go. Valentino's just walking out into pit lane. No, he's not. He's actually sitting here. We'll give you a quick peek of the doctor himself. Not going to disturb him right now because he's obviously getting his head in the game, getting ready to get onto the track. But come around the other side and I'll show you some pretty cool stuff. We've got some spare BMW doors. These aren't as stickered up, but they've got the only sticker that matters here this weekend, which is the big 46. We've got some Pirellis lying around. The sister car on the other side of the garage, of course, has their bumper ready to go. I saw some brake calipers on the other side. But I wanted to give you a little bit of a background onto some of the shock setup that they're using here this weekend. You can see the different colours behind me. They represent the different spring rates with these shock absorbers. But since KW Suspension are a sponsor of the 12-hour, I'm actually in a position to be able to show you one of the setup ones. Now, ignore the numbers because they're definitely not what they'll be running in the BMW, but there's some pretty cool things about this KW shock and the damper package that they run here. It utilises solid piston technology, which is incredibly versatile for all conditions, but if you do need to make some changes to it, if you check out nice and close, you can see it's got 18 clicks of bump, 18 clicks of rebound, so a ton of adjustability. It's got 12 clicks for the blow-off as well, which is very handy on Australian tracks that might have big curbs. So if they ever decided to bring them to the Gold Coast, for example, you'd be definitely working on that one. And these are the shocks that have powered this team most recently to a first and a third at Dubai for the 24-hour. Outside of that, they've had success 9 times at the Nürburgring 24-hour. They won last year's DTM Championship with Sheldon van der Linde. 2019, when they're in the Porsches, they won here as well at the Bathurst 12-hour. So KW Suspension have done a very good job melding with this team, and those are the shock absorbers that are powering Valentino Rossi to hopefully a podium here today. If anyone's wondering, they go for about $10,000 to $11,000 each.
You've just ordered 4, have you, Chad?
Well, I could potentially pick up 3 freebies right now because they're about to do a pit stop, but no one's looking.
Nice work. Just looking at the sector times, guys. We're heading towards half distance in the race, or coming down to 7 hours remaining at least. It's Ricardo Feller who has the best time in Sector 1, Chaz Mostert in Sector 2, and Max Gertz in Sector 3. If you add all of those together, now bear in mind they're not all in the same car, a 2:01.0 is a pretty decent lap time around here in race conditions.
Far away from Maro Engel's pole time yesterday in the pole shuffle of a 2:08, so I'm sure that we'll see anyone string all 3 of those sectors together at this phase of the race, but potentially later as we get towards 5:45 local time and the end of the race is coming, the track's rubbered in, the sun starts to set, we might see some seriously fast lap times.
35 laps into this stint. We're riding on board with Maro Engel, still fuel saving. The 222 is heading through the lane. That's Craig Lowndes serving a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement. The engine was running while refueling, which is a big no-no. So that car will serve a penalty to running 15th outright raising funds for Prostate Cancer Foundation.
Most pit lane penalties are safety related.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that, because they don't want the car moving around, somebody maybe knocking it into gear and it moving whilst the fuel hose is engaged. And I do like the fact that it's fuel, then tyres here, and not at the same time. I do not like to see cars going up on the jacks when the fuel hose, or down when the fuel hose is engaged.
The other car that pitted recently was the 24 Makita Tony Bates racing car, run out of the Valenti Rosso stable. So David Reynolds jumped out of that car in 6th. They plugged Tony Bates into that car, a former Pro-Am champion in Carrera Cup racing here in Australia. Very experienced guy. Been racing Audis for many years here and has decided to make a bit of a brand switch and try out the Mercedes AMG. So he's jumped into that car and they're now shown in 10th position, a lap back. But he's got pretty good company because in front of him is Chaz Mostert. Behind him is Richie Stanaway. Lap traffic at the worst possible place of Mount Panorama in the run through the S's.
Going around the outside at Forest Elbow. It's starting, we're 5 hours into running now, so marble's starting to form all the way around the circuit. I saw Lucas Stoltz lose a huge amount of time, having effectively getting shuffled to the outside of Forest Elbow. Richard, I'm just curious, the only car in the lead bunch to pit early was the 888 Super Cheap AMG Mercedes with Shane Van Gisbergen at the wheel. They've stuck Brock Feeney in the car. Brock's going along nicely. Last lap was a 2:03.5, but they've given up a lot of fuel and they've short pitted effectively at the prior to the 5 hour mark, whereas the rest, the Porsches, the Porsche, the BMWs, and the other AMGs at the front have stayed out and stretching this fuel run. So I'm curious as to why they've decided to do that now with still 7 hours to go in the race.
7 hours to go. It's a bit of a track position play though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because what's going to happen very shortly, the first 4 or 5 cars are all going to pit. So Pointing Farfus, Van der Linde, Engel, Stolz. Actually the 75 is slightly out of sequence. So
further back,
there's a few different strategies playing out. The first 4 cars are all due to stop more or less now. Stolz and Juncadella in the Craft Bamboo Racing 77 are on the same lap, so they're 28 laps into this stint. And then you've got Feeney, who's only 9 laps into his stint. So they're going to get track position, they're going to get clean air and lead the race when everyone else shuffles through. Yeah,
but they're short filled, so they're going to get it through clear air, and standstill time for the fill was less. But I'm just curious, 7 hours to go to be racing for track position like that right now. I'm just curious as to why.
And we have just clicked through another racing hour, 5 hours and 20 seconds. So we're through to just under 7 hours. Plenty of fans here. I'm delighted to be back, and clearly all the fans are as well, as we've brought back Bathurst and the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours to its traditional time of year. Brought back the international drivers and teams as well, and that has been a huge draw, as Bathurst is back bigger, better and faster than we've ever seen it before. One of the reasons, undoubtedly, certainly for all the motorcycles we had here yesterday parked up at the National Motor Racing Museum, was turned, the car park was turned into a bike park, is Valentino Rossi, BMW factory driver. This is his second outing for WRT at this new BMW M4 GT4, and his car, of course, the number 46, is heading into the pit lane right now, and he's going to do his second stint.
As is the leader of the race, Thomas Preining, in the EMA Manthe Porsche.
And Van der Linde in the second BMW.
Both the BMWs are in the lane. You called it, Richard, that they're due soon, and here they are.
Got both of the BMWs into their pit box, as well as the Manthe Porsche. There's a driver change going on for the Porsche. That is Jam Matthew Jaminet taking over. And down here for the BMWs, it is Valle getting back behind the wheel of the car. It looked for a moment as though they were just going to use Valentino Rossi to do a drinks bottle change, but nope, he brought his own drinks bottle out as Augusto Farfus is strapping him into that number 46 BMW. The next car back is the sister car, the 32, Sheldon Van der Linde, out of that car, and it it is back to Dries Vanthoor. So now all three of those drivers have had an opportunity behind the wheel and an opportunity to rest. We are just waiting on the driver change to be completed, as those are scuffed Pirellis going on to the 46 BMW. Pit stop is done for the Porsche. Very quick stop for the Porsche. And we're waiting on the tire change to be completed for both of the BMWs. Which stop is going to be done first? That would be the 46. Away goes Rossi. And now away goes Vanthoor, right into his wheel tracks.
And coming out of Murray's corner is Brock Feeney. So remember, he's about 25 laps the difference in terms of strategy on fuel, on tyre, relative to the cars that have just peeled off. So this is track position playing out for the super cheap auto car from 888 Race Engineering.
Yeah, but, I mean, they didn't get track position on the Porsche. That Porsche is seriously fast at pit lane, mind you. That's the first thing that got my attention. Both the last two pit stops been the fastest by far by Porsche. But Feeney got track position on the BMWs, but not a position. When they pitted, they came from second. Yeah, corrected. They're going to still be in second, corrected. To me, it looks like the BMWs are a little bit slow in the lane, but I'm just curious as to why you'd go off sequence with your opposition with 7 hours to go. Oh, I can understand it deeper into the race when you're looking for a differential and a safety car, but
I wonder if there's a theory there.
Yeah, clearly.
Let's play this as if there's not going to be another safety car.
So, just curious.
Interesting to note.
Had to see it, Ross.
Well, you never know. It's a funny old day, isn't it? Interesting to note. So the BMW is a minute 27 and a minute 28 pit stop time. That's from the pit lane in line to the control line at the exit. The Mante EMI Porsche was 8 seconds quicker through the entire pit stop process, in to out. If we get to the end of the race and it comes down to a pit stop contest between those cars and the Mante Porsches in there, they could win themselves 8 free seconds later in the race. That's an enormous amount of time. You generally don't make that up on track, even in this race.
You scrap for ages to make up 2 or 3 seconds, tenths of seconds on track, and to be able to find 8 seconds on a... Now, that is a full fuel stint that was going into those cars. So if it's a splash and go or something like that, that is going to reduce pro rata. Quite a lot of people on the 12 HR asking about this misting, this light misting on the side of the number 46 BMW. I can tell you we're very used to seeing this. We've had these cars for a year or so in the IMSA competition and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in the USA. And we're used to seeing this on the right-hand side because there is actually an exhaust outlet and it comes down the right-hand side. There's quite a bit just behind the front right-hand wheel. If you look very carefully, you can even see a bit of a heat haze coming out of that as well. That's not unusual. I am slightly worried that we're seeing a little bit more at the back of the car.
Definitely getting worse at the rear of the car.
Now, that's obviously been dragged under by the underbody aerodynamics and the diffuser at the back. That's, if you can get underbody aerodynamics, floor and diffuser, that's not exactly free downforce, but you're getting it without as much drag as sticking a big wing up above the back of the car. So that's getting dragged from somewhere else. I'd quite like to know where that's coming from.
I'm not sure.
There's not exhausts there.
I'm not sure if we send Chad down to the WRT garage, they're not going to give us that answer. I'm not so sure. We can try.
Not a chance. As Maro Engel pits for Grupa M Racing. So he's done...
So that car stretched an extra lap. So clearly, while Maro was sitting in that pack, saved a bit of fuel, bought himself an extra 6 kilometres fuel range.
Yeah, the man they call Lello is hopping in for his first drive of the day. Maro kicks the empty drink bottle out, and Raffaele is just hopping into this car. No use of a driver change assistant, so they're doing that between themselves. Lello had his own drink bottle ready to go. They do have 4 tyres ready to go on this one as well, and full, obviously, drink of fuel. I'm quite curious, guys, to actually start getting a stopwatch out and measuring both the fill time and then the tyres, because I'm curious to know where it is that the Porsche guys are making up the time. It's one of the things that gets covered in the balance of performance is the fill rate from the actual fuel reach. So is that where the Porsche guys are making it up, or is it tyre changing as the tyres are done in this car? And that was 14.5 seconds. And rolls out. I did measure the 888 guys earlier on the super cheap car, and they were doing tyres in about 16 seconds. So they're saving about 2 seconds on car 888 just in tyres alone. But where are the Porsche guys getting 8 seconds? That's the big question down here in pit lane right now.
And in honor of Kelvin, hello, Sheldon Van de Linde. You were a little bit starry-eyed after doing practice session here. Now you've had a race stint at Bathurst. Is it still your favorite track in the world?
Oh yeah, I mean, even more so now in the race conditions. I mean, me and Augusta had so much fun in that stint. I was following all the time. We had the Mercs right behind us, so I knew we couldn't do something silly and try and battle each other, because I think Mara was right behind us. But incredible stint. I mean, the concentration it requires in a stint like this to manage the rear tire, to fight other guys, to follow so closely when you're going at like 250 through a corner is incredible. So for me, this is by far the best track I've ever been.
Were you noticing the back of the 46 BMW getting a little bit dirtier through the course of that stint?
Oh yeah, I mean, I couldn't even see the Shell logo on the back anymore. So yeah, I'm sure they're not going to be super happy about that, but otherwise I think it was a good stint for both of us. Car's running well, we did a good pit stop now, everything's running smooth so far, but you know, in Bathurst it's only up to the last 2 hours, so we've got to keep ticking, not take any risk right now, and then hopefully in the last 2 hours we have a chance.
Enjoy a little bit of a break. I know you'll be smiling in your next stint too.
Thank you so much, thanks.
Heck of a pit stop there for the 999 car. They turned that car around very quickly indeed, and now we've got a battle between 4th and 5th, but that will turn out to be, Grillsy, for the front of the race. This is effective lead here.
Yeah, so once Lucas Stoles pits the 75 and Juncadella the 77, they're still 6 or 7 laps away from peeling off into the lane. They're off sequence with the cars we're watching. Indeed, these two cars are off sequence with each other. So Brock Feeney has been out there now for 13 laps. Mathieu Jaminet only the 2 in the Grello Porsche. So it's net race lead, but it's still got a little bit to play out before they actually get to that point. Yeah, the strategies are fascinating. To Chad's point about where Manthey especially are pulling their time, they've actually got the smallest restrictor in terms of fuel flow in the BOP.
It takes a long time.
Yeah. So a 29mm fuel restrictor, so it restricts the amount of fuel that can go in a certain amount of time. As we watch this battle down Conrod Straight on the replay.
This was the position, this one. Stanaway on Tony Bates. Stanaway moves himself up to 10th. I think it's in fuel economy for the Porsche and the way they're driving the car. I mean, it got my attention very early when Matt Campbell was at the wheel of the Manthey Porsche that he was saving fuel lots, and I think they've put a lot of work into that in preparation to this race throughout practice to make sure they have the economy they needed, and that's where they're making the time. Their standstill time is much, much faster than the other cars when it comes to just putting fuel in it.
So fuel economy as well as speed, essential. Reliability, well, if you've got an endurance race, it kind of goes hand in hand as well. Fast, reliable and economical. That's a triangle that you don't always get all three out of. Notice as well that, again, on adjusted positions, when the pit stops at the front of the field are done, we will have the 999 now up into 3rd position, so they have made up a position there. And one of the things we noticed was that as soon as Mauro Engel got past, he went into field saving mode. Yeah. He was lifted up. It was Formula E type of lifting course that he was doing, and that's moved them back up. So they lost that track position early for that planned 1 lap longer pit stop. Yep. Post-rationalisation 101 there, I think. But hey, okay, we'll go with it. If that's enabling them to save fuel, then move back up and they will exit this pit stop cycle, Garth, in 3rd position, which is as high up as they've been since that first pit stop.
Yeah, and jump both the BMWs through the pit stop cycle. So BMW probably looking the most vulnerable when it comes to pit lane time at the moment. So that'll be something that they'll need to look at should they want to contend for the podium in near on 7 hours' time. So I was impressed. I was impressed with the Group M guys, how they managed to work that out and get that pit stop cycle done. They were looking like they might pop out in the lead there on a cold tyre when Marciello left pit lane, and it was only just that Jaminet and Feeney got around them. There would have taken Marciello a couple of laps to get the tyre up to temperature. The gap now 5 seconds back to 3rd, but still a net gain of 2 spots. get a safety car, that 5 second goes away, and you're right in the game for the lead of the race. So they managed that pit stop cycle beautifully well.
The other car that's just playing themselves into this gradually is Craft Bamboo Racing, the 77. Daniel Giuncadella, oh wow, driving through a dust storm at the top of the mountain is Valentino Rossi, who dropped wheels off. It's Giuncadella directly in front. Let's have a look. So that's the Mark Cars Australia Invitational car. He's bowled it wide, really wide.
Get your foot Ed. Excellent job.
And then, yeah, Giuncadella and Rossi arrive, and they both did the exact right thing, get right out of it.
You can drive through it, Cole.
Yeah, no, you don't drive through it up there. You back right out of it. So here's Valentino Rossi. Flashing the lights at Danny Giuncadella.
He was on the podium here last year.
Speed in a straight line, that BMW. They send it at the chase. Now look, Doctor.
Clearly feeling very comfortable in the car. He's got Dries Vanthoor just behind his teammate in the yellow and red Shell BMW as well. Giuncadella defending hard, covering down the inside into Murray's.
This is costing the BMW's time here. They lost out in the pit stop cycle. Giuncadella's off sequence with the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's just come out of pit lane, Garth, so he's battling, trying to get these tyres up under serious pressure. And then some lap traffic as well. The battle continues up the hill, turn 2. Can Rossi squeeze his way through there? The interesting one will can Dries Vanthoor pick himself a couple of spots up out of this without obviously risking the relationship with his teammate in the process. I need to keep an eye on where Ricardo Feller is in relation to this as well, because the 777 Audi, a long way into their stint, 25 laps in fact into their stint, but will be going along quickly. And if these guys are holding each other up, that car could play itself into this battle as well.
That misting on the 46 car is there on its teammate, the 32. So the white car shows it, particularly more down the side. It's there on the side of the Shell Helix car, but I still don't think, Garth, it's quite as bad on the back of the yellow car as it is on the back of the white car.
I agree.
The two WRT cars.
I agree.
We're talking about
46 car looks like it has more of that misting down the side and definitely across the rear bumper and rear boot lid than the 32. I think BMW probably need to change their livery for us in the future. Just make it black so we don't talk about it.
Well, WRT typically used to run in dark grey and dark red. Running two different liveries here with the M Sport stripes, and that is one of those classic colour combinations.
Yeah, it is.
And I firmly believe that you cannot make any car or motorbike look worse by putting the BMW M Sport stripes on.
Yeah, it is iconic, that M Sport livery that they run on so many cars over so many years around the world.
So out of sequences 75, Sun Energy One Racing. They're miles in front at the moment, but yet to stop. Lucas Stoll's going very quickly indeed. Matthew Jaminet last time round did 5.6. Brock Feeney a 5.8. Raffaele Marciello and 999 a 4.6. Comfortably quicker. Giuncadella, though, still in the sixes and still holding these BMWs up. The pace at the moment is with the 999 car. Running almost on his own. He's 4 seconds behind Brock Feeney and in clean air.
Somebody's gone quicker in one of the lap segments as well, because our ideal lap time is now 2 minutes 0.91, and I think that was Chassis Mustard last time around. Did a 30.2 across the top, and that number 65. Very impressive indeed.
If they do a 0 in the race, John, no room will contain the level of excitement that would give me.
He's asked for something again. Crail demanding something.
It must be hopeless coming up to Christmas. His Christmas list must have to write it on toilet paper and so long. It's just nothing. We can't.
No pleasing this man, is there?
He's like an excitable 8-year-old, isn't he? Oh, I'll have one of them. Oh, can I have that now? Oh, now I've been given one of those.
I like bright, shiny things.
Yeah, bright,
and the timing monitor when they go purple. I like it. Chaz Mostert, by the way, has just gone purple in the middle sector and punching out low threes in that Audi. First car off the lead lap at this point.
Well, we're just coming down to the Crail chase, so Juncadella's opened up that gap now as the tyre comes in for him over Valentino Rossi. Rossi had a good look at the back of that 77 AMG Mercedes, though.
I get the feeling when you're stuck behind someone, if you do want to pass, it's difficult. I feel like Brock Feeney should have better pace at the moment, especially relative to Jaminet, because the fuel load's coming off. Difference in tyre condition is something to take into account as well. They're back down into the 3s now, so a 3.7 for the Porsche and a 3.8 last time round for Brock Feeney.
What happens? You get aero wash, clearly, when you follow closely in these higher downforce GT3 cars. But then also, once you get aero wash, you lose the front, so the front tyre starts to slide. You get understeer, and that heats the front tyre up.
And what does that do?
And then as it continues to heat the front tyre up, you get more and more understeer, and you get in this vicious cycle of losing performance from the front of the car. And then the gap opens up to a second and a half, and then the car starts to normalise. But then you need to spend the next 4 or 5 laps cooling the front tyre down again. And by that stage, you've lost the advantage that you had over the car in front.
Is it an advantage at a circuit, at this circuit in particular, that you've got a long straight like Conrod that will cool the front tyres down a little bit?
Yeah, it does, but then you have to make the time up so much up at turn 2 into the cutting to be close enough, and then you can't follow closely enough across the top of the mountain. We heard Sheldon van der Linde talking about just how fast it is across the top of the mountains, 200 km/h plus. So when you lose front downforce, you lose the gap, and then you can't be close enough to have a go at Forest Elbow. You can't be close enough to have a go at the chase.
These cars might look like the versions of the cars you could go down to your Mercedes, BMW, Audi and Porsche dealers and buy, but these are very sophisticated race cars. Obviously it has the big back wing, but every bit of bodywork, every bit of ducting is making that car effectively a huge aerodynamic device.
That's correct, and a full body floor as well, so the underside of the car works incredibly hard, the rear diffuser and its interaction with the rear wing, how much that generates downforce. We saw a little bit of damage on the front of one of the AMGs earlier today, and the team spent a lot of time making sure that that was tidied up, because every bit of frontal area of that car is designed, as all these cars are, designed to make front downforce as well. So aero, a massive part of GT3 racing. They are meant to be the lower end of GT racing when you talk on the global scale, but seriously, there's a lot of energy and technology that goes into making the aero work on these cars.
You haven't seen the new Ferrari team.
Yeah, I've seen photos of it. That thing's crazy.
But that is extremely impressive. Extremely impressive. We've got the battle for second and third on the track heating up. We'll get to that after we've heard from Chad down in the lip.
Yeah, we're actually at the back of pit lane right now. We've been talking about the different generations, Mercedes AMG, and the new technology that's been coming into these cars. So I've grabbed Peter Hackett for a quick chat. He's the head driving instructor for Mercedes AMG Australia, because we've got something really cool behind us at the moment, which I have been lucky enough to sample with you this week. Tell us what we're looking at here, Pete.
This is the second ever all-electric vehicle from AMG. It's the EQE53 with one of the driving packages, the AMG Dynamic Plus package. We're talking up to 505 kilowatts, 1,000 Newton meters of torque, 0 to 103.3 seconds, which you know about.
Yes, so just 1,000 plus Newton meters of torque. Check this out. This is here on Wednesday on the racetrack, and I had a chance to sample exactly what that feels like. It was sort of like being launched out of a cannon is the only way that I can describe it. It was like, straight back into the chair. It hits you with an absolute whack, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's exciting to see where the electric industry where we can go with electric cars, you know, and this is just the second variant for us.
How do you think the Aussie public in particular are responding to performance EVs?
It's really interesting, actually, because the number of people that we see walking into the retailers and making inquiries about our electric vehicles is you know, really exciting to see.
Yeah, right. And I suppose there's no argument when it comes to the numbers. I mean, big time 0 to 100 numbers, doesn't matter if it's EV or not, that's something never to be scoffed at.
Yeah, the performance is amazing, and you know, we're looking at a car that uses renewable resources for part of its construction, and it's just an exciting time to be part of the automotive industry.
I will say, when I was sitting in there getting absolutely slammed against the back of the seat, It does sound very different. Now, obviously, Aussies, they love the V8 sound. That obviously doesn't happen with an EV. But what is Mercedes-AMG doing about that?
Well, sound's a big part of the experience of driving an AMG. So our engineers have worked really hard with the AMG sound experience. There are two variable soundtracks, effectively, the authentic program and the performance program. And this matches in with the lighting systems inside the car so that we have a completely new audio soundtrack, if you will, that adds to that EV experience.
Yeah, the AMG sound experience is really quite different. It felt like we were sort of in Star Wars or something. The sounds that you're hearing in there were quite unique.
Yeah, we're using speakers and specific vibrations and also a sound generator to create the types of noises that our customers are expecting both inside and outside the car.
Well, there you go, fellas. The future is definitely here. We've got a very different Mercedes-AMG racing on track. We've also got the safety car here this weekend, but the future down up close and personal, and certainly sitting in the passenger seat was something to behold.
And around about 8% of new cars last year here in Australia were either full battery EV or hybrids. It was around about 18% in the UK. All right, moment or two ago, the two WRT BMWs side by side in to visit New South Wales corner, Griffith Bend. And that was a bit of team orders there, Richard Crail, as they swapped positions there. Valentino Rossi giving way to the Shell Helix guys, stayed with them going up to the chase. Delighted to say that joining us in our Liqui Moly comms box at the moment, he's the fastest man ever in qualifying around here. You're not going to get sick of that for a while, are you? Barrow Engel, welcome.
Hi guys, nice to be here.
All right, so yesterday was all good, all the headlines. What happened earlier on? You were leading the race, it all looked pretty cool, and then went one lap too long in that safety car period. Was that just a little snafu?
Yeah, a bit of a mistake in communication, and obviously then we got caught out behind the safety car and had to pit a lap later. But yeah, still a long way to go, so hopefully not too much damage done.
I noticed pretty much straight away when that happened, you went to almost a different setting. All of the drivers in the team, you did a lot of fuel saving, a lot of lifting and coasting. If you had to give up a position, then make something of it. And actually, you've turned that back into third at the last stop.
Yeah, I mean, it was really hard to overtake the BMWs. There are no real chance. They're just too quick on the straight. So so the only chance was fuel save and try and overcut them. So that worked, but obviously still have some work to do to get back to the front.
How's the evolution of the track going?
It's still pretty quick, to be honest. I mean, this morning wasn't super quick. You know, you'd expect very cold conditions, but I think it was almost too cold for the tyres. When I was looking at the tyre temps, it was they were still a bit chilly.
If we could get all the three, and it's Ricardo Feller, Chas Foster and Maxi Goethe who've got the 3 sector times at the moment, that would be a 2 minutes 0.7 in race trim. That's insanely quick. I mean, obviously 3 different drivers, three different cars, but do you feel that there's still some pace out there if you could get a clear lap off a restart or something like that?
Yeah, maybe. We're not too far off the lap record. We're within a second, but you know, having said that, a second's still a lot. So who knows? I mean, the track so far is still quick. I think we're still seeing 2s from different cars. So let's see if someone gets a clear lap and hits the peak of the tyre. Who knows?
This feels like a bit of an economy game at the moment. You're trying to stretch these stints as long as you can to work back from that last stint. Now, we know that Lello's going to finish for you guys, but how do you feel like your position on economy? You can tell us, we won't tell anybody else, I promise.
We're yet to find out, to be honest. I mean, you know, we're doing what we can and sort of kind of see what can the others do. I think we won't find out until later on in the race.
Just one quick final question. Restarts. Everybody's still struggling after restarts, whether they are brand new tyres because you've pit stopped or you're recycling the tyres. Is that going to get easier as the sun heats up the track?
I think it'll get a little bit easier, but still these tyres definitely need temperatures. But yeah, well spotted, it is difficult at the restarts and you're sliding around a fair bit. But that will get a bit better with track temperature coming up and ambient temperature coming up.
It's nice to have Maro Engel alongside us. That is his car, the Man Filters Group of M Racing AMG. They're currently scored in 4th. Lucas Stolz leads the way, though, in car 75. They're due a pit stop soon.
...140 laps completed. Lucas Stoltz in that number 75 Sun Energy 1 machine. Coming down over the top of the mountain is the car that was quickest and started on pole position. Interesting little battle pack just on the back there. Raffaele Marciello with Brock Feeney and Nacho Jamine ahead. We've got Rafa's teammate here, Mauro Engel. Just the one factory Porsche here, but it's a Manthey Porsche, so you've got to take it seriously. Are you noticing that that car's got any particular characteristics? You said how difficult the BMW, two BMW WRT cars were to pass.
I haven't been close to the Porsche, but from what I heard from my teammates was that it was also a little bit quicker than us on the straight, so expecting that to be difficult to overtake. Probably one of the reasons why Brock Feeney's sort of stuck behind, but not making any inroads. We'll see. I mean, that's the part of the game, part of GT3 that you know, all the different cars have different strengths, and it balances out more or less over a lap.
How was the morning? Yeah, I mean, it looked spectacular from where we were, but those low ambient temperatures must have made it a challenge.
I mean, seeing that you know, fire rise above skyline is just. I had goosebumps in the car. It's just amazing. It's. There's nothing like it. It really is special.
That's really good, isn't it? That a pro driver like this, he's done everything. He's won everything. He's got every T-shirt there is going, and that still moves him. You're not supposed to be looking over the top of the skyline. You're supposed to be looking down to the divot. You know that, don't you?
I couldn't help myself.
Well, how do you explain this play? And you're unique in that you've got much more experience here than a lot of others, not just in this race, but you spent a full-time season here racing for Erebus. How do you explain this place to your colleagues, your friends, your fellow racing car drivers or teammates when you go back home? What do you describe it as?
And remember, you're live on national television,
yes, exactly,
so no expletives, please. That's a joke. He's too professional.
Beep, 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 amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's just incredible. I mean, I tell them you can't really believe it until you've been here. Even just seeing the place, you know, walking the track and seeing the elevation uphill and downhill just here, for example, the Dipper, so steep down, and the wall obviously so close. And what makes it amazing is that you have this really nice, beautiful flow to it. You know, it's a very flowing circuit, and that just makes it really, really nice.
So you guys are currently in 4th place. Now, can you stick around for a little while? Because I know you haven't been here you were here last year, obviously, and you had a really good run to 2nd, but I want to welcome you back to Australia with a really unique Aussie experience, which involves us plugging another commentator into the seat I'm in, which will be uniquely Australian in its commentary style, and I think Maro knows who I'm talking about. But we'll do that in just a minute when we get to that. But it's cool to have you back. You guys just feel like you're building to something really nice at the moment.
I hope so. Look, I really hope so. But yeah, long way to go, and there's some other cars that are very strong. So you know, we'll have to be on our best game.
Mauro Engel joining Richard Crail and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Liqui Moly comms box. 142 laps completed. The 75 car is leading. That's the Sun Energy 1 machine. That is due a pit stop any time now.
Well, Sydney and New South Wales are home to a unique and diverse natural and cultural experiences that have the ability to energise you like nowhere else. That includes this race. It's warm, welcoming, inclusive. There's always something new to discover, and a visit will leave you feeling new not long after you leave. And I think our guest in the commentary box would very much agree with that. We're joined by one of Mercedes-AMG's longest-serving superstars, and he's won just about everything there is to win in the world of endurance racing and GT racing. Mauro Engel, he's the man who went sub 2 minutes in qualifying. Thank you for that yesterday,
not quite
by the way.
sub 2 minutes yet.
Oh, sub 201 was what I was looking for, into the 122nd
Would be nice, sub 2 minutes.
It was an amazing effort. So you got the Alan Simonson Pole Award, and you guys are in a very good position. 4th place at the moment for car 999. I'm going to jump out in a minute because we're going to plug someone else into this seat. But the question I did want to ask, Group of M Racing, this team, and you haven't raced with them here before, you've been with Craft Campbell Racing, Erebus, and others. Every year they roll into this place, they are very, very competitive. And in the past, you've been wheel to wheel with them. So what is it about this team that makes them so strong?
It's a really strong team. One of our strongest AMG customer racing teams. I mean, you know, they've been super successful in Macau. I raced with them in DTM over the past year, and it's a very, very strong team, and especially in endurance racing more than maybe even in sprint racing. And we
few years back we won the Suzuka 10 hours together, and yeah, hopefully we can get another win under our belt together.
All right, I'm going to jump out.
Just before you do,
yeah.
That 75 car was in the pit 6 laps ago, so that got in and out without losing the lead of the car of the motor race.
They were a minute and 25 seconds in front, so they got a full green flag stop under green.
Yeah.
Well spotted. My gift to you, Murrow Engel, is David Reynolds, who will be plugging himself into this seat right now. So I'll leave you in the very capable hands of John Hindhoff.
Krelsey and Gartander coming back in a little while. Wherever you are around Australia, New Zealand, around the world, around Bathurst, good to have your company for the 2023 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours. David Reynolds joins Murrow Engel and me, John Hindhoff, in the booth. Good day, David. How are you, mate?
Hey guys, how you going? What's going on?
Good to see you again, mate. It's been a little while.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It has.
How long's it been?
I think probably 3 years since you were in this booth when I was here. We did a bit of the 6 hours as well before that. So how was the early going for you?
So yeah, I was assigned to do the morning stint, which, you know, I somehow get roped into do every year, and I don't really enjoy it, to be fair. I don't like driving in the dark, and I don't like driving with sun in your eyes. So you know, I had to get up at, I don't know, 4 o'clock like most of us do, and I don't really like doing much at 4 in the morning.
He's got a terrible life, hasn't he?
Yeah. Sorry, what time do you get up?
Sleep 4.
Did you?
At the start. Yeah.
It's way too early to go car racing.
Yeah.
Can't even see where you're going. But no, it was really fun. It was really fun. The problem is it was like super cold, and like, you know, I did a really good job of getting my tyres up to temperature. It got like 100 degrees in my tyres, and as soon as it went green, it just started like plummeting down to like 6 degrees, and then it started chattering understeer. I'm like, oh no, I'm in a world of trouble. So yeah, it wasn't the most fun, but yeah, I'm just trying to catch Murrow here.
We've been talking about the unique atmosphere of this place. Great to have a big crowd back to it, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the 12 Hour has done a beautiful job every year. Every year it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I've been coming here since like 15, so you know, every year you see more and more people, more and more cars, and it's just going from strength to strength. And yeah, it's a really cool race. Even though the cars are probably a bit too fast for me, I prefer my supercar. I felt well more at home in that, but I'm getting the hang of it.
Supercar season about to kick off, back on the streets of Newcastle. Now there's another race. That's another really interesting circuit.
Yeah, it's a kind of new circuit on the calendar. It's very rough. Got a bit of undulation, very, very tight, and very difficult for our cars to get around. So yeah, we love it. Where else would we rather drive? It's a street track.
New cars this year, so a reset for everybody. Often a rule change or a change in formula stirs thing up a little bit.
Yeah.
The cream always rises to the top eventually, but an opportunity for some different faces at the front, maybe?
Yeah, possibly. You know, back I was part of the series when we went to the Car of the Future, and you know, there was a huge turnover in winners. We had like 10 different winners or something for the first year, and then, like you said, the cream rises to the top, and you know, the good teams are always the good teams, and they'll win the most races. But at the start, it's kind of I love the unknown races where you don't know who's going to win or what's going to happen. So you know, I'm really looking forward to the year. It's going to be completely different cars than what we've had, so yeah, it's a big challenge.
Just keeping an eye on what's going on the circuit at the moment. We're in that lovely phase towards the middle of the race where little battles are breaking out. This one just on the outskirts of the top 10 for 11th and 12th. Tony Bates and Dylan O'Keefe in respectively are the Mercedes, the red Mercedes, and the darker coloured car is the Audi sitting behind it, and they're having a good old scrap over the top of Brock's Skyline and down towards the dipper. Follow my leader down this part through the spares box dipper and down towards the BMW.
Doesn't that Makita car look beautiful?
It does.
Good defence, Tony. Well done.
That wouldn't happen to be. Oh, that's your car.
That's my car, yeah. Go, Tony, you legend.
Strengths and weaknesses of that car, then, David, around here to what you've driven before.
Yeah. So you know, the supercar, it's very different. Your right-hand drive car, these are left-hand drive car. They've got ABS, traction control, heaps of aero, really good tyre, which is the opposite to a supercar. Well done, Tony. Let him past.
Yeah, that was planned.
No, he's in a silver class, doesn't matter. And Dylan's a pro driver, so
still a great rally outside of there. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's not bad, but for me, it's just so different to the supercar. So every time I come here, I have to relearn everything. Your lines are different. The way you sit in the car is different. So it just takes a little bit for me to get the hang of it.
And over the top, is where these cars
line up. Yes.
Is that just a big deep breath, basically, as you're coming up out of the running and through McLaren?
It can be a lot of fun when you get it right, but it feels like you just put the knife in the teeth and just hold on for dear life. It's so fast. It feels really fast.
Mauro Engel with us as well here. He knows these GT3 cars very well. We've been talking for several years now. I've been coming in 10 years, believe it or not. Now, we'll come back to that in a second, because we've got the blue Audi Sportbet 65 car into the pit lane. Keep an eye on that one. I've been coming here 10 years now, and we always talked about the advantage of the local drivers knowing the track and the advantage of the internationals like you knowing the cars. Well, some of these local drivers, the regional drivers, have been driving GT3s a little while. Is that experience curve beginning to intersect now?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's you know, the internationals are getting more and more experience here at the mountain, and the locals obviously more and more experience with the GT3 cars. So it's kind of merging together, and I mean, what you're seeing is a super competitive field, and you know, the best of both worlds.
I'd still prefer to know the car than the track. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah, I think it just takes too long, for me anyway, to understand the car.
We gotta get you over to Europe and do some more GT3.
We'll get it along. I'll do it for free. How's that?
No, you won't. A second. I'll get you a deal and I'll take it back.
Yeah, cool. You can be my manager. Mauro, the manager.
Is that about knowing the car as it gets to and on and over the edge of adhesion to it?
Yeah, definitely. Like, for me, I just don't know what the car's capable of, and I don't really want to go exploring when there's massive walls either side of doing 200Ks. So, you know, you got to call on a bit of experience, and, you know, in the race you can sort of do a few laps in a row, 30 laps in a row, to really understand the car a bit better. So, you know, I feel like I'm a little bit more up to speed, but I'm still probably not on a few tenths off these guys, I think.
Well, we talk about the 1%ers all the time, don't we? Incremental changes that makes the difference. And knowing that little bit more about the cars, Mauro, means that you can just push your luck a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, look, it's a definite advantage, you know, if you're in this car or in the same car, you know, week in, week out. I mean, it's like Davey for him in the supercar, you know, he knows exactly, he knows what the car's going to do before it even does it, and that's basically the advantage we have for sure, just knowing those cars in and out.
And don't forget, like, I'm in a Pro-Am race, like he's in the Pro car, so part of my weekend is trying to set the car up for Tony to be comfortable. So you've got to make it understeer a bit, where, like, if I see these guys in qualifying, they're dancing on the rear tyre and it's moving around a lot in the rear and it's making it turn, but, you know, Tony wouldn't like that. He would stop racing if the car was always like that, so I've got to try and tame it down and make it more comfortable for him.
The essence of endurance racing, particularly Pro-Am, is to make sure you've got a car that everyone can drive.
Yeah, exactly. And I like driving it too, don't worry.
Yeah.
I don't want to drive something that's half out of control all the time.
Particularly not when you're in there for, what, an hour?
12 hours.
Yeah, an hour and 10 minutes at a time. Mauro, how do we see this race panning out? The Stoltz car here, the Sun Energy One guys, defending champions. They've just come over, like a number of us from Daytona. They've managed through good strategy to get themselves in the lead at that last pit stop, 10 laps ago. How hard is everybody pushing now, and what's still to come for our viewers and listeners?
Yeah, they definitely did a good strategy there. I think they pitted under the last safety car, basically, where some of us didn't pit, and that played out well for them. So obviously still just over 6 hours to go, so we're not even halfway yet, so still plenty of racing to go, but it's looking pretty tight between the top 4 cars already, and I wouldn't discount the BMWs. I mean, on some instances, the straight line speed seemed surreal. So yeah, just definitely not going to count them out.
Oh, really? They're that much faster?
They've got a fair bit more grunt down the straight, yeah.
Listen, I'll just leave them. I'll take my headset off and just leave them. Got an interesting couple of minutes coming in up for Matt Jaminet and Brock Feeney, who are just half a second or so apart in second and third in the bright Grello 912 and the 888, which is sitting in third position at the moment. That's Raffaele Marciello and the Harvey Norman on board for the Group M racing car. All right, critique your teammate here. Talk us round this part.
What are you going to critique when Lello's
he's right with them now.
It's,
second, third, fourth. That's the 2 cars. The green and the red car ahead is second,
well,
third,
maybe
fourth. Down to
he
the
can teach me how to go faster.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. I can do this bit. Put your foot down and change up when you get a blue light. Right? I can do that bit, but
It's pretty easy, guys. I mean, keep it on the black stuff. Don't touch any walls and use all the space available.
Yes. Okay, coming down into the chase, and this is easy flat through here, and where's your braking point into the left-hander uphill?
It's about somewhere between the 100 and the 150. Sort of depends on, you know, have you got clear track ahead? Have you got the full downforce? Or are you in a slipstream? Have you got fresh tires? Have you got a full tank? Are you an empty tank? It's saving fuel. Well, I would hope you would.
No, that's what he was told to do. How close are you? How close do you need to be, or should I say, how far away before you're starting to feel the aerodynamic advantage in a straight and the aero wash disadvantage in corners?
I think when you're within a second to a second and a half, you start to feel a bit of wash, and when you get under a second, it really starts to affect you.
Wow.
Across the top of the mountain's obviously very fast, so there you definitely feel it.
It's good to know. Thanks for telling me.
I think you...
I really haven't been around
How's the aero wash in supercars?
Oh, it's terribly bad, yeah. We don't have flat bottom floors, so it's probably a bit harder for us, so, you know.
This is the battle for second, third and fourth. The leader's 15 seconds up the road through the Audi cutting and onto one of the most impressive parts of any racetrack in the world. That little seal that was pulling off the front of the bonnet is now come off one side altogether. That's not going to have any massive effect, Mauro?
No, not really. I saw that flying about. I think at one point we'll probably get rid of it.
Did you do the morning stint? Yeah. How'd you go? You led it,
right? I led, yeah.
How'd you go with like coming over Skyline when the sun's like beaming in your eyes? Can you see where you're going?
No.
No, that was the worst time for me.
Yeah, but it's still pretty amazing, and it's special. I mean,
watch the sun come up. Sometimes you get caught and you're like, oh, that's beautiful. Oh no!
Exactly. I just said that. I had goosebumps when you had that red fire coming up. It's like.
You do sort of take it in, don't you, sometimes when you got some time, don't you? You look around and go, oh, yeah, it's beautiful.
And then you scare yourself and you go, oh, shit.
I know.
I forgot to brake. Oops, sorry.
So, thank you very much to Mauro Engel and David Reynolds. I was told by a racer once, you don't have to worry about the sun in your eyes because the racetrack hasn't moved since the last time around. So we'll reset the booth now as this battle for second, third and fourth continues. Really enjoyed having our guests. 6 hours, 15 minutes and just under 40 seconds to go. Richard Crail back with us for the next part of the race. And I would say, you know, we take that opportunity to talk to some of the drivers because we can. We haven't missed anything at the front in terms of lead changes, but it's still absolutely fascinating what is going on at the sharp end of the field. Look at this battle for second, third and fourth, and Stoltz still up the massive big change in the race. We saw that 75 car almost a pit stop about 12 laps ago. They were so far ahead they got in and out without giving up the lead.
They've played a blinder, Sun Energy One, by running the let's just stop as often as we possibly can to get fuel in strategy, and it's worked for them. Sitting in the back of the commentary box listening to those guys talk, A, there's a podcast in that, Engel and Reynolds, and B, in a commentary box including Mauro Engel and David Reynolds, it's not Mauro Engel that I thought would have dropped some language first, to be brutally honest with you. But great insight, to be honest, from both of them. Really enjoyed listening to those guys worth stepping aside for, and we'll have some more drivers coming up throughout the day, which we're really looking forward to. This intensity's just popped up a notch, hasn't it? And Feeney now looking really strong. 31 laps into this stint for the Super Cheap car, and looking for a pit stop there on an alternate strategy. In fact, the top 3 cars now, and the top 4 cars are all on slightly different fuel numbers, slightly different tyre numbers, which is really fascinating. And it's going to allow us for all these strategies to evolve and play out, and we're approaching the halfway point of this race, 150 laps in. We're not far away from 1,000 Ks into this race and bordering on the 6-hour window to do it. So this will be a pit stop as Richie Stanaway into the lane in the 99 car for Boost Mobile Racing. Staying put behind the wheel
fuel in first there, Rich. This is what we talked about earlier on. Other series do it other ways, but it's fuel, and the car stays on the ground until the fuel hose comes out. Fuel time, part of the BOP process. So each of those fuel hoses has a restrictor, like the engine breathes through a restrictor, the fuel goes in through a restrictor. That is one of the 4 ways that the BOP is calculated and affected.
Feels like an age, doesn't it? Waiting. We're so used to seeing pit stops in this country where it's all happening all at once and there's more people over the line throwing resources at the car. But this well-drilled 888 race engineering team go to work. And brand new tyres going on car 99. Well, WRT here for the first time in BMWs, but this isn't their first rodeo at Mount Panorama.
And Audi have won the 2018 LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hours.
Well, this is cool, Shannon's Time Machine Time with Dries Vanthoor, who's a former winner here, and I want to talk to you about that year and the crazy finish for the 2018 12 Hour here. Mate, welcome back. Your memories of that crazy day and the crazy finish?
I remember it was the first time I raced against my brother. He unfortunately passed me on the back straight. That was, let's say, the worst part of the race. The best part is, yeah, of course, having the victory with a spectacular end at the end. Unfortunately, it was a big crash, but everybody was luckily okay. And but also for our side, luckily there was a red flag because we were going to run out of fuel.
I remember that red flag, and in pit lane, nobody really knew, is the race going to restart? What does that mean for the restart? And when it got declared, it meant like, oh, wow, hang on a minute, that means you're the winner. With the fuel scenario, it's just like pure elation down at your garage.
At the end, yeah, when we found out we won, yeah, it was just great because we came in for the first time and we had no, I mean, you know, you come in for the first time, you just try to do your best. You're not expecting to blow everybody away. So, and then to come here and win the first time out, it was pretty cool.
Now with BMW, first time that we get to see the BMW operation here in Australia, how has the beginning of that journey been with WRT and BMW?
It will be special, you know, starting our new, well, it's not our first race going into 2023, but our first intercontinental race, which is part of the GT World Challenge. Expectations are high, but we're looking very much forward to try to get a good result.
Well, a switch to BMW is not the only new thing at WRT. New driver as well, Valentino Rossi. How cool to have you here at Bathurst. How have you found that change from 2 wheels to 4 so far?
Is very different under a lot of point of view, but is also similar. To go fast is very similar, the way to go fast with the car than with the bike, you know. But after when you race in this type of races, especially in the long races, in the endurance, you need to work a lot under other aspects like the strategy, also the pit box, the driver change and everything. So it's something that with MotoGP you never have.
Yeah, right. How do you go from 45-minute MotoGP race, 12-hour Bathurst race, mentally, physically? How do you train for that and get ready for that?
Yes, it's different, and I already make 2 24-hour race in Spa and Dubai, and already the second one is a lot more easy than the first one. You need to get used because especially the last 10 hours you enter like in another dimension because you are tired. But when you jump on the car, you have the adrenaline that is good for keep you awake.
First impressions of Bathurst, what do you think?
Incredible, and I always play with the simulator in this track, but come here in the reality is very different. It's like a dream, you know, because I always think maybe one day I will go. So now we are here, and I'm very happy to be in this team and to race with the BMW because the car is very, very strong, and also all the people push a lot. And I feel good. I feel good with the car, but you know, we will see during the weekend my level.
Can you believe they used to race motorbikes here?
No, no, because you don't have enough space. It's not good for motorcycle. Better with the car.
Well, it's very cool to have you here. Best of luck this weekend. Can't wait to see how you go here at Bathurst. Enjoy.
Grazie. Ciao. Ciao.
That's the Shannon's time machine looking back to a remarkable race in 2018. It was all going on that year, and BMW Team WRT, as they are now, were an Audi squad at the time, and they were out of fuel. They were out of the race. They were never, ever going to win it, but the red flag fell at exactly the right time. Let's head down to the lane. The Pirelli pit bunker has been busy, and Chad Nailon is right there.
Yeah, I've got a co-driver for this one. I've actually stolen him out of the commentary box, boys. I'll return him in one piece. Garth Tander, welcome down to the Pirelli pit bunker. We just heard Valentino Rossi talking about what a magic location this is. So, no good me talking about the track. Let's get the bloke who won Bathurst last year, the 1000, to have a bit of a chat about it. We actually did this last year, and for those who missed it, it's a really cool way to learn the differences between GT3 and a supercar around here. But let's just start by looking at this famous bit of road, Garth.
Oh, it's the best bit of tarmac that we have here in Australia, 6.214 kilometres of undulation, commitment, desperation, everything that you want. If you were going to design a racetrack, there's no chance if you design this racetrack now to get past the safety standards. So that makes it so cool, is that the commitment required, particularly once you get out of the cutting here at turn 4, from turn 6 to turn 18, so from the tree to Forest Elbow, the commitment doesn't matter what you're driving. You could be driving a supercar, a GT3 car, a Formula Ford, a rent-a-car when we're out here with you, Chad. The commitment required to get around here is immense. And the speed across the top of the mountain, particularly in a GT3 car, is significant.
We'll get to that in a moment. I just want to highlight the lap records here. So 204.7, that was Chaz Most a few years ago. 201.5 in race trim, Shane Van Gisbergen. That was pretty rapid. So it's quite curious. When you look at that, you go, well, there's a pretty big difference there in race speed. So where are they making that time up, mate? I'll bring up the corner numbers. You might be able to pick out a few spots for us.
Yeah, well, the first thing is the supercar's much, much faster in a straight line. So up Mountain Straight and down Conrod, the supercar makes its lap time by top speed and acceleration off the corner. The punch off turn 1 and the punch off Forest Elbow is immense in a supercar, and that's where it makes a lot of its lap time. Whereas the GT3 car, the run across the top of the mountain is seriously quick.
Okay.
Like, that's much, much faster. So we talk about top speeds into Conrod Straight.
There we go.
Can you push your button for us, Chad? So supercar near on 300 kilometres an hour. It's 297 kilometres an hour. Whereas a GT3 car's only 280 k an hour. And there's a big difference in the braking area at the Chase too. In the supercar, it's around the 170 metre mark from 300 k an hour. Whereas in a GT3 car, at 280 k an hour, you're braking at about the 110 metre mark.
Right.
So that's the advantage of car being a little bit lighter, a bit more downforce, and having ABS. So the run up Mountain Straight as well, the supercar runs up there much, much faster as well with a pull up the mountain.
So across the top, you mentioned through the shelf, this is where they're going to make up their time. Let's go McPhillamy. And this thing really doesn't like me today. There we go. That's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, big difference. I mean, you're a gear up in a GT3 car to start with. Yep. So 5th gear from basically Reed Park through McPhillamy to Skyline, whereas in the supercar it's only 4th gear. 25 k an hour difference.
Wow.
Where the really big difference, where you really notice it as a driver, and it took me a long time, every time I came here in the GT3 car to get back up to speed, was Reed Park, the drop down into the grade. That in a supercar is 4th gear and a bit of a dab on the brake pedal. In the GT3 car, it's keep it flat, pull 5th gear, and just roll out of it a little bit, and then get back into the throttle again. So the commitment required in the GT3 car across the top of the mountain is massive, and that's where, as a supercar driver, it takes you a little bit of time to readjust your brain.
Yeah, right. 220 k's through McPhillamy. I would never make light of it, but the incident that you had there a few years ago, that highlights exactly why that was so serious. All right, let's take the corner numbers down for a second here, and I want to talk about maybe some passing opportunities, because we've seen plenty of passing here today. These look like the regular spots.
Yeah, that's the same, basically. Same as what we would see here in the Bathurst 1000 weekend, the same passing opportunities. Up the inside at turn 2, it's easy to defend that one. It's a risky move trying to get up the inside of the cutting at turn 4. The same down at Forest Elbow. It's probably a tougher move in a GT3 car to get past down at Forest Elbow.
That's where we saw the famous Matt Campbell move.
Yeah, that was a big move, and I think that's one of the best passing moves we've ever seen at Forest Elbow. Where the GT3 cars are better, it's slipstreaming. You get a better toe in a GT3 car, so we're seeing a lot of passing down into the Chase already. And then if you defend at the Chase, you can get set up and passed into the final corner. So there are plenty of passing opportunities, and to your point, Chad, we have seen plenty of passing already. And when we get into it at the last couple of hours of this race, it'll be on. It'll be on right down here at the Chase and at turn 2. It's going to be on there.
What grabs me there, from turns 4 to turns 18, that's almost no passing opportunities across the top. All right, hot spots. Where are we going to see drama? Where are we going to see potential safety cars coming up later in the day? Yeah.
Well, the whole bit that you said at Single Lane Raceway, that's where the drama is. There is some drama, obviously out braking yourself down here at the Chase and getting caught in a gravel trap or having some dramas down there. But we've already seen it. We saw it with Stephen Grove having his moment across the top of the mountain and contact with the wall. And we have seen it year on year in this race where there's always some drama across the top of the mountain. But in reality, Chad, you could just get your pencil out.
Yep, there you go.
And you could start...
Hang on. I'll get your nice yellow colour. There you go.
You can start here, and that could be the hot spot for safety cars around here, especially when it comes down to the last hour, when it's all on the line to hang it out and try and get track position so you can try and succeed at the end of 12 hours around this race. No place is safe at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, we're also going to put a few little, just some kangaroos around the place as well, guys. There you go. You never know where they're going to come out. Maybe an echidna appear somewhere during the cutting.
We've seen everything here. It would not surprise me.
You never know, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Thank you, Garth. And yeah, just circle the whole racetrack, potential for drama area. As we watch our race leader, Jules Gunon, the double winner of this race. One of only a few handful of drivers to have won back-to-back, not just Bathurst 12 hours, but endurance races at Mount Panorama. This doesn't happen that often, and even less so doing it 3 times in a row. Let's go back and have a look down here at AMG Corner, Murray's, and this is the 65 Audi with Chaz Mostert behind the wheel, just slicing down the inside of Dries Vanthoor. So for the second time today, gee, the BMW on the brakes a lot earlier than Chaz, who's driving this car very hard, not that long out of pit lane. He has once again trying to race himself back onto the lead lap. Meanwhile, Gunon has had just use that curb on the inside there on the run down through the S's. Watch and listen. Just a lift and waggle on the steering wheel, and he drives out of it. So the Merc's actually been very good over the top for much of the weekend. Very stable platform.
Just a quick note, our leader now is 18 seconds to the good. Jules Gunon behind the wheel of the 75. Oh, big slide for the Valentino Rossi driven number 46 WRT BMW.
Well, that's just getting it on the rear wheel and the smoke pouring off, isn't it? Just a bit of turn the handlebars. We've seen that before. It's nothing different. So, car 46...
Actually, the steering wheels now aren't wheels anyway.
Well, no, exactly. Really close to the handlebars.
Yeah, absolutely right. 1.3 seconds between second and third, Chamonix and Marciello. We had that stop a few moments ago for the Triple 8 car. Brock Feeney came in, took on some racing fuel and left without a new set of Pirelli tyres. Double stinting. That's another hour's worth of racing he's going to put on that as we head towards the halfway point, Krelzy.
It's been a good stint for Valentino. Best lap 204.5. In the same stint, his teammate has punched out a 3.8. Valentino's averaged a 5.5, not that far off the pace. He's been going along very well. That's why car 46 running nicely on the lead lap and in 6th position. And has a decent margin to Brock Feeney back in 7th position. And we just saw that car in pit lane, so it was a fuel-only stop for Triple 8. Brim, the AMG GT3, and they're good for another 35 or 36 plus laps before they stop again, so they've gone out of sequence. And we have just confirmed, as the fans that have lined the track, that sea of yellow has... I've been in town since Monday, JH, and there was yellow in town then. I saw VR fans walking down the street in the middle of town, and they have just built and built and built, and it's like being at Phillip Island for the MotoGP. They have come out in their thousands to see this guy tackle the mountain for the first time.
Do you know what impresses me as much as anything else we've talked about? We've talked about him sponging everything from his teammates, from learning, from taking it at the pace he needs to do. Never mind the skill involved in driving the GT3 car quickly. How relaxed he is behind the wheel of a fast-moving, big G, particularly on the corners, racing car. He's used to moving around, sure, but he instigates that normally in his previous job. What he's doing now is getting rattled around. He's getting G's through the corners, the opposite direction from what he wants. A motor car is the only fast-moving object that leans away from the apex of a turn. Think about it. Boats, planes, motorcycles, they all lean into the corner. A motor car leans out. Very different sensation, I would have thought there. He's got his head round that, and look how the paucity of movement, how relaxed he is behind the wheel of this car, and that is speed. I remember Guy Smith was exactly the same. You would have thought he was nipping down to Woolies to pick up some milk and some bacon for his breakfast.
We had Guy Smith here in a Bentley at some point for reserves, did we not?
Yeah, we had that great camera above his head.
Yes, we did. It was nice to see Guy getting an opportunity to tackle Mount Panorama. He's doing a great job. Last time around, Dries Vanthoor, his teammate, who's about 11 seconds up the road, did a 205.6, Rossi a 5.3. So he's actually quicker than his DTM title-winning teammate at this juncture. But I'll preface that by saying that neither BMW is particularly quick relative to the other cars they're fighting with today, because the leaders are still punching out in the 3s, and behind them, Brock Feeney last time around in the low 5s and troubling the 4s. So there's some lap time to find just in this stint of the race. The BMWs, who have now been out there 28 laps each. Remember, they pitted at the same time. So they're approaching there. They're between 5 to 10 laps away from their next set of scheduled pit stops.
How's Chamonix? Is he doing a double? Because he's not catching Gounon. He's dropped another second or so in the last couple of laps. That's something that we need to keep an eye on, because it's coming up to 20 seconds now, the gap between Gounon and Chamonix. That's the AMG versus the Grello Porsche, the 912, with the 999, the pole sitter, in third.
Just a short drive from Bathurst, the Blue Mountains, Sydney's backyard, the fresh air, the World Heritage listed wilderness area. Three Sisters there, just outside of the great town of Katoomba. It's one of the most popular day trips out of Sydney, but you need a whole weekend or longer to fully appreciate its wonders. And while you're up there, head to Katoomba and Catalina Park, a classic old racetrack. You can still go there and wander around it. It's a great place to stop. Katoomba's got some great restaurants and cafes to check out while you do so. Catalina Park. Mark it down in your diaries. Let's have a look at the spares box highlights as we get very close to rolling into the second half of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. It's been brutal at the start.
Oh, big hit at the top of the mountain for the Grove Porsche, taking that car out. That was the first real safety car. One or two people playing fast and loose with the walls, including the Grove Lamborghini, and that started off the Wall Lamborghini, excuse me, started off a bit of a nightmare for them. Coming together through Brock Skyline, so two cars in the wall, and the number 44 Mercedes not coming back from that one. Well, the Audi did, though, in fairness, and got back to the pits. Scary moments at the top are all part of Mount Panorama, and the leading invitational class marked cars machine just finding the outer limit. Jules Gounon leads the motor race by a full 20 seconds now. We've got 159 laps completed. And if we're going to do 2,000 Ks at this hour, we needed 161. Here's the Bozell class leaderboard. Chris Meese is the best of the Pro-Ams. Daniel Gaunt behind the wheel of the number 10 Milan Team IMS silver class leader, and Grant Donaldson in that invitational class 111 marked cars Mazda shaped machine, 18th position overall, and Crailsy's got the look at the overall.
159 laps in, we're almost at 1,000 Ks of this race, and Jules Gounon leads Mathieu Jaminet and Raffaele Marciello. So 20 seconds the margin, and then 5 seconds covering the next three cars. But everyone's a little bit out of sync in when they're going to take their final, or their next round of pit stops, building up to that final couple of hours of this particular race. The BMW's 5th and 6th, we've just been talking about them. Brock Feeney on a completely different strategy now to the leading group of cars. So 888 might be running 7th, but that's not indicative of where they really are in the race. Sort of keeps building to this point where those final round of pit stops are going to be absolutely critical in terms of pit stop time and how much fuel you're putting in the car, especially if we keep this green flag running that we've been enjoying today. Just outside, or just in the top 10 now, car 99 is Richie Stanaway behind the wheel. He's chasing Chaz Mostert. And just in front of them, Chris Meese in 8th position, who's the first car not currently on the 160th lap of this race.
We're there or thereabouts for that 2K. and he's certainly en route at the moment for the 315 laps that would be a distance record. These cars are clocking up times that are very impressive indeed. A few years ago, 5s and 6s, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we, Grills, and people joining us all the time. 5s and 6s race time would have been impressive. And now we're getting a bit disappointed if people are running down in the 4s, the high 4s, to be honest.
Yeah, it'll need to be a rapid second half of the race to get to 2,000 Ks for sure, but it's certainly possible. Well, our team's been busy. We've got the Pirelli pit bunker, and we're also fortunate to have Mark Beretta, who's out and about here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour.
Oh, apologies for missing from the lane for a minute, but I had to come up here. You cannot come to Mount Panorama on a day like this and not come to the top of the mountain and enjoy this amazing view and the great people up here. El, what brings you up here?
The cars, the atmosphere, the beers.
Where's home? And who have you got here? This is the whole family?
I've got Dad, Mum-in-law, Father-in-law, and the wife.
It is a family event, isn't it?
It is a family event.
How's the racing been?
It's been great. Cars are number 2 at the moment, so hoping we stay there.
Going good, going good. This is a little piece of paradise, isn't it? It's beautiful up here.
It's a place to be.
God's country.
It is. Where else would you rather be on a Sunday morning?
Well, do you know what you miss here? If you could only find a cool drink, I think a cool drink would really cap this off, Al. I just think this is great. You've got the view. You've got the sun.
We can sort you out.
Yeah, look at that. Jeez, I don't think I've emptied the bag. Cheers, guys. We'll enjoy this. Hey, keep working hard down there.
Oh, I need to renegotiate my deal. It's all the good gigs.
We get, I mean, no disrespect to Mauro Engel and Davy Reynolds, lovely people there. I love driving with them, but he gets a cool tinny and we get sweaty racing drivers. Actually, I'm only kidding, you know that. The Sun Energy 175 car, defending champions. Now, this was a different race altogether last year, and ran at a different time of year. There was much more darkness, as in comes the number 24, that's Davy Reynolds' car, the Makita AMG, coming into the pit lane. Ran at a different time of year, under different regulations, but everything I've spoken to Kenny and Bull about, the last couple of weeks we've been together in Daytona for the Raw before, and then the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. They are absolutely dialed in, Garth Tander, to say we want to be there or thereabouts this year. Of course we want to win it because we want to prove that last year wasn't a fluke and we didn't, quote-unquote, just win that because it was a Pro-Am race.
No, well, they won it exceptionally well last year in the Pro-Am structure. If they win it this year, no disrespect to Kenny Habul, but he's not a pro driver, but he's part of the driving roster going up against 3 pro drivers in all the other pro entries. If they win it this year, that's a much bigger win than last year's race.
Oh, yeah. And
by a margin.
The field strength is, again, the fullest of respect to last year's result, 3 times as strong, if not more. So the level of competition is so incredibly high, which we've seen today, and how relentless this race has been. They are in a really good spot right now. 17 seconds to the good, and they've played some strategy wildcards. They've been through pit lane 8 times. The car in second place, the Manthey EMA Porsche, just the 4 stops so far. It's a lot to play out. We've just ticked over 161 laps, by the way. It's a milestone at this place, 1,000 kilometres, and it happened in under 6 hours and 10 minutes. So the quickest 1,000 on record, 6 hours and 1. That was 2018. Craig Lowndes and Stephen Richards. So it's up there in the quickest 1,000 Ks ever covered. 161 laps at this place. So to go 2,000 Ks, they're going to have to do another Bathurst 1,000 in 5 hours and 50 minutes.
So they'll have to go under the supercar 1,000 K record. We've had a few safety cars in this one. Started under safety car, so that extra lap will add about another 3 minutes to the race, well, to take it out of the race time, if you like. So Richard Crail's been on the 2,000 K train for a while here, so he's had a fair bit of pull this weekend. What he's asked, he's got. So he's got 6 hours to come good.
If we stay like the same colour as the grass, which we've been over 2 hours for that now, i.e. not the colour of custard, then we will get close to that. We will get close to that, because even those early ones, we were on course to be able to get very close to it.
The 912 Mante Racing EMA Porsche is in pit lane, so they now take their 5th pit stop, and this has got to be the world's most economical Porsche when it comes to GT3 racing at the moment. The way that they've been driving the car and managing fuel, managing the pit stop cycle, the stop time right now while they're filling the car has been exceptional.
So Matthew Gemini's on 33 laps there. Look at this pit stop, because this is where some teams think that Manti is gaining some advantage and some time. That is rapid fire stuff. Everyone has to be over the line before the car can go.
It's rapid and impressive, but it's not standout for me.
Yeah.
And that was 4 tyres.
Yeah.
I wondered earlier on if they were only doing 2 tyres, and that was where we were seeing that 8 seconds. But I don't think that's enough of a delta between the two.
For me, it's not in the tyre change phase of the pit stop. It's in the fueling. I think they're saving fuel better than anyone else during the driving stint, and the economy of that car seems to be exceptional.
It's a minute 18 total pit stop time. So fuel 4 tyres and transiting pit lane, which is 32 seconds. Remember, BMW's last time we tracked that was
28.
a minute 28. Yeah. 10 seconds to the better.
Well, the last Porsche pit stop was a minute 20.
Correct.
So they've gone 2 seconds faster than their last pit stop. So it's not getting it. The story's not getting any better for the opposition.
Correct. And that extra 2 seconds would be the fuel time that they've been saving in this stint.
Yeah. Just extraordinary stuff. The new car, a lot of people asking about the new Porsche. That is the 992 body shape, debuted at Daytona. Hasn't been through the SRO BOP process yet. That's why it's not here. It's tradition, because this race is so early in the calendar that we see the new cars in the following year. The guys at Porsche telling me at Daytona that the new car, the only things that are the same are the wheels. Literally everything else has been changed, and they will go to the 4.2 litre engine, just under 4.2, actually 4.192, because you couldn't get a piece of paper between the boards of that flat 6 as is board out at the moment. So this is the last time we're going to see that car. As in comes Dries Vanthoor in the Shell Helix WRT BMW.
Matt Campbell made the point yesterday, just to put a full stop on that one. The last time Porsche came here to farewell a current model of a car was 2019. And history recalls that as a very good day for that brand. So once again, BMW M Sport Team WRT pitting both their cars at exactly the same time. Their 2 cars are on the identical strategy. And it looks like, from a driving point of view as well, Rossi staying in car 46. Dries Vanthoor just in front in car 32. And this is Valentino. So this is his in-lap.
Oi! I did notice that the shortcut alarm came up on the timing screen for Valentino. Just, lost the rear as it got across the crest. Used that escape road.
Well, you always want to optimise your in and out laps. I'm not sure shortcutting the track is exactly how you want to do it. Valentino staying in the car, so he's double stinting. He'll have done well over 2 hours in this car by the time he gets out of the Beamer.
So the BMWs and the Porsche now on a very, very similar strategy, split by just a lap or 2. That gives us an indication of where they're at. We've now got Matt Campbell behind the wheel of car 912. And also on that strategy is Craft Bamboo Racing, who have been flying under the radar today, completely under the radar. Last year, they were well overt in how they were playing the race by stopping at every single opportunity they could take and then making some more opportunities to do so as well. This time, they've been creeping up on it. They were buried in the bottom half of the top 10 for the first 3 or 4 hours this morning. But now, Daniel Juncadella comes into pit lane, the Spanish driver, from 3rd position. And after a 33-lap stint, same number as the BMWs, comes into the Hong Kong-based team, headed up by Darryl O'Young, based out of Hong Kong, and they're here looking for their first 12-hour victory. So they come in out of 3rd place.
Decent peddler himself, Darryl.
Yeah.